Part I, Chapter 1, The Incubation of a Nightmare, Solitude, and the Extraordinary Idea. It was an evening of intense, suffocating heat in early July, the air thick and heavy with the oppressive closeness of St. Petersburg summers. The sun had begun its descent, but the atmosphere remained stagnant and suffocating, making every breath a conscious effort. It was then that a young man, Raskolnikov, finally dragged himself out of his tiny, dilapidated room, a room situated high beneath the roof of a large tenement building. It was not a home in any meaningful sense, but rather a cupboard, a cramped, suffocating box hidden away behind a steep and perpetually dark flight of stairs, perpetually emitting the foul, musty odors of decay and neglect. His exit was not swift, nor was it determined. His movements were slow, hesitant, almost spectral. He remained almost entirely unaware of his surroundings, of where he was, or where his path might eventually lead. For the most part he wandered aimlessly, and with each passage out into the city he was besieged by his own acute loneliness, a profound self-imposed isolation. This solitude, like a thick, insulating wall, had encased him for several months now. It had cauterized all ordinary feeling. It had paralyzed his will, transforming him into a kind of drifting, listless entity amidst the hurried flow of the populace. Now, this very isolation was no longer just a burden. It had become an integral component of his shattered mental state. Through the gloom of the staircase, the filth of the narrow hallway, and the muttered suspicions of those he passed, these were all facets of the life he was desperately trying to shed. Raskolnikov owed his landlady a substantial sum of money, and that fact, ironically, had trapped him in a vicious cycle of anxiety and shame. He dreaded the inevitable confrontation, not because he feared expulsion from that miserable cell, but because of the humiliation of having to face her accusations, her judging gaze, the deep self-contempt that her very presence invoked. Each time he left his room, he would sneak out, creeping along the corridors like a frightened mouse avoiding the light. And this night was to be no different in that regard. Yet, within the monotony of this daily degradation, something different was quietly taking root. It had been nearly a month since he first became confined within the walls of his little room, a month utterly consumed by a single idea, a concept, a horrifying design. It had grown, it had matured, it had taken complete possession of his mind like a deep-seated malignancy. It had become a persistent, inescapable nightmare, an obsession from which there was no release. He had decided he must act. He must carry out this experiment. But whenever he drew near the final decision, whenever he approached the very threshold of action, an intense nervous tension, an inexplicable feeling of repugnance would surge up from the depths of his soul. It was not a common fear, but rather a physiological revulsion to an unnatural act. A cold wave that ran down his spine, causing his body to tremble, blurring the clarity of his thoughts. "Is it possible?" he asked himself, his internal voice a mixture of cold logic and self-doubt. Is it possible that a great action must necessarily be accompanied by such an utter disgust? He continued walking, yet his mind could not escape the grip of that idea. The terrifying, yet irresistibly attractive idea. Raskolnikov was a young man, but the pressures of poverty had etched severe, almost painful lines onto his face. Handsome, with deep, dark eyes, dark brown hair, tall and slender. But all these physical attributes were overshadowed by his continuous internal torment and his absolute physical exhaustion. His clothes, though threadbare and worn, still retained a faint trace of former respectability, the mark of a man who had known a better life. To his dilapidated, shabby hat, an object of acute shame. He felt humiliated by his poverty, and even more humiliated when considering where he was going and what he intended to do. "Why should I worry about such trivialities?" he muttered to himself, his inner voice sounding dry and scornful. "I am about to commit an act that I believe to be right, an act that I believe to be necessary. Why then should I be afraid of the curious glances of others? The deed I am about to perform, if successful, will place me above all these common, petty concerns." For a long time now he had ceased to hold normal conversations with himself. He spoke to his inner self in a polarized voice, one of icy reasoning and the other of frenzied emotion. His soul had become a battlefield where reason and instinct fought an exhausting, ceaseless war. He turned into S Street, Stalyarny Street, a crowded, noisy, chaotic district littered with taverns, cheap lodging houses, and miserable tenements. Everything here exuded the bitter smell of destitution, of moral decay and despair. He felt an utter repulsion for the crowd, a repulsion for the grimy faces, the dirty clothes, the meaningless clamor. This loathing was not simple contempt, but a philosophical response. It was the revolt of an elevated spirit against the banality and rotting state of the world around him. As he walked past a certain tavern, where the stench of cheap vodka and stale tobacco smoke assaulted his nostrils, he suddenly paused. "If I can do this deed," he thought, "then I need not fear anything else. I will become a Napoleon. I will possess the power to alter the world. I will have the means to help those who truly deserve it." The idea of extraordinariness was deeply ingrained in his mind. He believed that, like Napoleon, there existed certain men who were permitted to transgress ordinary moral boundaries. Such individuals were not bound by the common laws of the masses. They had the right to commit brutal acts if those acts ultimately served a higher, nobler purpose. But then another part of him spoke up, a weak, trembling voice. And can I actually go through with it? He recalled the wave of disgust that had flooded his heart whenever he attempted the preliminary steps. He remembered the tremors, the fits of nausea, and the emotional numbness. He was headed for the house of the old pawnbroker, Alina Ivanovna. The old woman was a moral monstrosity, a miserly, grasping, cruel old creature living in utter isolation, exploiting the poor with exorbitant interest rates. She was a useless being, a parasite sucking the lifeblood out of society. And eliminating her, according to Raskolnikov's cold logic, was not merely a permissible act but a beneficial one. If I kill her, I will free so many people from her exploitation. I will have the money to complete my studies, to save my mother and my sister. These arguments, he had rehearsed them hundreds of times, but still, they could not fully quell the internal tempest that raged in his mind. He knew that if he went to her apartment, he would have to act. He would have to play the role of the miserable client, the destitute student needing to pawn some trifle. And that pretense, he felt, was yet another kind of profound humiliation. Nevertheless, the power of the idea prevailed. It compelled him forward, driving him inexorably toward his fate. He traversed Voznesensky Prospect, then turned into a small alleyway. There, nestled within an old, damp house, was the pawnbroker's apartment. The street itself seemed shrouded in a gray veil, a grayness composed of destitution and total indifference. He looked up at the windows. The top floor, the old woman's dwelling, seemed silent and deeply gloomy. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. He had calculated everything. The old woman was usually at home at this hour. This is just a final rehearsal, he told himself, trying to maintain his composure. A rehearsal to see if I have the necessary resolve to go through with the ultimate act. He had prepared a small item for pawning, an old silver watch. He had cleaned it meticulously, wrapped it in a piece of white cloth. He had performed every action with painstaking care and detail. That very meticulousness, he realized, was not a sign of confidence, but rather a symptom of desperation. He rang the bell. The sound was dry, jarring, piercing the heavy silence. The door opened, and the old woman appeared. Her wrinkled face, her small, sharp eyes glared at him with an ingrained suspicion. A perpetual sneer rested upon her lips, a sneer that spoke volumes of her contempt and satisfaction at the misery of others. "I have a silver watch," Raskolnikov began, his voice sounding alien and trembling in his own ears. He felt a sudden rush of dizziness. "I wish to pawn it. I need the money urgently." The old woman took the watch, gazing at it with her tiny, cunning eyes. She examined it, weighed it, smelled it. Her sluggishness, her miserliness, only served to intensify the repulsion growing in Raskolnikov's heart. "It is not worth much," she declared, her voice high and grating. "I can only give you 1.5 rubles for it." "It is a silver watch," Raskolnikov protested, but his voice was weak, utterly lacking in conviction. "Then take it to another pawnbroker," the old woman said with that infuriating sneer, a sneer of pure power. After a brief, weak, and ultimately futile argument, Raskolnikov accepted the paltry sum. He took the money and received the pawning ticket. He stared at the piece of paper. A setup, proof of his visit. "I will return next week," he murmured. "As you wish," the old woman replied, turning her back and slamming the door shut with finality. Raskolnikov stood alone in the dark corridor. He felt an oddly intense relief. He had carried out the rehearsal. He had seen the room, he had observed the arrangement, he had confirmed the old woman's solitude. But then the relief vanished as quickly as it had arrived, replaced by a devastating panic. "My God," he whispered, clutching his head, "how could I possibly do such a thing? No, I cannot. I will never be able to do it. I am nothing but a common wretch, a coward." He fled the house, running through the streets. His mind was consumed by an overwhelming self-disgust. He realized that his entire idea, his whole theory of Napoleon and extraordinary power, was nothing but a delusional fantasy. He stopped and entered a small, obscure tavern. Despite his repulsion for public places, he needed something to quell the storm within his mind. He drank a glass of beer. The coldness of the liquid offered fleeting solace to his parched throat. He sat there utterly alone amidst the noisy crowd, but his solitude was undiminished. It had become a part of him, a shield protecting him from the external world. In the dim light of the tavern, he caught sight of a reflection of himself in a grimy piece of glass. His face was pale, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity. "You are ordinary," he told himself. "An ordinary weak wretch, not strong enough to transcend the moral boundaries. You will fail." But then, instantly, another frenzied thought flared up. "No, this very disgust, this very trembling is proof that I am an ordinary man. And if I can manage to overcome this ordinariness, then that will be the extraordinary act itself." He put down the mug. The tension in his heart reached its breaking point. "I have no other choice." He remembered his miserable room. He remembered the letter from his mother. The letter detailing how his sister, Dunya, was prepared to sacrifice herself by marrying a wealthy, boorish man. All these burdens, all these impending sacrifices were concentrated entirely on his shoulders. No, I will not allow that to happen. He rose, staggering out of the tavern. The last rays of sunlight had finally vanished. Darkness had enveloped the city. And in that darkness, the idea of crime and power once again took complete possession of his mind. Raskolnikov was no longer a common student. He had become a philosophical warrior, one who was ready to stake everything on a single action, an experiment. If I must do it, I must do it perfectly. There must be no mistakes. He walked home, but this time he walked with a clear, terrifying purpose, the purpose of destruction and rebirth. Chapter 1 was over, and the nightmare had just truly begun. Part I, Chapter 2, The Incubation of a Nightmare, Solitude, and the Extraordinary Idea. Raskolnikov arrived back at his dreadful room. The oppressive heat of the street seemed to have followed him up the dark, cramped staircase, intensifying the stifling atmosphere of his small chamber. The act of performing the rehearsal, the pawn shop visit, had left him physically exhausted, yet mentally wide awake, trapped in a horrifying loop of self-condemnation and theoretical justification. He had managed to prove only one thing, that he was not fit for the task. He threw himself onto the narrow, filthy couch, a meager piece of furniture that barely qualified as a bed. It was there, amidst the debris of his chaotic life, that his eyes fell upon a letter lying conspicuously on his makeshift writing table. The handwriting was familiar, instantly recognizable. It was from his mother, Pulcheria Alexandrovna. He had received it 3 days ago, yet had only glanced at the opening lines. Now, the sheer exhaustion and the abrupt shift in his desperate internal state compelled him to read it, to truly absorb the words that lay between the lines. He knew instinctively that this letter would contain news, and that this news would inevitably be bad, deeply complicating, and financially dire. He broke the seal and began to read, his eyes tracing the familiar, sloping script, the very sight of which always brought a painful rush of love and shame. The letter was filled with the usual touching maternal complaints, the high cost of living, the difficulties in securing money, the constant worry for his health and his academic prospects. Yet quickly the tone shifted, moving into the main, deeply disturbing subject, his sister Dunya. Pulcheria Alexandrovna wrote, in a nervous, hurried style, about the events that had transpired since Dunya left her position as governess for the repulsive Svidrigailov family. She described the outrageous, entirely fabricated slanders that had been spread about Dunya, slanders that had wounded the family's honor and deeply humiliated his sister. The psychological damage inflicted by the local gossip was palpable in every line of his mother's account. But the letter did not dwell on the past. It rushed towards the present, towards the terrifying new development. The Dunya had received an offer of marriage. The suitor was Pyotr Petrovich Luzhin, a distant relative of the Svidrigailovs, a man of wealth, 45 years old, successful and ambitious. Raskolnikov read the description of Luzhin with a rising sense of nausea. His mother described him in glowing, almost desperate terms. A man of substance, well-connected, thrifty and hard-working. Yet lurking beneath the superficial praise, Raskolnikov perceived the terrible truth. Luzhin was vain, pompous, domineering, and seeking not a wife, but a humble, beautiful appendage to his successful career. But the most agonizing passage followed immediately after. His mother confessed with heart-wrenching simplicity that Dunya, his brilliant, proud sister, had accepted the proposal. Raskolnikov felt a cold, sharp dread settle in his chest. He knew Dunya. He knew the steel core hidden beneath her quiet demeanor. She would only accept such a man for one reason and one reason only, him. She was sacrificing herself. The letter continued, detailing Luzhin's plan to arrive in St. Petersburg soon, and his rather insulting demand that Raskolnikov should not be present during their initial arrangements. This demand, though phrased as a concern for financial prudence, was clearly an attempt by Luzhin to sever Dunya's primary emotional tie, the tie to her impoverished intellectual brother. He wishes to dominate her entirely, Raskolnikov muttered, crushing the corner of the letter in his hand. He wishes to purchase her, to buy her soul with his wealth, and he views me, the student, the penniless scholar, as a perpetual hindrance, a symbol of the poverty he wishes her to forget. Though the sheer audacity of the man infuriated him. But the deeper, more profound pain stemmed from his understanding of Dunya's motivation. She was not accepting Luzhin for comfort, but as a desperate act of salvation. Her marriage would provide the family with the security they lacked, and more importantly, it would allow her to use her own resources to lift Raskolnikov out of his current state, to help him finish his studies, to finally become the great man she knew him to be. The weight of her sacrifice felt heavier than the weight of the whole world. No, this cannot happen, he thought, the fury transforming into a cold, terrifying resolve. She is selling herself to save me, and I, her great, intellectual brother, am accepting the price of her virtue. This is a moral catastrophe far worse than my own poverty. He reread the lines where his mother described Dunya's quiet, resolute manner upon accepting Luzhin. There was no joy, no giddy excitement, only a fatalistic serenity, the peace of a soldier marching willingly toward certain doom. The emotional burden of the letter, combined with the extreme nervous tension of his earlier rehearsal, caused a sudden, sharp physical reaction. A dizzying fever seized him. His head began to throb with brutal intensity, and the stifling heat of the room became unbearable, turning his small cupboard into a torture chamber. He threw the letter onto the floor, his vision blurring. He began to pace the room, 4 steps to the wall, 4 steps back. The pacing was not an attempt to relieve the pressure, but rather an unconscious expression of the cage he felt himself trapped within. His thoughts tumbled rapidly, wildly, mixing the concrete details of the pawnbroker's apartment with the abstract torment of Dunya's impending marriage. The 2 horrors, previously separate, now began to merge into a single, overwhelming moral argument. Either she sacrifices herself to this scoundrel, this Luzhin, his mind screamed, or I must act. I must perform the great deed and save her, save us all from this degradation. The logical framework of his infamous article, the one he had published months ago, detailing the right of extraordinary men to transgress moral law for a higher good, now felt terrifyingly immediate and personal. He was no longer just theorizing about Napoleon. He was being forced by fate and circumstance to become the necessary transgressor. He stopped pacing, leaning his burning forehead against the cold, damp plaster of the wall. The wall was rough, familiar, yet today it seemed to mock the smoothness of his theoretical philosophy. A simple murder for financial gain is contemptible, he whispered, a tremor running through his body. But a murder to prevent a lifetime of misery and moral corruption, to save a pure soul like Dunya, that is a different equation entirely. That is justice disguised as crime. The fever made his thoughts sharp, but also dangerously delusional. He was constructing an elaborate ethical scaffolding to support an act of brutal violence. He needed to justify the pawnbroker's death not just as financially beneficial, but as morally redemptive. He vividly imagined Dunya's wedding day, her forced smile, the triumphant sneer of Luzhin, his mother's quiet tears of sacrifice. The vision was so acute, so painful, that it acted like a violent internal stimulant, driving out the earlier cowardice he had felt at the pawnbroker's door. His earlier doubts, the nausea, the trembling, were now swept away by a wave of righteous indignation. The letter was the catalyst. It was the final, undeniable proof that the moral decay of the world required radical intervention. The sheer desperation of his mother's financial state, detailed in a postscript. A small 10-ruble loan she had secured to send him the final funds added the last necessary layer of shame. His family was scraping the absolute bottom of their existence for him. She has sacrificed her dignity, and Dunya is about to sacrifice her future. And all for this, he thought, gesturing wildly at the walls of his tiny room. All for me to become a burden? No, the time for contemplation is over. The experiment must be carried out. He grabbed the letter again, tearing it into small, frantic pieces. The destruction was symbolic, a violent rejection of the old life, the old rules, the old morality that had led them all to this pit of despair. The fever continued to rise. He barely slept that night, tossing and turning on the uncomfortable couch, his mind replaying the layout of the pawnbroker's room, calculating the best time, the optimal route, the exact sequence of movements. The theoretical man of Chapter 1 had been replaced by the planning executioner of Chapter 2. The ambiguity was gone, replaced by a cold, frightening clarity of purpose. When morning finally arrived, the light felt cruel and alien. Raskolnikov stood up, his body aching, his head pounding, but his resolve, born of fever and Dunya's sacrifice, was granitic. He had his answer. The old woman, that wretched parasite, must die. Part I, Chapter 3, Beneath the Green Bush, an unexpected prophecy and the final decision. The morning after Raskolnikov's tormented night, the night dominated by the fever and the devastating news from his mother's letter, dawned in a state of oppressive, suffocating heat. His resolution, forged in the delirium of the fever, remained terrifyingly intact. The moral arguments, the Napoleonic self-justification, felt solid, unshakable. Yet the physical body rebelled against the mind's cold logic. He was ill, truly ill, and his movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by an unseen, malevolent force. He knew he needed to carry out the deed soon, before the fever broke, before the cold, rational part of his conscience could reassert itself. He needed to maintain the furious, righteous indignation ignited by Dunya's intended sacrifice. He forced himself out of his room, the air thick with stale sweat and poverty. He needed space, he needed air, he needed to escape the confining walls that had witnessed his transformation from student to self-proclaimed executioner. He wandered aimlessly, instinctively avoiding the main thoroughfares, keeping to the back streets, the hidden courtyards, the places where the city's decay matched his own internal corruption. He found himself, without conscious intent, in the tavern of the Crystal Palace, a place he usually despised, a haven for the city's lowest dregs. He collapsed onto a dirty bench, ordering a glass of tea. The noise, the smoke, the drunken clamor, all of it felt distant, muted, as if he were observing the scene through a pane of thick, distorting glass. His focus was entirely internal. The time, the weapon, the route, the planning mind had taken over, cold and meticulous, crowding out the philosophical justifications. It was during this state of profound mental abstraction that his attention was forcibly snagged by a conversation occurring at a nearby table. And two figures, a student and an officer, were deeply engrossed in a debate, their voices loud and careless, cutting through the background noise of the tavern. Raskolnikov did not consciously intend to eavesdrop, yet the sheer topic of their discussion pierced his self-imposed solitude with the shock of a lightning bolt. They were talking about Alina Ivanovna, the old pawnbroker. The student, younger and more idealistic, was passionately condemning the woman. He described her with a torrent of venom, her avarice, her cruelty, her utter lack of human feeling. He detailed how she viciously exploited the poor, making their misery her profit. Every single point the student made was a chilling, word-for-word echo of the very justifications Raskolnikov had constructed in his fevered mind. Then the officer interjected, his voice colder, more practical. He described the old woman's wealth, her amassed capital, her hidden hoards of gold and silver. He casually estimated that she must be sitting on thousands of rubles, all uselessly locked away, while hundreds of good, poor people suffered for lack of a mere 10 kopecks. Raskolnikov listened, his breath held tight in his lungs, his entire body rigid. This was not just a random conversation. This felt like a preordained sign, a cosmic intervention confirming his destiny. The student then spoke a phrase that stopped Raskolnikov's heart, a phrase that would forever reverberate in the dark corridors of his soul. "Kill her and take her money, I swear to God. I think that would be an entirely just thing to do." Raskolnikov felt an intense internal shock, so violent that he nearly cried out. This was his thought spoken aloud, broadcast casually by a stranger in a public tavern. It was a prophecy delivered by an accidental oracle. The student, sensing his companion's shock, elaborated with philosophical detachment. For the sake of one vile, useless life, hundreds of young lives could be saved. The balance sheet is simple, isn't it? One death and the lives of 100 families are changed for the better. Is not one crime cancelled out by 100 good deeds? The officer laughed, dismissing the idea as youthful idealism. But Raskolnikov could not dismiss it. He felt an uncanny certainty, a terrifying synchronicity that transcended mere coincidence. The universe itself seemed to be whispering the final instruction into his ear. He stumbled out of the tavern, leaving his glass of tea untouched. He felt disoriented, the lines between his inner world and the external reality blurring entirely. The random conversation had stripped away the last vestiges of doubt, replacing them with a chilling, cold certainty. "This is it," he thought, the words carving themselves into his mind with razor clarity. "There is no turning back. The philosophical necessity has been confirmed by the common man. I am merely the instrument of fate." His steps now possessed a feverish energy, a purpose that had been lacking for months. His mind, now free from the paralyzing guilt of questioning the why, focused entirely on the how. He realized he needed to assess the situation at the pawnbroker's house one last decisive time. He walked back towards her tenement but chose a convoluted, seemingly senseless route, a desperate, unconscious attempt to confuse his own tracks, perhaps even to confuse the unseen forces he felt were watching him. It was during this detour that he stumbled upon the second, even more decisive sign. As he was passing a hay market, he noticed a young man, a porter, carrying a load of wood. The porter was conversing with a woman. Raskolnikov paid no attention until he distinctly heard the woman mention a name: Lizaveta Ivanovna. Lizaveta was the pawnbroker's younger half-sister, a meek, simple, almost childlike woman who was constantly bullied and abused by Elena Ivanovna. Raskolnikov knew her vaguely from his previous visits. She was harmless, pitiable, and utterly subservient to her sister. The woman at the market was saying that Lizaveta would be away the following evening, somewhere outside the city, on an errand for a merchant. Raskolnikov paused, his blood running cold. The following evening. Lizaveta, the only unpredictable factor, the only other person ever present in the apartment, would be gone. This was more than a sign, it was a gift of providence, an unforeseen piece of luck that eliminated the greatest risk. It meant the pawnbroker would be alone. It meant the terrible risk of having a second, unplanned murder. The murder of the innocent Lizaveta was gone. The news landed with a profound, terrifying calm. The chaos of the fever and the anxiety of the morning were instantly replaced by a deadly tranquility. "It is settled," he whispered, a smile, thin and terrible, spreading across his face. The smile was not of joy, but of absolute finality. He now had the perfect temporal window, tomorrow evening. He spent the remainder of the day and much of the following morning in a state of suspended animation. He barely ate, barely slept, consumed by the detailed mechanics of his plan. His mind was a hyper-efficient machine, calculating angles, distances, and probabilities. The question of the weapon became paramount. He needed something simple, concealable, and utterly non-traceable. He dismissed knives as too messy, guns as too loud. He needed something silent, blunt, and easily disposed of. His eyes fell upon an old, unused piece of wood, thick and heavy, lying beneath his bed. He tested its weight, its balance. It was adequate but imperfect. Then the true solution presented itself in the form of a forgotten, rusty axe head that belonged to his landlady's cook, lying carelessly in a corner of the deserted kitchen shed he passed daily. The moment he saw the axe, Raskolnikov knew with a certainty bordering on the divine that it was the chosen instrument. It was crude, powerful, and utterly commonplace. That evening, under the deepening twilight, he stole into the shed. The axe head was heavy, and a tremor, not of fear, but of profound, nervous anticipation, ran through his arm as he concealed it beneath his coat. The cold metal pressed against his skin, a stark, brutal reminder of the reality of his intention. He returned to his room, locking the door. The moment of decision was over. The preparations were complete. He sat on his couch, the axe head resting beside him, and felt a strange, detached curiosity about the man he had become. The impoverished student, the theoretical philosopher, had dissolved. All that remained was the will, focused entirely on the act of transgression, the crossing of the line. He waited for the dawn, and the hours seemed to stretch into eternity, each ticking second bringing him closer to his dreadful rendezvous with fate and the old pawnbroker. Part I, Chapter 4, The Irrational Act, the Moment of the Axe and the Collapse of Reason. The day had arrived. It was the afternoon of the following day, the day promised by fate and confirmed by the accidental chatter in the Haymarket. Raskolnikov woke late, his sleep having been a brief, shallow descent into feverish, terrifying visions. The moment he opened his eyes, the cold, hard reality of the axe head resting beside him on the couch struck him with the force of a physical blow. He was no longer dealing with abstract theory. He was dealing with a rusty piece of iron, the instrument of a double murder. A profound and utter weariness settled over him, heavier than the physical fatigue of his illness. He wanted to cancel the plan, to crawl back under his thin blanket and vanish from the face of the earth. The sheer ugliness of the act, the vulgarity of the method, suddenly seemed insurmountable. This is not the act of a Napoleon, a voice whispered in his mind, full of self-contempt. It is the act of a common butcher. But the chilling voice of necessity, the phantom of Dunya's imminent sacrifice, screamed louder. The time had been set. Lizaveta was away. This was the window gifted by Providence. To hesitate now was to condemn his sister. He forced himself to rise. His movements were mechanical, disconnected from any conscious will. He performed the few final preparations with a frightening detachment. He took the axe head, retrieving it stealthily from the deserted kitchen shed again, securing it inside a loop sewn discreetly into the lining of his overcoat, a clumsy, obvious concealment that only served to highlight the utter amateurism of his crime. He dressed in his threadbare, shabby clothes, adjusting the heavy bulge beneath his coat. The pressure of the metal against his side was a constant, icy reminder, a terrible, palpable heartbeat of the impending doom. He left his room at precisely 10 minutes past 7 in the evening. The atmosphere on the streets was as dense and suffocating as the previous day, but Raskolnikov was oblivious. He walked through the thick crowd like an automaton. His internal state was not fear, but a strange, terrifying form of mental blindness. His consciousness had narrowed down to a single hyper-focused point, the next step, the next corner, the correct building. He noticed nothing, yet he absorbed everything. He was a sleepwalker walking a tightrope over an abyss. As he neared the pawnbroker's house, the final stage of his mental breakdown began. A sudden, unexpected fit of laughter seized him. It was a nervous, dry, silent laughter born of the sheer absurdity of the situation. He was about to destroy his soul, all for a philosophical experiment, all for a wretched lump of gold, all for a sister who would despise him for the act. The irony was devastating. He arrived at the gate. The house was exactly as he had left it, ugly, silent, brooding. He climbed the stairs. Every flight was a mountain. The stairs cracked under his weight, the sound amplified 1,000 times in his hypersensitive hearing. He was convinced that every resident on every floor must be listening, waiting. His hands were clammy, his temples throbbing. He reached the 4th floor. The door to Elena Ivanovna's apartment was directly ahead. He paused, summoning the last remnants of his will. He knocked. The sound was feeble, timid, the knock of a beggar, not a revolutionary. The door opened just a crack. The pawnbroker's small, suspicious eyes peered out at him. "Who is it?" Her voice was sharp, distrustful. "It is I, Raskolnikov," he said, forcing his voice to be steady, to sound like the impoverished student she had dismissed days before. "I have come to pawn something else." He had brought a small, useless piece of wood, wrapped in a string, a deliberate deception to get her to open the door fully and turn away to examine the pledge. The logic worked. She opened the door, allowing him entrance, and immediately turned her back, moving toward the window where the light was better. The threshold had been crossed. The moment she turned, the mechanical detachment that had sustained him shattered completely. All planning, all theory, all Napoleonism, everything dissolved into a terrifying, visceral instinct. He reached beneath his coat, his hand fumbling for the axe. The movement was clumsy, agonizingly slow. He pulled the axe head free, the cold metal reflecting the meager light of the room. He lunged. The blow was delivered swiftly, savagely, directly to the crown of her head. There was no sound of resistance, only a dull, crunching thud. The pawnbroker, Elena Ivanovna, sank slowly to the floor without a cry, without a struggle, a terrifying anticlimactic end to a vile life. The blood, hot, thick, and horrifyingly real, immediately began to pool on the floorboards. Raskolnikov stood paralyzed, the bloody axe still gripped in his hand. He stared down at the crumpled body, his senses reeling from the sheer, brutal finality of the act. The abstract concept had become visceral reality, and the reality was a nightmare of blood and horror. He had expected triumph, or at least the cold satisfaction of a successful execution. Instead, he felt only a profound guerre letter one idfm, a monstrous, debilitating nausea that overwhelmed his entire being. He stumbled across the room, his eyes fixed on the puddle of blood expanding on the floor. He needed to act, to search, to secure the funds, but his limbs refused to obey. He was drowning in the psychological shock of his transgression. He finally managed to force himself to the chest of drawers where he knew she kept her keys. His hands trembled violently as he fumbled for the keys hanging around her waist. He found them heavy and cold and managed to unlock the chest. Inside there was a confusing jumble of gold watches, silver trinkets, and petty cash. He snatched a small, heavy purse and shoved some random pieces of jewelry into his pocket, all without looking, his only goal being to flee the presence of the corpse. It was then, in the midst of the chaos and the pooling blood, that he heard a distinct sound from the hall. A light, deliberate footstep. Raskolnikov froze, his blood ran cold, the nausea replaced by a searing bolt of panic. Lizaveta. He had calculated that Lizaveta would be gone. The accidental prophecy had been wrong, or perhaps the errand had been postponed. The greatest risk, the one he thought he had successfully eliminated, had just materialized at the apartment door. The footsteps stopped outside, a moment of agonizing silence. Then a slow, hesitant hand reached out and turned the doorknob. Raskolnikov, driven by a primal, desperate instinct for self-preservation, retreated behind the main door. The axe was still in his hand, sticky and heavy. His mind, completely vacant of thought or theory, was now reduced to a single, terrifying reflex: survival. Lizaveta entered the room. Her eyes, wide and simple, fell immediately upon the sight of her sister's body and the growing pool of blood. She did not scream. She only stood there, mouth open in silent, paralyzed horror. The moment she saw the blood, Raskolnikov surged forward. There was no theory, no thought of extraordinary men, no philosophical justification, only the brutal, mechanical necessity of silencing the witness. The second blow was delivered with the same savage efficiency as the first, an act of sheer, panicked reflex against the innocent, trembling figure of Lizaveta. Two bodies lay on the floor now. The silence that followed was total, broken only by the sound of his own ragged, terrified breathing. Raskolnikov stood amidst the carnage, the blood of two human beings, one vile, one innocent, staining the axe and his clothes. He had crossed the line. He was no longer Raskolnikov, the student. He was the murderer. The terror was absolute. All the cold logic, all the theoretical scaffolding built to justify one crime had collapsed into the bloody reality of two. Part I, Chapter 5, the moment of crisis, a paranoia, and the futile attempt to escape. The silence that followed the second, unplanned blow was the most terrifying sound Raskolnikov had ever known. It was a dense, suffocating silence, broken only by the loud, frantic, and horrifying sound of his own heart pounding against his ribs. A sound so loud he was convinced it must be audible through the walls, through the very floors of the apartment. Two bodies, two lives extinguished. Though the sheer, crushing weight of reality descended upon him, instantly obliterating every shred of his theoretical justification. There was no triumph, no sense of Napoleonic power, only a primal, visceral terror. He forced himself to move, but his limbs were heavy, unresponsive, like those of a man submerged in thick mud. His first instinct was not to secure the treasure, but to cleanse the evidence, to wipe away the monstrous reality of the blood. He noticed the bloodstains on his clothes, on his hands, on the cold, brutal surface of the axe he still held. With a sudden, overwhelming surge of panic, he rushed to the sink, fumbling with the tap, attempting to wash away the sticky, crimson evidence. The water, running weakly, seemed inadequate, mocked his futile efforts. His paranoia, always a lurking presence, now exploded into full-blown delirium. Every shadow was a witness, every distant creak was a footstep on the stairs. He kept peering over his shoulder at the bodies, the withered figure of the old pawnbroker and the simple, gentle form of Lizaveta, each one a silent, damning indictment of his failed philosophy. The money, a cold voice of necessity, finally cut through the panic. I must take the money and leave. He forced himself back to the chest of drawers. His mind was too fragmented to search properly. He merely snatched a small, heavy wooden box from beneath a pile of old clothes, convinced it contained the pawnbroker's main hoard. He shoved it into his pocket, along with the few pieces of random jewelry he had grabbed earlier, their value entirely unknown and irrelevant in his current state of terror. The entire process of the search was clumsy, rushed, and utterly inefficient. Though the philosophical murderer was an abject failure as a common thief, he left behind huge sums of money, completely blinded by his frantic need for escape. As he turned to flee, his gaze fell upon the unlocked door of the apartment. He realized with a jolt that sent icy shivers down his spine that he had not secured the premises during the act. Anyone could walk in. He moved towards the door, his hand reaching for the latch. But just as he touched the cold metal, he heard a sound that froze the blood in his veins, voices in the hall, not one pair of footsteps, but two, distinct, loud, and approaching the fourth-floor landing. Raskolnikov retreated silently, pressing himself flat against the wall near the bodies. His mind screamed, "They know they have come for me." The voices belonged to two men. They stopped directly outside the door. They were talking about the pawnbroker. They were her tenants, perhaps, or customers who had come to demand a debt. Then came the chilling, deliberate knock. The knock, knock, knock. The sound was insistent, measured. Raskolnikov stood rigid, clutching the axe head beneath his coat, now covered in a thin towel he had snatched in a moment of panicked foresight. The silence in the room stretched, agonizing and eternal. The men in the hall waited. One of the men, a younger, impatient voice, spoke. "She must be home, I saw the light." The other, older, more composed, "Perhaps she is asleep or has gone out. Let us try again." A second series of knocks, louder this time, more demanding. Raskolnikov's internal world dissolved into a pure, concentrated fear of detection. His heart threatened to burst from his chest. He was trapped. The exit was blocked. The consequences of his failed extraordinary act were materializing in the form of two ordinary, insistent men standing 4 inches away from the carnage he had wrought. He needed a plan, but his mind was blank, a shattered vessel. His only thought was hide. He noticed a small, unused storeroom, barely visible in the deepening gloom of the hallway, directly opposite the pawnbroker's door. A final, desperate spark of instinct flared. He heard the men beginning to leave, muttering about returning later. "Let's go, it's getting late," the older man said. And as their footsteps receded down the first flight of stairs, Raskolnikov seized the fleeting opportunity. He darted out of the murder room, across the hallway, and slipped silently into the storeroom. It was filled with old furniture and junk, the perfect place for a desperate concealment. He closed the door of the storeroom just as the sound of the receding footsteps vanished into the lower part of the building. He leaned against the wooden wall, gasping for breath, the small wooden box of stolen goods digging painfully into his ribs. He was safe momentarily, but he was trapped in a tiny, dark space directly opposite the scene of his crime. Then the true horror struck. The footsteps returned. The men had not left. They had only gone down one flight, perhaps to confer, or perhaps to simply wait for the pawnbroker to emerge. Now they were back, their footsteps heavier, more deliberate. They returned to the apartment door. "She is definitely here," the younger voice said, louder now, laced with suspicion. "I hear something inside. Let's force the lock." They began to rattle the doorknob, testing the strength of the lock. The sound was deafening to Raskolnikov, trapped in his dark hiding place. He knew they were merely frustrated tenants, but in his mind they were agents of inevitable justice. His paranoia reached a fever pitch. He was convinced they knew he was in the storeroom, that they were playing a cruel game, waiting for him to break. He stood frozen, the axe head a useless, monstrous burden, his grand theories reduced to the animal instinct of a cornered rat. Suddenly a new sound, a loud crash. The men, frustrated by the locked door, had kicked it or forced it with an object. The lock snapped and the door to the apartment burst open. The two men entered the room of the double murder. A moment of absolute silence from within the apartment, then two synchronized, guttural shouts of horror and revulsion ripped through the silence of the building. "My God, they've been murdered! Call the police, hurry!" The voices, now frantic and hysterical, began to rush about inside the apartment. Raskolnikov knew his brief window of opportunity was closing fast. The alarm had been raised. The entire building would soon be filled with people, with police, with the crushing reality of his act. He had to leave now. The noise of the two men, one frantically rushing to the window, the other stumbling down the stairs to raise the alarm, gave him his final, desperate opening. He pushed the door of the storeroom open, slipped out into the hallway, and ran. He did not run like a man escaping. He ran like a shadow fleeing the light, his body propelled by a pure, unadulterated terror of detection. He flew down the 4 flights of creaking, ancient stairs, down towards the only certainty left to him, the anonymity of the street. Part I, Chapter 6, The Fever of Guilt, the Futile Cleansing, and the Spectre of Punishment. Raskolnikov did not run. He flew down the 4 flights of stairs, propelled by a primal, terrifying urge to escape the sounds of shouting and the inevitable arrival of the police. He burst through the street door and found himself staggering onto the pavement, blinded by the fading twilight and the sudden realization that he was once again among the living, among the unaware masses who possessed souls he had just brutally discarded. His consciousness, already frayed, registered the sheer impossibility of his situation. He was carrying the axe head, stained with the blood of 2 human beings, beneath his coat. He had the heavy, stolen loot, the wooden box and the few trinkets digging into his pockets. He was a walking embodiment of the crime, and every face he passed was a potential accuser. He walked quickly, frantically, driven by a single desperate need: disposal. The axe was the most immediate danger, the most damning piece of physical evidence. His first instinct, rooted in the cold logic of the planning phase, was to return it to the kitchen shed at his own lodgings. The risk was enormous, yet the familiarity of the place, the simple desire for the restoration of order, drew him like a magnet. He reached his tenement. Though the entrance was deserted, shrouded in the customary darkness and stench. He crept to the shed, his heart hammering against his ribs, convinced that the sound of the axe scraping against the wood of his coat lining was a colossal roar. He fumbled, finally managing to return the axe to its place beneath the woodpile, his hands shaking so violently he almost dropped it. Though the relief was momentary, instantly replaced by the terrifying realization of the next, more personal danger, the bloodstains on his clothes. He rushed back to his room, the familiar, filthy cupboard that was now both his sanctuary and his prison. He locked the door, leaning his full weight against it, gasping for air. The fever, which had been a low simmer, now flared into a roaring inferno, distorting his perceptions. His first act was a frantic, meticulous, yet utterly ineffective cleansing ritual. He tore off his coat and discovered a large, conspicuous smear of blood on the lining of the armpit, the area he had designed to conceal the axe. He stared at it, the red mark seeming to grow and pulsate in the dim light, a tangible representation of his guilt. He took off the rest of his clothes, meticulously examining every inch of fabric for further stains. His hands were sticky. He washed them repeatedly, scrubbing the skin raw, his psychological torment finding physical release in the act of cleansing. But the more he washed, the more pervasive the stain of the act felt. He could never wash away the sight of Lizaveta's simple, horrified face. His attention then turned to the stolen objects, the wooden box and the small trinkets. He emptied his pockets onto the table. He stared at the contents, the physical manifestation of his theoretical justification. They were not objects of triumphant power. They were ugly, heavy, and utterly meaningless in the face of what he had done. He felt an intense, overwhelming urge to destroy them, to erase their existence. He considered throwing them out the window, but the noise of them hitting the street would draw attention. He considered burying them, but where? The city, in his paranoid state, felt like a single giant eye watching his every move. Finally, he settled on the most bizarre, most desperate solution: concealment within his own room. He searched frantically, settling on a spot beneath a loose piece of plaster and wallpaper in a remote corner of his room. He tore away the paper, creating a small, hidden cavity. He stuffed the wooden box, the trinkets, and the bloody handkerchief he had used to wipe his hands into this crude hiding place, sealing it again with the plaster and paper. The objects were now hidden, yet their presence, their tangible reality, felt more menacing than when they were in his pocket. They were buried within the very fabric of his sanctuary, turning his small room into a crypt of guilt. The entire ritual, the disposal of the axe, the cleaning of his clothes, the hiding of the loot, had taken less than an hour, but it felt like an eternity. He collapsed onto his couch, shivering violently despite the oppressive heat. The fever broke upon him. It was not merely a physical illness, it was a psychological collapse. His mind, unable to process the enormity of his transgression, retreated into delirium. He drifted in and out of consciousness, his dreams filled with fragmented images, the metallic gleam of the axe, the sound of the crunching blow, the silent, terrifying gaze of Lizaveta. He was plagued by a singular, paralyzing fear that he had forgotten something, a small detail, a drop of blood left on a shoe, a piece of the unwrapped pledge. This fear was the first true manifestation of his punishment, the perpetual, maddening anxiety of the inevitable exposure. He lay there for the next day, barely moving, barely aware of the passage of time. The external world occasionally pierced his delirium, the booming voice of his landlady in the hall, the sounds of everyday life continuing without him, a continuation that felt like a deliberate, cruel mockery. He knew he should be preparing his defense, creating an alibi, but his will was shattered. The self-proclaimed Napoleon was now a whimpering invalid, utterly at the mercy of his own broken psyche. The only thing that kept him tethered to the external world was the terrifying knowledge that the world knew. Though the news of the double murder must be spreading through the city, and soon the invisible threads of investigation would begin to converge on his miserable room. He waited, trapped in the suffocating silence of his guilt, not for recovery, but for the sound of the knock on the door. The sound that would signify the final, brutal end of his extraordinary idea. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 EDD I. Toizin L letter 1 ED7 I Vida Kong Kung C letter 1 EA5P B letter 1 EA3N T I letter 1 EBF NG Anangay Trong L letter 1 EA7N PH letter 1 EA3N H letter 1 ED3 IT R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC S letter 1 EF1 T letter 1 EADP Trung Vao V I letter 1 EC7 C Mo T letter 1 EA3 Tam Lai Da Lam Toi Quern M letter 1 EA5 T Yeru C letter 1 EA7 U V letter 1 EC1 Ngan NG letter 1 EF D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I de la Fiern B letter 1 EA3N T I letter 1 EBF NG and C letter 1 AI7 A Chuang 7 Crime and Punishment D stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EI3 CV I letter 1 EBF T Theo Dung CH I letter 1 EBF NL letter 1 B0 letter 1 EI3 CSSML NG letter 1 EA7M VAD stroke letter 1 ED9 Di M letter 1 E5 C Tieru 2.5 T letter 1 IB Rewritten script Chapter 7 Original novel Crime and Punishment An original author Fyodor Dostoevsky. In chapter title, Part I, Chapter 7, The First Shock, The Summons and the Strange Feeling of Rebirth. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 17,500 words. Part I, Chapter 7, The First Shock, The Summons and the Strange Feeling of Rebirth. Raskolnikov had spent 2 entire days drifting in the clutches of a savage, relentless fever. 2 days where time ceased to function, replaced only by a brutal chaos of terrifying nightmares, fragmented images of blood, and the haunting, perpetual sound of a doorbell that would not stop ringing. He had almost entirely forgotten the external world, confining himself to a state of delirium and total despair. A state where he was no longer the master of his own destiny, but merely an object consumed by sickness and the weight of his guilt. On the morning of the 3rd day, the fever began its slow, agonizing retreat, leaving behind an utterly exhausted body and a mind that was frighteningly, brutally lucid. He was conscious again, but this consciousness brought no peace. It delivered only naked, crippling despair. He could not believe he had survived the illness. He had secretly hoped for death, wished for it as a definitive release from the internal sentence he had imposed upon himself. He looked around the room. Everything was as before, dirty, impoverished, suffocatingly small. But now the room held a new, sinister significance, a disguised crypt where the evidence of a ghastly crime lay hidden. Everything was suspect. Every mundane object could now serve as a silent, damning accuser. And suddenly, slicing through the heavy silence, came a distinct knock at the door. It was not the timid, hesitant knock of his landlady, nor the noisy, casual rap of a fellow student. It was a firm, official knock, carrying an air of unmistakable authority. Raskolnikov sprang upright. Every trace of fever and fatigue vanished instantly. A hypervigilance replaced all other emotions. He knew with a terrifying certainty that it was them. Punishment had arrived not in the form of an avenging angel, but in the shape of a cold, bureaucratic notification. He did not open the door immediately. He listened, his breath held tight in his chest. "Who is there?" His voice was dry, almost unrecognizable. A loud, firm voice responded from the other side. "Police! A summons for the student Raskolnikov. Open up." "Oh, a summons." The society's first formal invitation for him to engage in the terrifying cat-and-mouse game. A strange, illogical sensation surged through Raskolnikov's heart. It was not fear, but a morbid thrill of excitement. He had been waiting for this event. It was the confirmation of his new role in the world, the role of the hunted transgressor. The agonizing wait was over. He opened the door. Standing there were a small, heavily bearded police officer and a stern-looking doorman, both regarding him with a blend of curiosity and suspicion. The officer handed him a piece of paper. "This is a summons. You are required to attend the police station immediately," the officer stated, his tone purely procedural. Raskolnikov took the slip of paper. It was a common official form, yet it felt like the first page of his indictment. He tried to read it, but his mind could not grasp the specific content. He only retained one single crucial line, required to appear for questioning concerning a matter of debt. It was not the crime. It was debt. This sudden, unexpected reprieve triggered a violent contrary reaction. He had braced himself for execution, only to receive a tedious reminder of the trivial concerns of his student life. His entire grand plan, the whole monstrous crime, seemed diminished, reduced to an insignificant administrative nuisance. The sheer irony caused a wave of profound nausea. I will go immediately," Raskolnikov managed to stammer out, his voice shaking inexplicably. The officer and the doorman departed. He closed the door, leaned against it, and a dry, silent spasm of laughter choked him. "They summon me for a debt they know nothing." Oh, he dressed quickly. He tried to check his appearance in the sliver of a broken mirror, but the grime and fog prevented him from seeing his face clearly. He decided not to change his clothes. His shabby attire was the best disguise. It was the armor of poverty and insignificance. As he prepared, a wild, insane impulse flashed through his mind. Confession, why not? He could stride into the police station, throw the summons down, and scream, "I am the murderer. I killed the pawnbroker and her sister." Though the thought brought with it a near-ecstatic thrill. It would be a final, extraordinary act consistent with his Napoleonic theory, an act of absolute contempt for conventional laws. But then a physical obstacle intervened. He was too weak. His body betrayed his will. The fever had not entirely subsided, and the nervous collapse had drained all his strength. He realized that to confess in this state would not be a heroic defiance, but a shameful, pathetic breakdown of a madman. He was forced to act the role. He was compelled to face the world as if he were still only Raskolnikov, the poor student. He walked to the police station, which was not far. Every step was a conscious, agonizing effort. The streets were crowded, noisy, yet he felt himself walking in a parallel dimension, a space occupied only by him and the two phantoms of his victims. As he entered the police station, all his senses became hyperacute. He registered the smell of old tobacco smoke, the stale odor of lamp oil, the rustling of paper, and the frantic scratching of pens. All were signs of authority, of the punitive machinery he had dared to despise and challenge. He was led into the sub-lieutenant's office belonging to Zamyatov. The sub-lieutenant, a young, plump man with sharp eyes, sat behind a large, cluttered desk. He regarded Raskolnikov with an air of complete indifference, his focus entirely on the papers before him. That indifference was another shock. It almost made Raskolnikov laugh again. He was a murderer, a cosmic transgressor, but to them he was merely an anonymous debtor. The procedure began. It concerned his outstanding rent and a pointless administrative detail. But as the sub-lieutenant spoke, a sound from the adjacent room jolted Raskolnikov to his core. It was loud conversation, fragmented, terrifying words, blood, the bodies, the axe. They were talking about the murder case, the very crime he had committed. At that moment, Raskolnikov ceased to be a debtor. He became the focal point of all attention, even though only he was aware of it. The fever and paranoia returned with devastating force. His head swam, a terrible heat rushed up his back. He had to suppress his collapse. He had to answer the trivial questions about debt while his mind was consumed by the horrifying keywords echoing from the next room. He answered clumsily, distractedly. He completely forgot the true reason for his summons and instead began to speak nonsense, utterances that were effectively a desperate justification for his murder, but framed in the language of financial woe. Zamyatov, the sub-lieutenant, looked at him with a rising suspicion. Raskolnikov knew he had failed the acting test. His pale, twitching face, his contradictory statements, also screamed the presence of a terrible secret. Finally, the officer indicated that he should sign the protocol. Raskolnikov stood up. He signed his name, but the signature was a meaningless scrawl. He felt himself on the verge of collapse. The final shock came as he was leaving the room. He bumped into someone and the summons paper fell to the floor. As he bent down to pick it up, the fever completely won. He collapsed. He did not merely faint like an exhausted student, but collapsed like a sinner exposed. This moment of physical failure was also the moment when the suspicion of Zamyatov and the others was irrevocably cemented. Raskolnikov was helped out half-conscious. He was escorted out of the police station, but he knew that the line of safety no longer existed. He had officially entered the sphere of the justice system, not because of the crime itself, but because of his own bizarre reaction to a piece of administrative trivia. He stumbled onto the street, unsure of where he was going. He had escaped the police station, yet he had effectively confessed to Zamyatov through his own breakdown, and in his delirium a crazy thought flashed: I did it, I survived. He had faced authority, and he had not been caught. This escape, however pathological, brought with it a strange sense of rebirth, a confirmation that he could endure, that the Napoleonic theory still held a desperate chance. Part I, Chapter 8, The Flight from the Light, the encounter with Marmaladov and the crisis on the bridge. Raskolnikov emerged from the police station in a state of semi-consciousness, his body still racked by the residual fever. His collapse in Zamyatov's office was not merely a physical incident, it was a breakdown of the will, a silent admission that he could not sustain the role of the transgressor. He had escaped physical custody, but he had imprisoned himself within a new cold cage of suspicion. He stumbled blindly, without purpose or direction. He desperately needed to hide, to dissolve into the anonymity of the crowd, yet simultaneously he felt a frantic urge to expose himself. He detested the very act of concealment. He wanted the world to know so that punishment might finally arrive and terminate this unbearable internal torture. His fever surged again, warping the world around him, making everything feel surreal and menacing. Every face seemed to stare at him. Every distant sound was an accusation. He traversed the market, the noisy taverns, where the familiar, putrid smells of daily St. Petersburg life were amplified, becoming thick and nauseating. Suddenly, a voice sliced through his delirium. "Rodion Romanovich, is that really you? You reappear." Raskolnikov froze, his mind spinning. The voice belonged to someone he knew, a person whose sheer misery had once factored into his own theories, a typical victim of the social injustice he had sworn to rectify. It was Marmaladov, a drunken former official, whom Raskolnikov had met previously in a squalid tavern. Marmaladov was the epitome of self-destruction and passive wretchedness, a man whose existence had served as one of the many cold, intellectual arguments for Raskolnikov's violent action. Marmaladov, utterly intoxicated, tried to embrace Raskolnikov clumsily. "Where have you been? Are you ill? You look frightful." Raskolnikov in that moment could not tolerate anyone's proximity. Marmaladov, with his heavy scent of cheap vodka, his absolute irredeemable misery, was a terrifying mirror image of the futility of his own struggle. Marmaladov represented the very burden Raskolnikov had murdered to alleviate, yet the burden remained, unchanged, hauntingly persistent. He pushed Marmaladov away. "Keep your distance, I have no time for you." This sudden cruelty was an act of self-preservation more than contempt. Raskolnikov needed to maintain his isolation. Any genuine emotional connection threatened to dismantle the fragile barrier separating him from public confession. Marmaladov, undeterred, launched into a pathetic monologue about his family's woes, about his elder daughter, Sonya, who had been forced to prostitute herself to save the rest of the family from starvation. This narrative, which Raskolnikov had heard before, now struck him with new, terrifying clarity. This is why Dunya is about to marry. This is why Marmaladov must drink. This is why the old pawnbroker had to die. Everything reverted to the same suffocating cycle of poverty and profound sacrifice. Raskolnikov's crime had changed nothing. It had merely added another layer of horror to the universal suffering. He ran away. He could not listen further. He continued walking until he reached the St. Petersburg Bridge spanning the Neva River. Standing in the middle of the bridge, where the cool, rushing air and the sound of the fast-flowing water offered a sharp contrast to the heat and stench of the inner city, Raskolnikov felt a bizarre sense of calm. Though the Neva, vast and turbulent, represented infinity and oblivion, his fever piked again. He felt himself standing on a boundary, not just between land and water, but between life and death, between reason and madness. He suddenly remembered the wallet, the small leather purse he had snatched from the pawnbroker's pocket. He had secreted it away in his trouser pocket, forgetting about it entirely in the panic of hiding the heavy wooden box. He pulled the wallet out. It was weighty, filled with old paper money and coins. This was the reward for his action. This was Dunya's salvation. This was the price of 2 human souls. He opened the wallet. It contained about 30 rubles, a significant sum for a poor student, but tragically small and pathetic when weighed against the value of 2 lives. The utter inadequacy of the sum delivered the final shock to his entire theory. If he had murdered for a magnificent treasure, perhaps the horror would be easier to rationalize. But murder for this paltry amount. It was an insult to his intellect. "It is not worth it," he whispered, his voice almost carried away by the wind. "It is not worth even half of the crime." A fierce repulsion for the money surged within him. He could not keep it. It was a physical threat, an unbearable evidence of his own humiliation. He squeezed the wallet tightly in his hand. A reckless thought flashed: throw it into the river. Let the Neva swallow the evidence, swallow the judgment. But just as he raised his hand, another thought arrested the action: the money. It was his tool. It was Dunya's potential salvation. However much he despised it, it was the necessary consequence of his act, and he was responsible for its disposal. He stood on the bridge for a long time, wrestling. The struggle was no longer about the crime itself, but about its existence, whether he could accept the aftermath of his transgression. In the end, he did not throw the wallet into the river. Instead, in a sudden, absurd act of impulse, he went down a desolate side street and flung the wallet into the window of a dilapidated ruin, a place where he knew a pauper would undoubtedly find it. This was not charity. It was an attempt to transfer the burden. He had disposed of the evidence, yet simultaneously forced another, unknown person to bear the shadow of this accursed property. After throwing the wallet, an absolute void consumed him. He had purged the last piece of physical evidence. He had escaped the police station. He had not died from the fever, but the punishment had begun. No one pursued him, no one arrested him. The punishment was this very freedom, the freedom to wander the city, eternally confined within the walls of his own disintegrating mind. He was no longer Raskolnikov the student, he was a pariah awaiting the judgment that would come from within. He returned to his room, but this time he was not merely sick. He was the crime personified, waiting for the next psychological storm. Part II, Chapter 1, Isolation Breached, Delirium, Razumikhin, and the Refusal of Evidence. Raskolnikov entered his room, locking and bolting the door. Immediately he felt like a sinking ship. The shock of the summons and his collapse at the police station had consumed the last vestiges of his energy. He was no longer the arrogant murderer, he was merely a dying patient. He stripped off his clothes, tossing them onto the floor. He no longer cared about hiding or cleaning. Everything seemed utterly meaningless. He pulled the blanket over himself and plunged into a deep, chaotic sleep, a sleep not for rest but for escape from terrifying wakefulness. This sleep was merely a continuation of his fever. He was tormented by brutal nightmares. He saw himself back at the old pawnbroker's apartment, but instead of killing her, he kept striking the axe down upon her head without causing any injury. The old woman sat there, snickering with cold contempt, and the entire room filled with the mocking laughter of a vast crowd. It was the laughter of the world, ridiculing his impotence and his monumental folly. He awoke totally disoriented. He did not know how long he had slept. The room had been dark, then light, then dark again. He had been asleep for 4 days and 4 nights. His illness had become critical. He was racked by delirium, muttering nonsense, occasionally shouting self-incriminating phrases. He had entirely lost control over his voice and actions, a true nightmare for a man who worshipped willpower. While he lay submerged in the depths of his sickness, his door was finally forced open. The first person to enter was Nastasia, the landlady's maid, the only one who had taken the trouble to look after him during his illness. She was a simple, coarse woman, yet possessed of a quiet, unbidden kindness. She brought water, soup, and her presence was a stark reminder of the human connections he had violently severed. Immediately after Nastasia, an entirely different figure burst in, Dmitri Prokofyevich Razumikhin, Raskolnikov's only true friend. Razumikhin was Raskolnikov's antithesis. Strong, vibrant, practical, and overflowing with simple goodness. He was a man of action, eternally optimistic and ready to confront any difficulty without resorting to grand, murderous theories. Razumikhin had heard news of Raskolnikov's illness and rushed over immediately. His presence brought a powerful surge of vitality into the oppressive, deathly air of the room. "Rodka, you utter idiot! What the devil have you done to yourself?" Razumikhin exclaimed, his voice filled with warm reproach. Razumikhin had not come merely to visit. He arrived with solutions to Raskolnikov's problems. He had auctioned off some of Raskolnikov's books and used the money, along with a small contribution from mutual friends, to pay off debts, buy medicine, and even procure a clean change of clothes for Raskolnikov. This sheer generosity and unspoken intervention caused a terrifying wave of shame in Raskolnikov. He, the self-proclaimed Superman who was meant to transcend moral limits to achieve great good, was being rescued by the simple decency of a friend. Raskolnikov, oscillating between delirium and lucidity, could only stare at Razumikhin. He felt utterly exposed. He was unworthy of this kindness. The question of guilt. While Razumikhin and Nastasia were tending to him, Raskolnikov's paranoia reached a zenith. He remembered the physical evidence hidden in the hole in the wall. He tried to signal Razumikhin to leave, muttering incoherently, "Leave me alone, don't look at me, you're not a doctor, go away." Razumikhin merely laughed it off, attributing it to the ramblings of a sick man. "Be quiet, you fool, I'm your doctor now." A physician, an old acquaintance, had also been brought by Razumikhin. They examined Raskolnikov and confirmed he was suffering from a severe nervous collapse due to exhaustion and starvation. His illness was deemed psychological, not infectious. In a rare moment of clarity, Raskolnikov grabbed Razumikhin's collar and asked clearly, Did you hear about? He could not finish the sentence. Razumikhin, mistaking his stuttering for feverish worry, replied, "Hear about what? About your debts and being hauled off? Yes, I heard all about it, you rogue, don't worry, I've sorted it out. You're a slave." This misunderstanding was yet another fortunate shield. However, Raskolnikov's focus quickly shifted to his old overcoat, the garment he had worn during the crime. He saw it lying in the corner and he had to inspect it. He bolted upright from the bed in a fit of panic, trying to crawl toward the coat. The coat. My coat must hide it. Nastasia and Razumikhin restrained him. Razumikhin examined the coat. Hide what? This rag of a coat. Then Razumikhin found Raskolnikov's trousers pocket. Nastasia had cleaned them, but Razumikhin noticed the pocket was strangely torn and disturbed. "What is this?" Razumikhin muttered. "You've torn it up. You must have been hiding something important here." Razumikhin noticed a small, cut-out piece of pocket lining and began poking at the section of the wall where Raskolnikov had hidden the evidence. In that instant, Raskolnikov experienced absolute, paralyzing terror. The game was up. He was about to be exposed. But Razumikhin, finding nothing, laughed loudly. "Just a dirty wall. What on earth were you hiding here?" Razumikhin then casually tossed Raskolnikov's old coat out of the room, declaring that it needed to be burned and that he had bought Raskolnikov a new one. This carefree action had inadvertently destroyed a crucial piece of physical evidence. Raskolnikov gasped with relief. He had been saved from exposure by the innocence of his friend. This salvation brought no peace, it only brought a deeper, more agonizing self-loathing. He was being forced to accept charity and help from the very world he had claimed to transcend. Though the isolation he needed to guard his secret had been breached, he was trapped. The true punishment was not the handcuffs, but the unearned kindness he received, compelling him to live and carry the burden of his guilt. Part II, Chapter 2, The Intrusion of the Practical, Luzhin's Malice and the Battle for Sanity. Raskolnikov lay motionless, enveloped in the heavy warmth of his blankets, ostensibly protected by the presence of his loud, capable friend Razumikhin. Yet he felt more profoundly exposed than ever. Razumikhin's relentless kindness and practicality were not a shield. They were a spotlight, illuminating the dark, festering secret that resided beneath the plaster of the wall and within the deep recesses of his fractured soul. He listened to the mundane sounds of life returning to his room, Nastasia clattering dishes, Razumikhin pacing and lecturing, and this normalcy was the most exquisite form of torture. Though the world continued its pointless rotation, indifferent to the apocalyptic breach he had created, he managed a single, coherent question driven by the lingering threads of his paranoia. Did they speak of me at the station? Was anything specific said about the apartment? Razumikhin stopped pacing and looked down at his friend with genuine concern. There you go again. It was about your debt, Rodka, nothing else. And yes, they did ask after you, but only because Zamyatov was there and he's been gossiping about the old woman who was killed. Everyone is talking about it. Why does that worry you so? The casual mention of Zamyatov, the sub-lieutenant who had witnessed his collapse, and the clear implication that the murder was now public knowledge, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through Raskolnikov. His face remained pale, but his eyes narrowed, focusing intently on his friend. "Killed? Tell me everything," Raskolnikov demanded, his voice low, controlled, and intensely curious. This sudden intellectual hunger, replacing his earlier terror, was the first sign of his mind reasserting its dominance, attempting to process the horror through the filter of analysis. Razumikhin, delighted to have a captive audience, launched into a verbose, detailed account of the murder, recounting the bizarre circumstances. The two men arriving, the forced entry, the horror of the double crime. He spoke with the animated relish of a true St. Petersburg intellectual encountering a sensational event. Raskolnikov listened not as a guilty man, but as a philosopher studying an experiment. He was searching for the flaws in his execution, the points where his extraordinary idea had failed to account for contingency. He noted that the men were tenants, that the door was forced. He noted with grim satisfaction that the police seemed to be chasing shadows. "The money," Raskolnikov whispered, "did they take much?" "Ah, the money," Razumikhin exclaimed, leaning in confidentially. "They say virtually nothing. A few items, perhaps, but the bulk was untouched. That's the bizarre part. It must have been a novice, Rodka, a complete amateur, or perhaps the killer was disturbed during the search. They say the old woman's sister was only killed because she walked in at the wrong moment. And pure bad luck. And pure bad luck." The phrase echoed in Raskolnikov's mind, a cynical affirmation of the chaotic nature of the universe. It was not a flaw in his theory that defeated him, it was chance. Just as the conversation reached its peak intensity, a sharp, authoritative knock sounded at the door. Razumikhin, annoyed at the interruption, threw open the door. Standing there was a figure of impeccable, if slightly provincial, propriety, Fyodor Petrovich Luzhin. Luzhin, Dunya's intended fiancé, was an embodiment of the self-satisfied, emerging class of materialistic pragmatists. He was impeccably dressed, his attire signaling prosperity, authority, and an almost clinical precision. He looked down upon the squalor of Raskolnikov's room with unconcealed disdain. He had come to visit Raskolnikov not out of care, but out of a calculated, vindictive malice. Luzhin's impending marriage to Dunya was conditional on Raskolnikov remaining a distant, failed figure. Luzhin saw Raskolnikov as a threat to his carefully constructed social order. "I trust I am not intruding upon a scene of indisposition," Luzhin stated, his voice smooth, oily, and dripping with polite superiority. Raskolnikov, suddenly faced with the man who symbolized the very moral compromise he had sought to avoid through murder, felt a terrifying return of his strength. The fever seemed to recoil before the intense, visceral hatred he felt for Luzhin. "You are intruding," Raskolnikov articulated clearly, sitting up, his eyes burning with an almost supernatural intensity. "I am ill, I do not wish to see you." Luzhin ignored him, turning his attention to Razumikhin. He began to subtly plant seeds of suspicion about Raskolnikov's character, citing the large sums of money Raskolnikov had supposedly given to Marmaladov's family, a purely charitable act, but one Luzhin painted as a reckless spendthrift tendency indicative of moral instability. Luzhin's intent was clear: to establish Raskolnikov's unreliability before his sister and mother arrived in the city. Razumikhin, ever the loyal and passionate defender, immediately saw through the fiancé's pretense. "What are you doing here, sir? To visit a sick man or to spread slander about him?" "The slander," Luzhin lifted an eyebrow affecting injured dignity. "I merely state facts concerning the imprudence of this young gentleman. Facts that may be relevant to my future sister-in-law." The argument escalated rapidly. Razumikhin, driven by his pure affection for Raskolnikov, fiercely defended his friend, denouncing Luzhin's cold, calculated philosophy of rational self-interest. The very philosophy that ironically paralleled Raskolnikov's own theoretical motivation for murder, but applied to the mundane world of finance and marriage. Raskolnikov watched the confrontation with a strange sense of detachment, like a judge observing a trial. He saw his own failed theory, the idea that extraordinary men can dictate moral terms, being mocked by the ordinary repugnant ambition of Luzhin. "You speak of money and utility," Raskolnikov interrupted, his voice cutting through Razumikhin's shouts. "You would marry my sister to save yourself money, not out of love. You believe in the maxim that everything is permitted if it serves self-interest. You are, in your own way, an extraordinary man of the most contemptible kind." Luzhin, startled by the depth and vitriol of the attack, felt his composure cracking. He had expected a sickly, subservient student. He faced an articulate, terrifying prophet. "Your illness clearly affects your reason, young man," Luzhin snapped, regaining some control. "But let me assure you, I have no intention of debating philosophy with an invalid. I only wished to express my concern." He turned to leave, but not before delivering a final, calculated blow. "I hear they have caught a suspect in the murder of the pawnbroker," Luzhin announced, turning back to see Raskolnikov's reaction. "A painter, I believe. An innocent man, of course, but the police are satisfied." This was a calculated lie, designed to unnerve Raskolnikov and assess his guilt. Raskolnikov remained motionless. The news of a false arrest, the idea that his crime was already being projected onto a random scapegoat, was almost too much to bear. It complicated his already tangled moral landscape. It was the final betrayal of his theory. Not only was his act meaningless, but its consequences were already corrupting the innocent. "Lies," Raskolnikov stated, his voice steady, his eyes locked on Luzhin's. "You are lying. They have caught no one, but they know who they seek." Luzhin, unnerved by the intensity and the accuracy of the denial, quickly departed, slamming the door. The confrontation left Raskolnikov exhausted, yet strangely revitalized. He had faced the mundane evil of Luzhin, and for a moment he had felt strong. The hatred had momentarily burned away the guilt. But the news of the false arrest, the possibility of an innocent man suffering for his act, returned the crushing weight of his transgression. "He lies," Raskolnikov gasped, falling back onto his pillow. Go to him, Razumikhin, find out the truth about this arrest." "I must know." Razumikhin, confused and alarmed by the intensity of his friend's reaction, but loyal to the core, rushed out to obey. Raskolnikov was left alone again in the suffocating silence of his guilt, with the terrifying knowledge that his crime had just been discussed by three men: the loyal friend, the hypocritical enemy, and himself, the murderer, all within the narrow confines of his cramped, fever-stricken room. TUY letter 1EC7 TV letter 1EDDI. Chungta S letter 1EBD TI letter 1EBF. PT letter 1E5C, D-stroke letter 1A9, Y Raskolnikov Vau Sauhan Trong Khan Mer S letter 1EA3NG. Kai Razumikhin, TR letter 1EDF, V letter 1EC1, V letter 1ADB, I Thang Tin Quan, TR letter 1ECDNG. D letter 1B0, letter 1EDB, I De La Chuang 11, C letter 1E7, A K letter 1ECBCH, B letter 1EA3N, Crime and Punishment. T letter 1EADP, Trung Vau, VI letter 1EC7, C Zoc, NH letter 1EADN, V letter 1E5, B letter 1EAFTG, I letter 1EAF, GI letter 1EA3, VAS letter 1EF1, XU letter 1EA5, TH, I letter 1EC7, NC letter 1EA7, a Zamyatov. TH, I letter 1EBF, T, L letter 1EADP, CU letter 1ED9, CD stroke letter 1ED1, ID stroke letter 1EA7, U tam lid stroke letter 1EA7, U tiern V letter 1EDB. I co quan TH letter 1EF1C, Thigh fop, LU letter 1EADT. M. Rewritten Script, Chapter 11. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. And chapter title, Part II, Chapter 3, The Confession of the Mind, The False Suspect, and the Duel with Zamyatov. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 27,500 words. Part II, Chapter 3, The Confession of the Mind, The False Suspect, and the Duel with Zamyatov. The silence that Luzhin's departure left behind was not empty. It was filled with the frantic, echoing rhythm of Raskolnikov's own heart. His mind, though physically exhausted, was now terrifyingly alert, galvanized by the double shock of Luzhin's presence and the news of the alleged arrest. He lay on his wretched couch, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, waiting for Razumikhin's return. The waiting was a form of torture. Each passing minute was a brick laid upon the wall of his paranoia. When Razumikhin burst back into the room, he was flushed, animated, and brimming with information. Having spent the time interrogating local officials and gossiping acquaintances, Rodka, you were right. That scoundrel Luzhin was lying. They have not arrested anyone, Razumikhin announced, throwing himself onto a stool. Well, they did arrest someone, but it's a farce, an utter idiocy. Razumikhin detailed the ludicrous story of the so-called suspect. Nikolai, a simple painter and construction worker. Nikolai and his friend Dmitri were workers hired to paint the apartment building where the pawnbroker lived. The day before the murder, they had been drinking and arguing. Nikolai, in a drunken fit of pique, had apparently stolen an earring and a small box from Dmitri, then hid the items under a stone in the courtyard of the very building where the murders took place. And here is the punchline, Rodka, Razumikhin exclaimed, leaning forward. After the murders, the police, in their infinite wisdom, searched the courtyard, found Nikolai's hidden box and earring, and immediately concluded that he was the murderer. It's pure, glorious incompetence. Raskolnikov absorbed the information with a cold, terrifying calm. The news was both a tremendous relief and a deeper moral torment. Relief because he was still free, torment because the net of human folly and injustice had ensnared an innocent man due to a bizarre, unrelated coincidence. His theory of the extraordinary man was now twisted into a monstrous irony. His action, intended to bring justice and benefit, had only resulted in the direct, unjust suffering of a simple, harmless workman. They are torturing him, Raskolnikov whispered, his voice dry. A torture? Of course not, Razumikhin scoffed, misunderstanding the true nature of Raskolnikov's concern. They are grilling him naturally, but the evidence is weak, almost non-existent for the main crime. It's the kind of clumsy, desperate arrest the police make when they have nothing. Raskolnikov slowly sat up. His mind, now free from the immediate fear of capture, turned outward, becoming analytical and dangerously proactive. The philosophical debate he needed to resolve was no longer internal. It needed an external sounding board. Just then the door opened again. It was Zamyatov, the young sub-lieutenant from the police station, accompanied by a friend of Razumikhin's, a student named Zosimov. Zamyatov had come to the building with Zosimov, ostensibly to visit Razumikhin, but his true purpose was unmistakable: to satisfy his burning curiosity about the strange, feverish student who had collapsed in his office. Zamyatov's eyes were sharp, calculating, and his polite demeanor barely concealed his underlying suspicion. The stage was set for the duel of minds, the first direct confrontation between the murderer and the arm of the law. Razumikhin, oblivious to the high stakes, immediately launched into an animated retelling of the murder story for the benefit of the newcomers, emphasizing the absurd incompetence of the police in arresting Nikolai. Raskolnikov listened silently for a time, watching Zamyatov. Though the sub-lieutenant's eyes never truly left Raskolnikov, constantly assessing his reactions, his breathing, the twitch in his hands. And suddenly Raskolnikov intervened, his voice startlingly loud and clear. He spoke with the precision of a man who knew every detail of the crime, yet framed his questions as pure speculation. But if the killer was truly disturbed, Raskolnikov began, looking directly at Zamyatov, why did he not simply take the pledge box, the one under the bed, and leave? Why bother with the insignificant items in the chest of drawers? Zamyatov's eyes widened slightly. The question was too specific, too insightful for a mere student. And this is the true riddle, Raskolnikov continued, leaning in, his face pale and intense. The killer must have left some sign, some obvious flaw. For instance, he could not possibly have remembered to clean the blood from under the brass button on the staircase as he was running down. Or perhaps he forgot that the lock on the apartment door was not forced, only slipped back into place by a nervous amateur. These are the small things that betray a man. He was confessing, not with words, but with a terrifying display of intimate knowledge. He was testing Zamyatov, daring him to connect the dots. The proximity to exposure, the sheer danger of his game, fueled a bizarre, reckless pleasure, a final, fatalistic act of intellectual pride. Zamyatov was speechless. The details Raskolnikov cited were private police information, known only to the investigators and perhaps a few close associates. How do you know all these details? Zamyatov stammered, his suspicion now undeniable, turning his face pale. Raskolnikov smiled, a thin, contemptuous, and utterly chilling smile. I know them because I read the papers, Raskolnikov replied, the lie absurd and transparent. He paused, letting the statement hang in the air, then pressed the attack further, his voice rising in an almost hysterical, theatrical performance. He suddenly launched into a long, detailed exposition of how the crime should have been committed, how the killer should have acted, what he should have worn, how he should have calculated his chances, even dissecting the very psychology of the killer's motives and eventual despair. He spoke with such passion, such knowledge of the criminal mind, that Zamyatov could only stare, horrified, the unspoken accusation hanging between them like a physical force. Razumikhin, still loyal but utterly confused, tried to intervene, urging Raskolnikov to stop his feverish babbling. Rodka, be silent, your illness makes you talk nonsense. But Raskolnikov would not be stopped. He was performing his spiritual confession for the benefit of the state's agent. Finally, utterly exhausted by his own dangerous performance, Raskolnikov fell silent, staring at Zamyatov with eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. Zamyatov, visibly shaken, gathered his wits. He was certain now that Raskolnikov was the man they sought, but he lacked any tangible evidence, only the terrifying intuition of the killer's own self-exposure. He knew he was in the presence of a profound psychological abnormality, a man who was either raving mad or the murderer taunting his pursuers. Though the sub-lieutenant quickly made his excuses and left the room, his face rigid, his mind consumed by the need to report this bizarre, self-incriminating encounter. Raskolnikov had won the duel, escaping without a confession, but he had solidified the official suspicion against him. He fell back onto his pillow, his heart pounding a triumphant yet terrifying rhythm. The game had truly begun. Part II, Chapter 4, The Vow of Power, confronting the fear of disclosure and the call of the streets. The moment Zamyatov's nervous, suspicious figure vanished from the doorway, the strained energy that had sustained Raskolnikov's reckless performance immediately evaporated. He collapsed back onto his pillow, his heart slamming against his ribs like a trapped bird. He was consumed by a torrent of self-contempt mixed with a strange, morbid elation. He had won the round. He had not confessed, yet he had, in essence, confessed everything to the sub-lieutenant, challenging him to prove it. This terrifying duality, the need to be known as the killer versus the necessity of remaining hidden, was the new devastating form of his punishment. He was left alone again, the silence in the room now deafening, heavy with the unsaid accusations of the recent conversation. Razumikhin and Zosimov had gone to procure supplies and confer with the doctor, leaving Raskolnikov to his solitary torment. He began to analyze his performance with cold, philosophical cruelty. Why had he done it? Why had he risked everything, revealing details that only the murderer could possibly know? It was pride. It was the desperate, final assertion of his extraordinary idea. He could not bear the thought of being caught like a common thief, or worse, being overlooked entirely while a simple painter was arrested in his stead. He had to imprint his individuality upon the crime, even if it meant certain exposure. The thought of the stolen objects still hidden beneath the plaster sent a fresh wave of panic through him. They were the physical chain tethering him to the crime. Though the act of hiding them had been childish, futile, he had to dispose of them once and for all. He sprang up, feeling a fleeting surge of feverish strength. He tore away the loose plaster, revealing the cavity. He grabbed the heavy wooden box and the few trinkets he had stuffed inside. He stared at the contents, the gold, the silver, the silent tokens of the 2 lives he had ended. He wanted to smash them, to burn them, to scatter them into the Neva, but the thought of destruction itself seemed pointless. Destruction would not bring the dead back, it would not erase his guilt. He decided that they must simply vanish from his possession immediately and permanently. He stuffed the box and the trinkets into the pockets of the new coat Razumikhin had left for him, a garment clean of blood, but now destined to carry the heavy burden of the loot. He had to get out. The confines of the room, which contained the witness of his illness and the crypt of his guilt, had become unbearable. He needed the anonymity of the streets. He needed to confront the city, to test his freedom against the omnipresent threat of exposure. He stumbled down the stairs. Though the landlady's face, seen briefly in the gloom, seemed filled with suspicion, or perhaps it was merely the reflection of his own fear. He reached the street and began to walk. His steps were erratic, driven by the dual, conflicting impulses that now governed his life. The impulse to confess, a terrifying magnetic pull towards the police station, towards public square, towards shouting his secret and finally attaining the relief of punishment. The impulse to live, a fierce, animalistic urge to survive, to defy the consequences, to prove that his will was indeed stronger than the world's moral laws. He found himself wandering towards the very scenes that had marked his life before the crime. He walked to the tavern where he had first met Marmaladov, the place where his philosophy had begun its ugly translation into action. He needed to touch base with the reality that had driven him to murder. He entered the tavern. The noise, the cheap liquor, the drunken, pathetic humanity, it was all exactly as he remembered. He sat down and ordered a drink, his mind attempting to regain its former cold, analytical clarity. It was in this tavern, trying desperately to recapture the intellectual distance from his crime, that he overheard a crucial piece of conversation. Two men were discussing the case, mentioning the pawnbroker's residence and the bloodstains still visible on the stairwell. Raskolnikov, driven by a perverse need to confirm the severity of his exposure, felt an overwhelming urge to go back to the scene of the crime. This was the height of his mental illness, the ultimate act of self-sabotage. He was drawn back to the apartment, not to hide anything, but to perform a ritualistic confrontation with the physical reality of his deed. He reached the building. The gate was open. He climbed the stairs, his movements no longer cautious but recklessly defiant. The fourth-floor landing was deserted. He paused, looking at the familiar door to the pawnbroker's apartment. He had to check. He had to know if he had left a piece of his soul behind. In a fit of delirious bravery, he actually knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The sound echoed hollowly in the empty landing. He waited, his heart pounding, half hoping for the police to burst out and arrest him, half expecting the pawnbroker's ghost to open the door. No one answered. The apartment was sealed, silent, a tomb. Raskolnikov, satisfied with this bizarre self-test, began to descend the stairs. But as he reached the first landing, he saw two workmen standing there, staring at him with undisguised suspicion. They had witnessed his strange, solitary act of knocking on the sealed door of a murder victim. The sight of the witnesses sent Raskolnikov into a fresh wave of panic. He ran out of the building, racing blindly down the street, convinced he was being pursued. He was not running from the police. He was running from the gaze of humanity, the gaze that would inevitably recognize the killer in the man who knocks on the door of the dead. He found temporary refuge in a back alley, leaning against a damp wall, his lungs burning. The stolen goods, the heavy, accursed wooden box, were still in his new coat. He had to get rid of them. He spotted a construction site nearby, a deep, newly dug pit. In a final, decisive act of self-cleansing, he threw the wooden box, the last, most damning piece of evidence, into the pit, covering it quickly with a small layer of mud and stones. It was done. The crime was now entirely incorporeal, confined solely to the unshakable prison of his own mind. He no longer possessed the physical evidence, the final proof that could connect him to the dead. But the relief was fleeting. He knew that the destruction of the evidence did not mean the destruction of the guilt. The punishment was internal, and it was only just beginning. He walked aimlessly, a sense of terrifying freedom washing over him. He was ready to live or ready to confess. His mind, having shed the physical weight of the loot, felt terrifyingly light, utterly adrift on the chaotic sea of his own making. Part II, Chapter 5. The return of the family, the mother's distress, and the looming shadow of Dunya. Raskolnikov's return to his room was marked by a chilling sense of unreality. Having successfully disposed of the physical evidence, he felt a terrifying lightness, a state less like relief and more like the void that follows a great explosion. The crime was now fully internalized, a terrifying, sentient growth within his own mind, and he could no longer use the pursuit of evidence as a distraction from the sheer weight of his moral ruin. He was exhausted, his body aching, his mind reeling from the successive shocks of the summons, the collapse, the duel with Zamyatov, and the final, frantic disposal of the loot. He stripped down to his undergarments and fell back onto his couch, hoping for the oblivion of sleep. But sleep offered only more frantic, fragmented visions of the past week's atrocities. It was during this state of agonizing semi-consciousness that the external world finally broke through his isolation with a force he could not resist. The door to his room burst open, not with the calculating caution of the police, nor the rough familiarity of Razumikhin, but with the sudden, overwhelming, tearful urgency of family. His mother, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, stood trembling in the doorway, a small, worn figure whose face was etched with the hardship of the past years and the fresh terror of his illness. Behind her stood his sister, Donya, taller, calmer, her eyes shining with a fierce, controlled light. A woman whose entire future was now tragically linked to the philosophical experiment that had nearly destroyed her brother. The sight of them, after months of absence and in the wake of his catastrophic act, struck Raskolnikov with the force of a physical blow. He had murdered to protect them, to prevent Donya's sacrifice, to elevate their existence. And yet, their presence now felt like the ultimate condemnation. They brought with them the very moral purity and simple human affection he had scorned and attempted to transcend. Pulcheria Alexandrovna rushed towards him, collapsing onto the edge of the couch, weeping hysterically, clutching his hand. "Rodia, my precious boy, you are ill, you are burning up. Why did you not write? Why did you not tell us?" Her tears were not merely tears of maternal anxiety. They were the tears of a woman who sensed a dark, irreparable change in her son, something far deeper than mere fever. Raskolnikov, incapable of returning their affection, found himself withdrawing physically and emotionally. He could not bear their touch. Their love felt like a searing flame against his guilt-ridden skin. He had to push them away to protect them from the contagion of his secret, but also to protect himself from the moral accountability their faces demanded. "Leave me," he managed to rasp out, his voice weak but laced with the fierce, cold cruelty he had cultivated during his descent. "I don't need your pity. I don't need your tears, just leave." His mother recoiled, stunned by the sheer, unbridled hostility, but it was Donya who stepped forward, her controlled demeanor masking a deep well of frustration and anger. Donya possessed an intellect and a will nearly equal to his own, and she was not easily dismissed by his theatrics of illness. "Rodia," Donya said, her voice low and steady, a powerful contrast to their mother's hysteria. "We have come a long way. We are here now. Tell us what is wrong. If it is the debt Razumikhin has told us, we will manage. If it is something else, you must speak. Do not insult our love with this coldness." Her challenge, the direct accusation of his ingratitude and his moral failings, pierced his defenses. Donya had always been the one person who saw past his intellectual facade, recognizing the tormented, insecure soul beneath. He looked at her, his eyes blazing with a mixture of desperate love and bitter resentment. He wanted to confess everything to her, to lay the whole bloody, ruined theory at her feet and beg for absolution. But the memory of Lizaveta, the memory of the sheer, ugly brutality of the act, choked the words in his throat. "You fool," he thought, addressing the philosophical ghost of himself. "You murdered to prevent her marriage, and now you cannot even look her in the eye because of the price you paid." Though the argument, fueled by Raskolnikov's feverish paranoia and his family's desperate concern, continued in fractured, agonizing bursts. Dunya spoke of Luzhin, confirming his arrival and his calculated malice. Luzhin was staying at the same cheap lodging house as they were, hovering, waiting to exert his ownership over Dunya and his moral superiority over the entire family. Raskolnikov, despite his weakness, found a renewed, fierce energy in his hatred for Luzhin. "You must reject him, Dunya. Immediately, he is a snake, a hypocrite. I will not allow this sacrifice." "It is not a sacrifice, Rodion," Dunya countered, her voice hardening. "It is a choice, a practical choice. And your permission is not required. You have made your own choices, choices that nearly killed you. You have no right to dictate mine." Though the words hung in the air, a devastating reminder of his own failed judgment. His choice, the murder, had been made entirely for himself, not for them. The tension reached an unbearable peak. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, caught between her beloved children, began to sob uncontrollably. Razumikhin, who had returned with supplies and was hovering awkwardly in the corner, realized the gravity of the situation was far beyond a mere student quarrel. Raskolnikov, unable to bear the combined weight of their love, their disappointment, and the moral crisis he represented, finally broke. He clutched his head, groaning aloud, the sheer internal pressure forcing a physical reaction. "Go, all of you. I cannot bear it. I am dying. Leave me alone, or I will kill myself here and now." The threat, delivered in a voice laced with genuine, terrifying madness, finally silenced them. His mother shrieked, her maternal instinct for his survival overriding all else. Dunya, pale but resolute, took her mother's arm. Razumikhin intervened, his practical voice a sudden calming influence. "He is right. He is mad with fever. You must leave. I will stay. We will talk later, Dunya. And for his life's sake, you must go now." Though the scene ended in desperate, frantic retreat, Dunya and Pulcheria Alexandrovna were gently, firmly ushered out by Razumikhin. Raskolnikov was left alone again, trembling beneath the blanket, his eyes wide, staring at the closed door. He had successfully driven away the two people he loved most, using the very madness that his crime had created. But as the door closed, he realized that the crisis was far from over. Though the shadow of Luzhin was now firmly cast over his family, and Dunya's life remained precariously balanced on the edge of a moral abyss. His sacrifice had been in vain, and the consequences, the police, the suspicion, the madness, were now compounded by the presence of his vulnerable family in the dangerous city. TUY letter 1 E7 TV letter 1 IDDI. Chungta S letter 1 EBDT I letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5C D stroke letter 1 9 9 Y cow CHUY letter 1 E say 7 N learn. T letter 1 EADP Trung Vao VI letter 1 E say 7 C Raskolnikov B letter 1 ECB BU letter 1 ED9 CPH letter 1 EA3 ICH letter 1 EA5P NH letter 1 EADN S letter 1 EF1 G up D stroke letter 1 A1 Va S letter 1 EF1 can TH I letter 1 E say 7 BC letter 1 AE7 a Razumikhin. D stroke letter 1 ED3 and GTH letter 1 IDD ICHU letter 1 IA9 NB letter 1 ECB Cho CU letter 1 ED9 CG letter 1 EB7P G letter 1 A1 D stroke letter 1 ECBNH M letter 1 EC7NH V letter 1 IDB I Porfiry Petrovich D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I De La Chuang 14 C letter 1 AI7 A Kayla letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N Crime and Punishment T letter 1 EADP Trung Vao S letter 1 AF1 S letter 1 EAFP X letter 1 EBFP L letter 1 EA1 ITR letter 1 EADT T letter 1 EF1 Trong Can Fang B letter 1 EC7NH Va K letter 1 EBF HO letter 1 EA1 CH D stroke letter 1 ED1 I Fo V letter 1 EDB I Luzhin. P. Rewritten Script, Chapter 14. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title, Part II, Chapter 6, The Unwanted Alliance, Razumikhin's Domination and the Plan to Reject Luzhin. The estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 35,000 words. Part II, Chapter 6, The Unwanted Alliance, Razumikhin's Domination and the Plan to Reject Luzhin. The chaotic withdrawal of his mother and sister left Raskolnikov in a state of chilling, exhausted calm. He had successfully repelled the forces of human affection, but at the cost of exposing his near-fatal psychological fragility. He lay motionless, listening to the hurried whispers of Razumikhin outside the door, the only remaining link to the world he had violently rejected. Razumikhin finally re-entered, his face a complex mixture of exhaustion, anger, and absolute determination. He was no longer the merely helpful student. The intensity of Raskolnikov's illness and the drama with the family had forged him into a temporary guardian and commander. "You are a lunatic, Rodka," Razumikhin stated, his voice low but firm, cutting through the remnants of the tension. "An absolute raving lunatic. But you are my lunatic, and I will not permit you to destroy yourself." Razumikhin immediately took charge, enforcing a new rigid order upon the squalor of Raskolnikov's room. He paid the landlady an advance, sternly instructed Nastasia on the patient's dietary needs, and systematically began cleaning the room, an act that to Raskolnikov's feverish mind felt like an intrusion on his spiritual chaos. The physical order Razumikhin imposed was an unwelcome attempt to impose moral order on his transgression. Raskolnikov, weak and unwilling to fight, submitted to this unwanted alliance. He watched silently as Razumikhin arranged his small table, fetched water, and prepared a change of clean linen. The simple, deliberate actions of his friend spoke volumes. He was being cared for against his will by the kindness he had deemed obsolete. During this methodical process of establishing order, Razumikhin spoke of the impending crisis. Luzhin. "I have spoken to Dunya," Razumikhin explained, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "She is in turmoil. She is honorable to a fault, you know, and she cannot easily break a promise. But Luzhin, that man is pure calculating venom. He is demanding a formal meeting tonight to lay down the terms of the marriage and, I believe, to formally slander you to your mother." Raskolnikov sat up slowly, his eyes burning with renewed clarity. This was the practical battle he could still fight. His physical collapse prevented him from controlling his own destiny, but he could still control Dunya's. "Tonight?" Raskolnikov croaked. "I must go, I must confront him." Razumikhin shook his head fiercely. "No, you are mad, you cannot even stand. But you are lucid enough for a plan. We must attend for you, and you must write." Razumikhin dictated the strategy. Dunya and Pulcheria Alexandrovna would convene the meeting with Luzhin at their lodging. Razumikhin and the doctor, Zosimov, would attend as witnesses and defenders of Raskolnikov. And Raskolnikov himself would send a short, sharp, categorical note to his sister demanding two things: that he be informed of the precise time and place of the meeting, that Luzhin must be ejected immediately if he attempts to place any conditions whatsoever on Dunya, or if he utters a single word of slander against her brother. This plan resonated with Raskolnikov's authoritarian, decisive nature. It was an act of control from his sick bed, a way to project his will into the external world. He dictated the note to Razumikhin, his mind operating with a terrifying, feverish logic. "Tell her," Raskolnikov commanded, his voice growing stronger with the assertion of his will. "Tell her I forbid her to see him alone. Tell her she is a fool if she thinks she can reason with his contemptible utilitarian philosophy. I will not have her sacrificing herself for my sake, especially to a man like that." Razumikhin, pleased by the lucidity and fire in his friend's voice, eagerly prepared to leave. He saw this as a heroic rescue mission, defending the family honor from a scoundrel. But before Razumikhin could depart, Raskolnikov grabbed his arm, his eyes wide, the sudden panic returning. "Wait, the money? Tell me about the money." What money? Razumikhin frowned, already preoccupied with the plan. The money you arranged for me, the 20 rubles that I didn't want. Raskolnikov was referring to the money his mother had recently sent him, which he had feverishly refused and forgotten. Razumikhin explained that the money had arrived and was safely deposited. He then handed Raskolnikov some of the few rubles he had exchanged for his pawned items, a petty sum that now felt like a huge burden. Raskolnikov stared at the money. It was clean money, earned money, money untainted by the blood of the pawnbroker. Yet its presence seemed to mock the futility of his earlier monstrous efforts to acquire wealth. He immediately dismissed it, thrusting it back at Razumikhin. "Keep it, use it for the house, I don't want it, I don't need it." Razumikhin, recognizing the return of the feverish madness, simply shook his head and pocketed the money, deciding to humor his sick friend. The preparation for the evening confrontation was complete. Raskolnikov, despite his physical collapse, felt a strange sense of purpose. He had successfully delegated the defense of his sister and installed a strong, loyal man at her side. He lay back, watching Razumikhin's shadow disappear, the darkness of the room settling over him again. He was ready for the next test, the inevitable looming confrontation with the man who held the final, most terrifying piece of the puzzle. Porfiry Petrovich, the investigating magistrate. Razumikhin had mentioned him, an acquaintance with a strange psychology, and Raskolnikov knew that the true duel was yet to come. TUY letter 1E C7 TV letter 1E DDI. Toy S letter 1E BD TI letter 1E BF PT letter 1E 5C and gay L letter 1E ADP T letter 1E 9C. T letter 1E ADP Trung Vao Cao Trao C letter 1E A7. S letter 1E F1 K I letter 1E C7 N Luzhin. M letter 1E D9 TCU letter 1E D9 CD stroke letter 1E D1 ID stroke letter 1E A7 U Kang TH letter 1E B3 NG Va Kala letter 1E CBCH tin. D stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1E I3 CT letter 1E D1 I Uhoa Cho GI letter 1E Side D. NGD stroke letter 1 ECDC, AIB letter 1 EB1 NG, COC, NG letter 1 EAFT, NGH letter 1 EC9 CH, I letter 1 EBF, NL letter 1 B0 letter 1 EI3C. D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB, I de la Chuang 15 C letter 1 E7, A K letter 1 ECBCH, B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment. Mo T letter 1 EA3, S letter 1 AF1, S letter 1 E5P, D stroke letter 1 ED5, C letter 1 EE7, A Luzhin Va S letter 1 EF1, Thang Hoa NH letter 1 EA5T, TH letter 1 IDD, IC letter 1 EE7, A Raskolnikov. Q. Rewritten script, Chapter 15. Original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title, Part II, Chapter 7, The Trial of Luzhin, The Defiance of Dunya and the Triumph of Will. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 37,500 words. Part II, Chapter 7, The Trial of Luzhin, The Defiance of Dunya and the Triumph of Will. Raskolnikov arrived at the tense, claustrophobic lodging of his mother and sister, supported by the resolute figure of Razumikhin. Though the short journey from his room had been an agonizing test of will, he was still weak, pale, clad in the new, ill-fitting clothes Razumikhin had purchased, but his eyes burned with a feverish, concentrated malice directed solely at the man he had come to destroy, Fyodor Petrovich Luzhin. The atmosphere in the small, cheaply furnished room was thick with unspoken accusations and suppressed hysteria. Pulcheria Alexandrovna sat nervously, attempting to appear polite and composed. Dunya, pale but commanding, occupied the center of the emotional battlefield, and Luzhin, impeccably dressed and arrogant, stood near the window, radiating an air of calculating self-importance. He was entirely confident in his impending victory. Luzhin had begun the meeting by subtly asserting his authority, detailing his expectations for Dunya's subservience and attempting to gently, yet decisively, establish Raskolnikov's moral and financial worthlessness. He reiterated the rumors of Raskolnikov's reckless charity to the Marmaladovs, framing it not as compassion but as fiscal irresponsibility, a profound character flaw that Dunya would be wise to distance herself from. Razumikhin, loyal and hot-tempered, immediately moved to intervene, but Raskolnikov, supported by the wall, silenced him with a glance. This was his battle. Fyodor Petrovich, Raskolnikov began, his voice surprisingly firm, drawing the focus of the room. He spoke not of debts or charity, but of the foundations of their morality. You spoke of my sister's past debt to you, your generosity in paying her passage. I now repay it. He produced a small sum of money, the meager remnants of the funds Razumikhin had secured for him, and placed it on the table. The gesture was symbolic, the amount insignificant to Luzhin, but the defiance was absolute. Luzhin was stunned by the direct attack on his carefully constructed image of benevolence. He realized that Raskolnikov, far from being a delirious invalid, was an active, formidable opponent. Your gesture is absurd, young man, Luzhin sneered, attempting to regain control. You are ill, irrational. Your sister is too sensible to listen to the ravings of a fever-ridden student. Dunya, who had been silently observing the duel, finally stepped forward. This was the moment of her defiance, the true climax of the scene. Pyotr Petrovich, she said, her voice clear, calm, and utterly devastating. I have listened to my brother, and I have listened to you. My mother and I have made our decision. She paused, a long, agonizing pause that allowed the full weight of her statement to settle upon the self-assured lawyer. Pulcheria Alexandrovna gasped, realizing the catastrophic social implications of what her daughter was about to do. The condition you placed upon our marriage, that I should choose between you and my brother, was offensive. Your slanders against Rhodia this evening have been cruel and unwarranted. I must ask you to leave. Our engagement is broken. The pronouncement hit Luzhin like a physical blow. His meticulously crafted social and financial plans, the acquisition of the beautiful, intelligent, virtuous Dunya, shattered in an instant. His face, usually so composed, contorted with a mixture of disbelief and venomous rage. He raged against her, accusing her of ingratitude, of recklessness, of abandoning her social duty for the sake of an ungrateful, dangerous lunatic. He revealed the full extent of his vanity and his utter contempt for her poverty, confirming every suspicion Raskolnikov had ever harbored about his true character. Raskolnikov watched the scene with a strange, dark sense of triumph. He had predicted this moral ugliness, he had forced its exposure. His philosophical murder may have failed, but his will, his ability to force truth from falsehood, had succeeded in saving his sister from a slow moral death. "Go," Raskolnikov interjected, his voice weak but his authority absolute. "You have been exposed. You are not a man who can dictate terms to superior beings. You are merely a contemptible, calculating insect." Humiliated, defeated, and consumed by the shock of losing the one thing he coveted most, Luzhin retreated in a torrent of threats and muttered curses. He vowed revenge not only upon Dunya for the rejection, but specifically upon Raskolnikov for orchestrating his downfall. The emotional energy of the confrontation, however, was immediately followed by a profound physical and spiritual collapse for Raskolnikov. Having achieved his goal, the energy that had sustained his confrontation vanished. He slumped back, his mind instantly returning to the true, overriding terror of his life, the crime. He had saved his sister, but he remained a murderer. Razumikhin, who had watched the entire confrontation in awe of both Raskolnikov's fire and Dunya's courage, was left utterly elated and utterly confused. He rushed to Raskolnikov's side, full of praise and concern, but Raskolnikov waved him away, his eyes closing in exhaustion. "Leave me, Razumikhin. I am finished. The deed is done. I have no strength left for virtue." The family was left alone, saved from Luzhin, but now facing the terrifying reality of Raskolnikov's mental state and their own precarious future. Dunya, now free from her engagement, looked at her brother not with anger but with a deep, unsettling curiosity. She sensed that the recent fever and the subsequent fury was connected to a secret far darker and more profound than mere student debt. The next day, Raskolnikov would face a new challenge, the formal investigation. He knew with a certainty that chilled him to the core that his triumph over Luzhin was merely a prelude to his trial by Porfiry Petrovich. TUY letter 1A7 TV letter 1EDDI. Chung Ta S letter 1EBD T I letter 1EBF PT letter 1E5C B letter 1B0 letter 1EDB C Vow M letter 1ED9T Trong NH letter 1EFNGGI D stroke O letter 1AA1 N Quan TR letter 1ECDNG NH letter 1EA5 TC letter 1EA7 a TI letter 1E3 UTHUY letter 1ABFT. CU letter 1ED9 CD stroke letter 1EA5 U try GI letter 1EAF. A Raskolnikov Vadi stroke I letter 1EC1 U Traviern Porfiry Petrovich. D letter 1B0 letter 1ADB I de la Chuang 16 C letter 1AI7, a K letter 1 ECBCH, B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment. T letter 1 EADP Trung Vao CU letter 1 ED9 C, H letter 1 EB9N Ban D stroke letter 1 EA7U. S letter 1 EF1 low L letter 1 EAFNG C letter 1 EE7 a Raskolnikov Vavi I letter 1 EC7 C Anta L letter 1 EA5 YL letter 1 EA1 IM letter 1 ED9T S letter 1 ED1 D stroke letter 1 ED3 V letter 1 EADT C letter 1 EA7M C letter 1 ED1. Our rewritten script, Chapter 16. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title, Part III, Chapter 1, The Formal Invitation, The Lure of the Pledge and the Shadow of Porfiry. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. A total estimated words completed, 40,000 words. Part III, Chapter 1, The Formal Invitation, The Lure of the Pledge and the Shadow of Porfiry. The defeat of Luzhin had granted Raskolnikov a brief, deceptive period of respite. He had successfully defended his sister's honor, a triumph of personal will over the vulgar utilitarianism of the world. But the victory was purely external. Internally, the guilt remained, festering, and the crushing weight of his inevitable exposure continued to drive him toward a desperate final confrontation. Razumikhin, still basking in the glow of the previous night's heroic defense of Dunya, now dedicated himself entirely to Raskolnikov's recovery. He was an unflagging source of energy and loyalty, but this very loyalty was Raskolnikov's new torment. The friend's simple goodness felt like a continuous, unspoken accusation against the murderer's soul. It was Razumikhin who unintentionally delivered the next pivotal piece of the puzzle. He burst into the room one morning, excited, carrying a piece of news that Raskolnikov, despite his desperate wish for solitude, needed to hear. "Rodka, I have an errand for you. A purely administrative one, but it concerns your old belongings." Razumikhin explained that as he was sorting out Raskolnikov's financial affairs, a kindness that made Raskolnikov wince with guilt, he discovered that the student had a claim pending at the police station regarding some items he had pawned to the late old woman, Alina Ivanovna. "It is a formality," Razumikhin insisted. "The police are inventorying all her pledges. Since you pawned your father's old silver watch and ring just before the unfortunate events. You must go claim them or sign a document to prove ownership. It's the law, Rodka." Raskolnikov froze, his mind, always racing ahead to the terrifying consequences, immediately grasped the full, horrifying significance of this formality. The claims were being handled by Porfiry Petrovich, the investigating magistrate. This was no administrative errand, it was a lure. Porfiry, the master psychologist and investigator, had found a perfectly legal, innocuous excuse to summon Raskolnikov for a preliminary, informal interview, a soft opening to the real interrogation. The simple act of claiming his pawned goods was the official link the police had established between Raskolnikov and the pawnbroker's apartment. It placed him undeniably on the scene just days before the crime. A coincidence too neat for Porfiry to ignore. Raskolnikov's initial reaction was a fierce refusal. He would not go. He would not walk willingly into the spider's web woven by the cunning magistrate. He would simply ignore the summons, deny the existence of the pawned items, and sever the connection. But the sheer recklessness that governed his spirit soon took over. Why not go? Why not confront the shadow that was already stalking him? He had won against the vulgarity of Luzhin. Now he had the chance to test his mettle against the mind of the law. He felt a resurgence of the philosophical pride that had driven his crime, the need to assert his superiority even over the inevitable consequences. "I will go," Raskolnikov declared, surprising Razumikhin with the sudden resolve in his voice. "I will go and claim the items. They are, after all, mine. There is nothing suspicious in claiming one's own property, is there?" Razumikhin, relieved by his friend's sudden motivation, insisted on accompanying him. This was yet another piece of unwanted protection that Raskolnikov could not refuse without raising suspicion. The preparation for the visit was fraught with nervous energy. Raskolnikov had to act the role of the innocent man, the victim of unfortunate coincidence. He had to assume the demeanor of the man unconcerned by the murder, while every nerve ending was screaming the truth. He dressed slowly, meticulously, allowing his mind to work out the angles. He knew that Porfiry would observe everything: his clothes, his eyes, the tremor in his hands. This was not a physical contest. It was a psychological duel, a game of cat and mouse where the stakes were his very soul. And as they walked through the streets, Raskolnikov felt an overwhelming urge to flee. He saw a clear escape route, a chance to simply vanish into the city's vast, indifferent crowd. But the powerful magnetic lure of the confrontation, the need to look into the eyes of his intellectual opponent, held him captive. The sheer absurdity of the situation, a murderer willingly walking into the police office to claim property from his victim, struck Raskolnikov with a strange, dark humor. He realized that his madness and his pride had become his two most dangerous, yet strangely protective allies. They arrived at the building housing the investigating magistrate's office. It was an ordinary, unassuming government building, a place of mundane bureaucracy which made the sinister machinations within seem all the more terrifying. Razumikhin confidently led the way. Raskolnikov followed, his mind now coldly focused, prepared to deploy the full force of his intellect and his feigned innocence. He knew that the moment he crossed the threshold, the real game would begin, the game that would determine whether he was a failed student or an extraordinary man destined for Siberia. He entered the office, the scent of stale tobacco and official papers hitting him. He saw a small, insignificant-looking man sitting behind a large desk, a man whose face was smiling, almost too pleasant, a man who seemed entirely too harmless to hold the power of life and death over him. This was Porfiry Petrovich. The grand duel was about to commence. TUY letter 1 E7 TV letter 1 IDDI. Chung Ta S letter 1 EBD TI letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5C B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C vow CU letter 1 ED9 CD stroke letter 1 EA5 U try Kang TH letter 1 EB3 NGGI letter 1 AAF a Raskolnikov va Porfiry Petrovich. KH letter 1 ADF ID stroke letter 1 EA7 U Cho GID stroke O letter 1 EA1 NM letter 1 ADB IC letter 1 EI7 a cow CHUY letter 1 EC7N D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I de la Chuang 17 C letter 1 E7 a K letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment Moti letter 1 EA3 Chi T I letter 1 EBF TCU letter 1 ED9 CG letter 1 EB7 PG letter 1 E1 D stroke letter 1 EA7 UTern S letter 1 EF1 Lung Tung C letter 1 EE7 a Raskolnikov va S letter 1 EF1 Tin Ran C letter 1 AI7 a Porfiry. OS rewritten script, Chapter 17. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. In chapter title Part III, Chapter 2, The Psychological Trap, the first interview with Porfiry Petrovich. The estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 42,500 words. Part III, Chapter 2, The Psychological Trap, the first interview with Porfiry Petrovich. The room was ordinary, furnished with a large official desk and several chairs, the air thick with the smell of official documents and stale tobacco. Yet for Raskolnikov, it was suddenly transformed into a battleground, a psychological arena where his fate would be decided not by physical evidence, but by the sheer force of his own nerve. Porfiry Petrovich was not what Raskolnikov had expected. He was a man of about 35, rather short, round, and seemingly harmless, with a deceptively open, almost jovial face. His appearance belied the sharp, calculating mind that Raskolnikov knew was hidden beneath the pleasant exterior. Porfiry was the kind of man who disarmed his opponents with excessive politeness and irrelevant small talk, only to suddenly spring the fatal trap. Razumikhin, still operating under the happy delusion that this was merely an administrative formality, launched into a loud, friendly greeting, introducing Raskolnikov as his brilliant, yet desperately ill friend who had come to formally claim his pawned goods. Porfiry greeted them both with an exaggerated, almost theatrical cordiality. He was instantly focused on Raskolnikov, his small, piercing eyes absorbing every nuance of the student's appearance. His paleness, his nervous energy, the way his hands twitched beneath the clean, new coat. "Ah, Rodion Romanovich, what a pleasure! I have heard so much about you, from the police office, of course, where you suffered that unfortunate collapse." Porfiry smiled, the casual mention of the collapse immediately placing Raskolnikov on the defensive, reminding him of his initial reckless self-betrayal. The conversation began innocuously, centered on the pawned items, the silver watch and the ring. Porfiry took his time, deliberately prolonging the bureaucratic details. He spoke of the inventory, the tedious nature of police work, and the unfortunate necessity of disturbing the clients of the late pawnbroker. Raskolnikov, trying desperately to maintain the facade of the unconcerned student, found himself repeatedly overacting the part. He was too quick to smile, too loud in his denials of any worry, too eager to dismiss the entire affair as a tiresome bureaucratic nuisance. His performance was brittle, transparent, and utterly damning. Porfiry, in contrast, was masterful. He never asked a direct, incriminating question. Instead, he circled the subject, weaving a subtle net of psychological pressure. He skillfully led the conversation away from the pawns and towards the murder itself, seemingly by accident, as though it were the most natural subject in the world. It is such a tragedy, you know, this murder, Porfiry mused, shaking his head sadly. Such a strange crime committed by a kind of theoretical murderer, don't you think? The phrase theoretical murderer struck Raskolnikov like a bullet. It was a direct intellectual challenge, a signal that Porfiry knew not only what had happened, but was already probing the motivation and philosophy behind the act. The magistrate was not looking for a common criminal, he was looking for the author of an idea. Raskolnikov, momentarily thrown, recovered by forcing himself to speak, driven by the fatalistic urge to compete with his intellectual adversary. He allowed himself to be drawn into a philosophical discussion about the nature of crime, the role of modern morality, and the idea of extraordinary men. He spoke with passion, defending the view that certain great individuals have the right to commit crimes if it serves a higher, justifiable purpose. He was in effect laying bare the very intellectual framework that had led him to murder. Razumikhin, utterly confused by the sudden, intense theoretical debate, tried to intervene, urging Raskolnikov to remember his illness. "Rodka, be quiet, you'll exhaust yourself. This is just abstract nonsense." But Porfiry merely smiled, his eyes twinkling with intelligent malice. He was not debating Raskolnikov, he was allowing Raskolnikov to confess through theory, to reveal his mind's blueprint. Porfiry then revealed his masterstroke. He suddenly mentioned a controversial article that Raskolnikov himself had written some months before, titled On Crime. The article, published in an obscure journal, outlined Raskolnikov's very theory of the extraordinary man and his right to step over moral boundaries. It was such a brilliant article, Rodion Romanovich. I read it with fascination. I have been meaning to discuss it with the author. You see, in it you categorize all people into the ordinary and the extraordinary, and you argue quite persuasively that the extraordinary ones have the right, even the duty, to transgress the law for the good of humanity. Raskolnikov felt the blood drain from his face. He was exposed. The police did not need physical evidence, they had the manifesto of his soul. Porfiry had connected the crime to the philosophy, the act to the author. He tried to deny the direct implications, arguing that the article was purely theoretical, abstract, but Porfiry, still smiling, gently pressed the point. "But tell me, Rodion Romanovich, when you were writing that, did you perhaps consider yourself to be one of those extraordinary individuals? One who might theoretically have the right to remove obstacles?" The question was a direct, terrifying arrow to the heart of Raskolnikov's secret. He could not answer without confessing. He found himself stammering, his voice dry, the carefully constructed facade finally crumbling under the weight of Porfiry's psychological assault. The intensity of the confrontation, the unbearable weight of the unspoken accusation, triggered a renewed sense of paranoia and physical collapse. Raskolnikov stood up abruptly, feeling the blood rush from his head, his vision blurring. He knew he had lost the first round. He had been tricked, exposed, and mentally defeated by a man who seemed to have peered directly into his soul. I am ill," Raskolnikov gasped, clutching the edge of the desk. "I must leave. I will return for the items another time." Porfiry, recognizing his advantage, did not press the issue. He allowed Raskolnikov to retreat, watching his hasty, terrified departure with the calm, satisfied gaze of a chess player who has just cornered his opponent's king. The duel had ended not with handcuffs, but with the terrifying psychological certainty of mutual understanding. Porfiry knew, and Raskolnikov knew that Porfiry knew. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 EDDI. Chungta S letter 1 EBD I letter 1 EBF. PT letter 1 E5C, Fyodor Raskolnikov, Sao TH letter 1 EA5T, B letter 1 EA1, I Tam Li C letter 1 E7. Aranta Trong CU letter 1 ED9 CD stroke, letter 1 EA5 U try D stroke, letter 1 EA7 U Tiern V letter 1 ADB, I Porfiry Petrovich. Zanta Dang letter 1 IDF, Trong TR letter 1 EA1 NG Tai, C letter 1 EF1C, K letter 1 EF3, D letter 1 EC5, B letter 1 ECB, T letter 1 ED5 Ven, Thuong Va B letter 1 ECB, letter 1 EA3 and H. D letter 1 B0, letter 1 ADB, I de la Chuang 18 C letter 1 AI7, a Kala letter 1 ECBCH, B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment. T letter 1 EADP Trung Vau S letter 1 EF1 T I letter 1 EBF, PT letter 1 E5C C letter 1 AE7. A CU letter 1 ED9 CKH letter 1 E7 NG HO letter 1 EA3 NG Tam Liva S letter 1 EF1 Tai H letter 1 E3 P B letter 1 EA5 T NG letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EDB I Marmaladov Trong M letter 1 ED9 T by K letter 1 ECBCH M letter 1 IDBI. A rewritten script, Chapter 18. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title, Part III, Chapter 3, The Edge of Madness, Marmaladov's Tragedy and the Price of Pity. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. The total estimated words completed, 45,000 words. Part III, Chapter 3, The Edge of Madness, Marmaladov's Tragedy and the Price of Pity. Raskolnikov left Porfiry Petrovich's office in a state of blinding, paralyzed terror. He had been defeated not by evidence but by intellectual penetration. Porfiry had not even needed to accuse him directly. The subtle, smiling dissection of his philosophical manifesto on crime had been sufficient to expose the core of his guilt. He stumbled down the steps, pulling Razumikhin with him, his mind reeling. He knew that Zamyatov, the sub-lieutenant, had merely suspected his illness, but Porfiry knew the man's soul. The sheer, overwhelming realization of his exposure forced Raskolnikov into a new, dangerous psychological defense mechanism: recklessness. If he was already cornered, why bother with caution? He felt an urge to run, to scream, to immediately confess and end the unbearable tension, but an equally strong, perverse pride compelled him to remain free, to challenge fate one last time. He separated himself from Razumikhin almost violently. He needed to be alone, to walk the streets of St. Petersburg, to find an anchor in the chaotic reality he had attempted to transcend. He walked aimlessly, his mind constantly replaying the conversation with Porfiry, analyzing the magistrate's every gesture, every nuance of his smile. He found himself wandering toward the hay market, the very heart of the city's poverty and despair, the place where he had witnessed the initial tragedies that had fueled his theoretical murder. The stench of the market, the cries of the vendors, the sheer crushing weight of human suffering, all seemed amplified, becoming a physical presence demanding his attention. It was here, amidst the noisy chaos, that tragedy struck again. A sudden, terrified shriek cut through the market clamor. Raskolnikov, drawn by the sound of genuine human horror, rushed toward the source. He saw a small, pathetic figure lying sprawled in the street, covered in dust and blood. It was Marmaladov. The poor, drunken ex-official, in a state of utter intoxication, had stumbled directly into the path of a passing carriage, driven by a wealthy gentleman. Marmaladov's injuries were ghastly and clearly mortal. The carriage had crushed his chest, leaving him barely alive, wheezing and covered in his own blood and the dust of the road. Raskolnikov, the philosophical observer of abstract suffering, was suddenly confronted with a raw, brutal, immediate tragedy, a spectacle of physical, undeniable pain. The sight of Marmaladov, the victim of his own chronic despair, shocked Raskolnikov out of his intellectual self-absorption. In this moment all thought of Porfiry, the article, and the pawnbroker vanished. He was seized by a fierce, almost manic compassion, a desperate need to act, to alleviate this specific, visible suffering. "We must carry him," Raskolnikov shouted, immediately taking charge, his voice resonating with an authority he hadn't possessed even during his murder. He must be taken home, immediately. With the help of a few bystanders, they carried the dying Marmaladov back to his wretched lodging. The scene was chaotic, brutal, and profoundly moving. They burst into the Marmaladov apartment, a tiny, suffocating room that now became the stage for a final, agonizing scene of domestic collapse. Katerina Ivanovna, Marmaladov's frantic, tubercular wife, rushed towards her husband, her face a mask of terror and unhinged grief. She screamed not just at the tragedy, but at the sheer, unbearable cruelty of her life. And then Sonya Marmeladov's daughter, the young woman forced into prostitution, appeared. Her face, usually guarded and timid, was now filled with a genuine saintly horror. She saw her dying father, the chaos and the cold reality of their utter destitution. Raskolnikov, kneeling beside the dying man, felt a profound, unexpected connection to this family. He realized that his murder, intended to fix the injustices that created the Marmaladovs, had failed. But his pity, his raw human compassion in this specific, desperate moment was real. Marmaladov, with his last rattling breaths, recognized Raskolnikov. He tried to whisper something, possibly a plea for forgiveness, possibly a final acknowledgement of his own wasted life. He asked for Sonya, and in a heart-wrenching moment died in his daughter's arms. The death was sudden, final, and utterly devastating. Katerina Ivanovna collapsed in hysterical fits, cursing God and her miserable existence. Sonya wept silently, clutching her father's hand. Raskolnikov, witnessing the profound, immediate desolation of the family, felt an overwhelming sense of moral responsibility. He knew he could not fix the world, but he could fix this. In a grand, decisive gesture, driven by a fierce need for atonement, an atonement that had nothing to do with the murder, Raskolnikov reached into his pocket. He pulled out the few remaining rubles he had left from his inheritance and the money Razumikhin had given him, and poured the entire sum into Katerina Ivanovna's trembling hand. "Take it!" Raskolnikov commanded, his voice trembling with emotion. "Use it for the funeral. Do not despair. I swear to you I will do more. I did not know Marmaladov, but I honor his suffering." He then turned to Sonya, his eyes meeting hers, the murderer looking into the face of the saintly sacrifice. "I will come back," he promised, his voice low. The act was reckless, impulsive, and financially disastrous, but it was the first purely moral, altruistic act Raskolnikov had performed since the murder. It was an affirmation of his humanity, a desperate, defiant rejection of his own cold, utilitarian theory. He stumbled out of the apartment, the screams of Katerina Ivanovna echoing behind him. He was penniless, exhausted, still haunted by Porfiry, but strangely, morally lighter. He had just given away his last ruble to a dying man's family. And in that moment, the terrifying shadow of the pawnbroker's gold felt slightly diminished. He had bought a brief, fragile moment of redemption with the price of pity. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 EDD I. Chung TAS letter 1 EBD TI letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5 C Theodor Raskolnikov Sao Han D stroke letter 1 ED9 NG CHU letter 1 ED9 CL letter 1 ED7 IB letter 1 EA5T NG letter 1 EDD C letter 1 EE7 and Ta. GI letter 1 IDD day. Santa S letter 1 EBD PH letter 1 EA3 ID stroke letter 1 E day 1 IM letter 1 EB7 TV letter 1 EDB IM letter 1 ED9T LO letter 1 EA1T cock S letter 1 EF1 KI letter 1 EC7 NBU letter 1 ED9 C and top PH letter 1 EA3 I tie L letter 1 EADP K letter 1 EBFT N letter 1 E day 1 IV letter 1 EDB ITH letter 1 EBF GI letter 1 EDB I Bern and Guy. D stroke letter 1 EC9 NH D stroke I letter 1 EC3 M la CU letter 1 ED9 CG letter 1 EB7P G letter 1 A1 V letter 1 ADB I Sonya. D letter 1 B0 letter 1 ADB I De La Chuang 19 C letter 1 AI7 Akela letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N Crime and Punishment. T letter 1 EADP Trung Vau S letter 1 EF1 XU letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 NTR letter 1 EDF L letter 1 EA1 IC letter 1 EE7 a Razumikhin Va S letter 1 EF1 Tai H letter 1 E3 PC letter 1 EE7 a Raskolnikov V letter 1 EDB IG Adin Trong B letter 1 ED1 IC letter 1 EA3 NH C letter 1 EA3M Zuck M letter 1 EDB I U. Rewritten script Chapter 19. A original novel Crime and Punishment. An original author Fyodor Dostoevsky. And chapter title Part III Chapter 4 The Recovery and the Proposal Razumikhin's New Role and the Comfort of Dunya. Estimated word count for this section approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed 47,500 words. Part III Chapter 4 The Recovery and the Proposal Razumikhin's New Role and the Comfort of Dunya. Raskolnikov's return from the Marmaladov tragedy was a blur of physical exhaustion and fierce moral clarity. He had given away his last ruble, yet felt a strange, profound sense of wealth, the wealth of having acted purely out of compassion, a true human impulse that stood in stark contrast to the sterile intellectual cruelty of his crime. He fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, the first truly restorative slumber since the day of the murder. He awoke to find Razumikhin standing over him, wearing an expression that blended exhaustion, bewilderment, and an almost radiant, joyous excitement. Razumikhin had been frantic. After the initial shock of Raskolnikov's hasty departure from the police office and the subsequent news of the Marmaladov incident, which had quickly become the talk of the neighborhood, Razumikhin had spent the evening securing Raskolnikov's family and trying to track down his vanished friend. You lunatic, where did you go? Razumikhin demanded, though his tone lacked any real anger. You collapsed at Porfiry's, you run off, you appear at a death scene, you throw away your last kopeck. You are impossible, Rodka. Raskolnikov simply waved a hand, dismissing the events. He was acutely aware that the story of his impulsive charity would further cement the belief in his instability, a perfect cover for the dark secret beneath. Razumikhin, however, was no longer focused on Raskolnikov's madness. He was now consumed by a magnificent, unexpected emotion, love. He launched into a clumsy, heartfelt confession, his face flushing and his usually articulate voice stumbling over itself. He spoke of Dunya. He described her courage in dismissing Luzhin, her intelligence, her beauty, and the profound goodness of her soul. Rodka, I have fallen in love, Razumikhin confessed, his voice dropping to an awestruck whisper. Completely and utterly in love with your sister. It is senseless, absurd, given my poverty and position, but I had to tell someone, and you terrifying fool, are the only one who can understand. The confession struck Raskolnikov with a powerful, welcome force. This pure, genuine human emotion, uncomplicated by sacrifice or theory, was a breath of fresh air in his suffocating psychological prison. Razumikhin's loyalty and strength, combined with his pure, unvarnished love for Dunya, presented a real solution to his family's plight, a solution far better than the murder he had perpetrated. Raskolnikov smiled, a genuine, albeit weak, smile. You are worthy of her, Dmitri, completely worthy. And she is worthy of you. Do not hesitate. Pursue her with all your strength. This unexpected blessing from Raskolnikov buoyed Razumikhin's spirit, giving him the courage to fully commit to his new role as the family's protector and suitor. So the family reunited. Soon after, Dunya and Pulcheria Alexandrovna arrived, guided by Razumikhin. The atmosphere was radically different from the hysteria of their last encounter. Raskolnikov's fever had abated and the crisis with Luzhin was resolved. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, still frail, wept softly, grateful to see her son lucid and speaking coherently. She was overwhelmed by the recent events, the terrifying illness, the violent dismissal of Luzhin, and the subsequent reliance on the kind, booming Razumikhin. Dunya, however, was the one Raskolnikov looked at most intently. She approached him not with pity but with a quiet, analytic affection. She was determined to understand the core secret driving his recent volatile behavior. Rodion, Dunya began, her voice low, we are free of Luzhin. But we are not free of worry for you. You must tell us. Was there something else, something more than debt, more than just fever? Raskolnikov met her gaze, his heart pounding a dangerous rhythm. This was the moment of potential truth, the chance to finally unburden himself to the one person capable of understanding his intellectual torment. But the sheer ugliness of the act, the blood, the axe, the triviality of the motive made the confession impossible. He chose the path of concealment, but softened by genuine feeling. There was nothing Dunya, only the crushing reality of poverty and the loneliness of my theories. I was mad, perhaps, but I am sane now. I am not worthy of your goodness. Dunya, accepting his evasion, offered him a profound, quiet comfort. She spoke of their mother's deep love and her own unwavering support. She spoke of Razumikhin, whose loyalty and straightforward nature had charmed her entirely. Her calmness and her implicit trust in his goodness acted as a soothing balm on his tortured soul. "We will face this together, Rodion," she promised. "We have each other, and we have Dmitri now. Things will be better." The emotional reunion culminated in a strange, fragile peace. Raskolnikov, seeing the genuine love between Razumikhin and Dunya blossoming before his eyes, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His theory may have failed, but the unexpected, unintended consequences of his actions had, ironically, set the stage for his sister's happiness. Yet this brief period of calm was the ultimate deception. Raskolnikov knew that the true danger lay not in his family's affections, but in the inevitable, looming second confrontation with Porfiry Petrovich. The magistrate was merely allowing him a moment of false security, gathering his forces for the final psychological assault. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 EDDI. Chungta S letter 1 EBDT I letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5C D stroke letter 1 AA9 Y Raskolnikov Vow CU letter 1 ED9 CD stroke letter 1 ED1 ID stroke letter 1 EA7 Yukong TH letter 1 EC3 Tron KH letter 1 ECF IV letter 1 EDB I Porfiry Petrovich L letter 1 EA7N TH letter 1 E9 high. They S letter 1 EBD La M letter 1 ED9 T CU letter 1 ED9 CD stroke letter 1 EA5 U try con Kang TH letter 1 EB3 NG Vangai H I letter 1 EC3 M Han L letter 1 EA7N D stroke letter 1 EA7U D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I de la Chuang 20 C letter 1 AE7 A K letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment T letter 1 EADP Trung Vau S letter 1 EF1 CHU letter 1 EA9 and B letter 1 ECB Tam Lai C letter 1 AE7 A Raskolnikov VACU letter 1 ED9 C CH letter 1 EA1M Tron L letter 1 EA7N TH letter 1 E9 high. Noi Porfiry S letter 1 AD D letter 1 E5NG CH I letter 1 EBF NTHU letter 1 EADT NH letter 1 ED M letter 1 ED3 I tin Roman 6 Han. V rewritten script, chapter 20. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title, Part III, Chapter 5. The Second Summons Porfiry's New Game and the Art of Psychological Torture. The estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 50,000 words. Part III, Chapter 5, The Second Summons Porfiry's New Game and the Art of Psychological Torture. The fragile peace Raskolnikov had found in the affections of his family and the loyalty of Razumikhin was abruptly shattered. The post brought an official, polite, yet utterly chilling second summons from the investigating magistrate Porfiry Petrovich. This time, the pretense of administrative formality was dropped. The summons simply requested Raskolnikov's presence at the office regarding the inventory of the late pawnbroker's possessions. It was a direct, calculated challenge, designed to remind Raskolnikov that the law had not forgotten the unconcerned student who had written a manifesto on the right to murder. Raskolnikov knew he could not refuse. Refusal would be a confession of fear, a confirmation of the guilt Porfiry already suspected. He had to go to face the inevitable and to attempt to regain the psychological ground he had lost in their first encounter. He spent the morning in a state of hyperacute, almost ecstatic preparation. This was not the frightened preparation of a common criminal, but the intense, intellectual focusing of a philosopher preparing for a final debate. He rehearsed arguments, rehearsed his look of bored innocence, rehearsed his contempt for the entire system. He sought desperately to armor his fragile psyche with the old, cold logic of his extraordinary man theory. He had to prove that the man who wrote the article was not the man who wielded the axe. He had to create an absolute impermeable separation between the philosopher and the murderer. When he arrived at the office, he found Porfiry alone, seated behind his desk just as before, but the atmosphere was subtly different. Porfiry was no longer jovial or overly cordial. He was intimate, pensive, and utterly unsettling. Rodion Romanovich. How pleasant of you to come, Porfiry greeted him, waving him to a chair. We must talk, my dear fellow, not as magistrate and suspect, but as two people interested in the subtleties of the criminal mind. Porfiry began by apologizing for the unfortunate misunderstanding regarding Raskolnikov's article. He dismissed the philosophical debate as mere student folly, a symptom of the modern mind. He then shifted, smoothly and without warning, to a rambling, seemingly irrelevant monologue about the psychology of confession. He spoke of how criminals, even the most cunning ones, cannot resist the psychological urge to confess. He described the way guilt acts like a terrible internal furnace which the criminal desperately seeks to extinguish through disclosure. He emphasized that the police therefore need not chase suspects, they need only wait. The cleverest way to catch a criminal, Rodion Romanovich, Porfiry mused, his eyes twinkling as he carefully peeled an apple, is to never let him know that he is suspected. Give him total freedom, and he will eventually deliver himself to you. He will be unable to bear the burden of his own liberty. Raskolnikov listened, his face pale, his nerves screaming with the knowledge that this entire monologue was a direct, pointed message to him. Porfiry was not lecturing Raskolnikov about criminal psychology. He was deliberately torturing Raskolnikov with the prediction of his own collapse. Porfiry then introduced his first strategic move. He casually mentioned the false suspect, Nikolai, the painter, and revealed that Nikolai had, under extreme duress and confusing circumstances, confessed to the murder. This was the masterstroke of psychological warfare. Porfiry watched Raskolnikov's reaction with intense focus. The news struck Raskolnikov with a complex, devastating mixture of emotions. A relief the law had closed the case, he was free. Moral horror, an innocent man was about to suffer the ultimate punishment for his crime. Intellectual contempt, the sheer stupidity of the system accepting a false, coerced confession was appalling. Raskolnikov could not contain his reaction. He burst out not with a denial of his own guilt, but with a fierce moral denunciation of the system's injustice. That is impossible, Porfiry Petrovich. He cannot have done it. You are mistaken. That man is merely a painter, an illiterate peasant. He is taking the blame for something he did not do. It is a gross injustice. Porfiry smiled, that same unnerving, intelligent smile. Ah, but how can you be so certain, Rodion Romanovich? Unless you know the true perpetrator. Though the trap was sprung, Raskolnikov had walked directly into it. His moral conscience, the last vestige of his humanity, had betrayed his facade of cool indifference. His defense of the innocent painter was a clear, undeniable sign that he held the knowledge only the true killer possessed. Raskolnikov immediately realized his mistake. He stammered, attempting to backtrack, claiming he was merely speaking of theoretical possibilities, of the unreliability of false confessions. But the damage was done. Porfiry then launched his final, crushing blow. He started to speak of the stolen items. He described them in detail, the heavy wooden box, the trinkets, the exact way the killer had hidden them under the stone in the courtyard. He spoke of the little surprise the police had recently found regarding a peculiar metal object in the pocket of one of the coats the killer had worn. Raskolnikov's mind raced, his thoughts chaotic. Did they find the box? Did they find the piece of metal I used to pry open the desk? Porfiry leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. Tell me, Rodion Romanovich, did you not perhaps in your feverish haste go back to the scene of the crime just a few days ago? Did you not stand outside that very apartment and knock on the door? The unexpected, precise knowledge of Raskolnikov's most private, reckless act of self-torture shattered his remaining composure. The surveillance was real. Porfiry knew everything. Raskolnikov stood up, his body trembling, the sweat beading on his forehead. The sheer terror of being so thoroughly understood, so utterly exposed, was overwhelming. I am leaving, Raskolnikov gasped, clutching his head. This is not an interrogation. You are insane. You are torturing me. Porfiry remained seated, calm, allowing his opponent to flee the field. He had achieved his goal. Raskolnikov was psychologically destroyed, convinced of his imminent capture and consumed by the knowledge that he was being played. Come back soon, Rodion Romanovich, Porfiry called out, his voice cheerful, yet laced with menacing certainty. We have plenty of time. The man who commits the crime is the one who suffers the most. I will be waiting. TUY letter 1 E7 TV letter 1 IDDI. Chungta S letter 1 EBD TI letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5C D stroke letter 1 A9 Y Raskolnikov Vao Sauhan Trong Khan KH letter 1 E7 NG HO letter 1 EA3 NG Kai Anta PH letter 1 EA3 ID stroke letter 1 E day 1 I am letter 1 EB7 TV letter 1 EDB IN letter 1 ED7 I am letter 1 EA3 NH VAS letter 1 EF1 NG letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EF1 C and gay Sao CU letter 1 ED9 CD stroke letter 1 EA5 U try V letter 1 EDB I Porfiry. D letter 1B0 letter 1 EDB I de la Chuang 21 C letter 1 EA7 A K letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment T letter 1 EADP Trung Vao S letter 1 EF1 Psi S letter 1 E5P C letter 1 EI7 A Raskolnikov CU letter 1 ED9 CG letter 1 EB7 PG letter 1 E1 by letter 1 EA9N V letter 1 EDB IM letter 1 ED9T NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I dan ang va S letter 1 EF1 CHUY letter 1 E3 NH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB NGD stroke letter 1 EBFN Sonya. W rewritten script, chapter 21. A original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title, Part III, Chapter 6, The Mysterious Stranger, The Confession on the Street and the Journey to Sonya. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 52,500 words. Part III, Chapter 6, The Mysterious Stranger, The Confession on the Street, and the Journey to Sonya. Raskolnikov left Porfiry Petrovich's office in a state of psychological disintegration. Though the confrontation had stripped him bare, proving to him, beyond any philosophical doubt, that his mind, the very instrument of his extraordinary idea, was utterly transparent to the keen-eyed magistrate. He was a defeated man, trapped by his own intellect and stalked by the patient, smiling certainty of the law. He stumbled into the street, his head spinning, convinced that every passing face was a spy, every carriage a prison wagon waiting to whisk him away to Siberia. He was no longer walking. He was fleeing from the echo of Porfiry's voice, from the devastating knowledge of the secret knock on the dead woman's door. He longed for oblivion, for the fever to return, for any escape from the agonizing clarity of his exposure. It was during this frantic, aimless flight that he was abruptly accosted by a figure who seemed to materialize directly out of his nightmares. A mysterious stranger, a small, seemingly insignificant man with a gray coat and a face contorted by a bizarre mix of nervous humility and intense religious fervor, stopped him dead in his tracks. The man stared at Raskolnikov with eyes that seemed to hold all the guilt of the world. He spoke in a low, trembling whisper that was nonetheless utterly distinct amidst the street noise. "Rodion Romanovich, I know you, I know who you are the murderer." The direct, brutal accusation, delivered in the middle of a bustling street, was the final psychological blow. Raskolnikov felt the blood rush from his head, his legs giving way. This was not the subtle intellectual probing of Porfiry. This was the raw, terrifying voice of public knowledge. Raskolnikov grabbed the man's lapels, shaking him violently. "Who are you? What do you know? Speak, you phantom." The man, far from resisting, seemed to embrace the physical assault as a form of spiritual flagellation. He revealed himself to be a petty official who had worked in the same building as the pawnbroker. He confessed that he had been standing on the staircase just as Raskolnikov had made his escape, witnessing the terrified student flee the apartment. The man had seen him. The man had known the secret all along, yet had remained silent, allowing the drama to unfold, consumed by his own petty fears and strange moral curiosity. "I saw you," the stranger whispered, tears welling in his eyes. "I saw you that day, Rodion Romanovich. I saw you run down the stairs. Go and confess. Go and accept your suffering. That is your only path to redemption." The confrontation was short, intense, and utterly shattering. The stranger, having delivered his terrible truth and his moral imperative, melted back into the crowd, leaving Raskolnikov standing alone, staggering with the final irrefutable knowledge that his secret was not his own. He was no longer safe. His exposure was only a matter of time, perhaps hours, perhaps minutes. The revelation brought Raskolnikov to a singular, desperate decision. He would confess. But not to the police, not to the calculating, cold justice of Porfiry. He needed to confess to someone who could offer moral, spiritual absolution, not legal conviction. He needed Sonya. Sonya Marmeladova, the saintly prostitute, the embodiment of Christian suffering and self-sacrifice, was the only person left in his world capable of comprehending the depth of his theoretical crime and offering the solace of unjudgmental compassion. She was the polar opposite of the cruel, self-serving logic that had driven his actions. He began to walk toward her lodgings. The journey was not a physical transit across the city. It was a spiritual pilgrimage toward the possibility of atonement. He arrived at the lodging house, climbing the stairs to the wretched single room she shared with her tragically unhinged stepmother, Katerina Ivanovna. He found Sonya alone, her small room immaculate despite the poverty, filled with a pervasive sense of quiet, enduring sadness. She was sitting at the table, clutching a small, worn copy of the New Testament, a stark symbol of the faith that sustained her in her degradation. Sonya looked up, her timid eyes widening with apprehension. She knew of Raskolnikov's strange charity, his manic intensity, and the powerful dark energy that surrounded him. Raskolnikov did not sit. He stood before her, his breath ragged, the words of confession already forming behind his parched lips. He knew that the moment he spoke the truth, he would destroy her quiet dignity and burden her with the weight of his monstrous secret. But the need to share the unbearable load was greater than any consideration of pity. "Sonya," he began, his voice barely a whisper, yet resonating with the final, desperate urgency of a drowning man. "I have come to you because I can no longer bear it. I have come to you for your wisdom." He needed her pure, moral light to finally illuminate the terrifying darkness of his deed. The confession, the act of self-purging, was about to begin. Part IV, Chapter 1, The Unburdening, Raskolnikov's Confession to Sonya and the Call to Suffering. Raskolnikov stood before Sonya, the silence of her small, immaculate room pressing down on him, amplifying the frantic drumming of his own heart. The air itself felt thick with unsaid truth. He had come here not for salvation, but for witness. To make his terrible theoretical act real by speaking it aloud to the one person whose moral clarity he could not contaminate. Sonya sat motionless, her timid eyes fixed on his face, her hands clasped tightly over the small, worn copy of the New Testament. She recognized the despair in his gaze, but she could not yet grasp the profound evil that gripped his soul. Raskolnikov began indirectly, circling the core truth with philosophical rhetoric, trying desperately to justify his action before revealing the full horror. He spoke of poverty, of injustice, of the necessity of certain individuals to dare to seize power for the good of humanity. "Sonya," he rasped, his voice harsh and strained. "Tell me, if you had to choose, if it was in your power to save the entire world from poverty, from ruin, but you had to sacrifice just one useless, wicked life, would you do it? Would you dare to transgress?" Sonya listened, her face troubled, struggling to follow the abstract, destructive logic. "No, Rodion Romanovich," she whispered, shaking her head. "No human being can decide which life is wicked or which life is useless. It is not for us to judge or to take." Her simple, profound faith immediately pierced the fragile armor of his intellectual arrogance. There was no room for theoretical murder in Sonya's world, only the absolute, undeniable value of every soul. Raskolnikov laughed, a short, desperate, hysterical sound that was instantly choked off. He realized the futility of his philosophical defense. The time for theory was over. He leaned toward her, his eyes blazing with a mixture of terror and dark relief. "I did it, Sonya," he whispered, the words tearing themselves from his throat. "I killed the old pawnbroker. And her sister, Lizaveta, I killed them both." The truth, once spoken, settled over the room like a sudden, suffocating cold. Sonya did not scream, did not run, did not faint. Her initial reaction was one of pure, disbelieving horror. She swayed slightly, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes widening until they were vast, dark pools of bottomless pity. "No. No, it cannot be true," she breathed, the very concept of Raskolnikov, the gentle, intellectual, compassionate benefactor of the Marmaladovs, being a murderer, was too great an incongruity for her simple, righteous mind to accept. Raskolnikov, driven by the desperate need to prove the reality of his own monstrosity, repeated the confession in agonizing detail. He described the acts, the silence, the blood, and the utter triviality of the loot. He confessed not just the act, but the idea, the arrogant, demonic philosophy that had driven him to believe he was an extraordinary man with the right to kill. He explained his theory, the core of his torment. "I did not murder to rob, Sonya. I murdered to find out whether I was a louse like everyone else or a man, to see whether I had the right to step over the barrier. I failed. I discovered I am merely a louse." Sonya finally understood, and her reaction was not one of revulsion but of overwhelming, profound pity. Her pity was not for the victim but for the tormented soul kneeling before her. She rose from her seat, trembling violently, and in a gesture of pure transcendent compassion, she rushed to him, throwing her arms around him and clutching him to her thin, trembling body. "What suffering?" she cried out, her voice breaking with deep sorrow. "There is no one in the whole world more unhappy than you are now." Raskolnikov, the proud, isolated killer, was utterly undone by this overwhelming, undeserved compassion. He had expected condemnation, fear, or moral fury. He received unconditional love and shared suffering. He wept, the first real, unforced tears he had shed since before the crime, clinging to her as a shipwrecked man clings to a spar. Sonya then revealed the only path to his redemption, the one that her faith dictated. She retrieved her New Testament and pointed to the core of her belief. Suffering is a salvation. You must accept your suffering, Rodion Romanovich. It is the only way. You must go at once, this very minute, and stand at the crossroads. Kiss the earth you have defiled, bow to the four corners of the world, and say aloud to all men, "I am a murderer." Then God will send you life again. Go now, go and accept redemption through public suffering. Raskolnikov was horrified by the suggestion. Public confession, public humiliation, prison, Siberia. The sheer physical and intellectual degradation was unbearable to his enormous pride. He was willing to suffer the psychological torment of guilt, but not the external degradation of the common criminal. He rejected her call, stubbornly holding onto the last vestiges of his intellectual superiority. He still believed his crime was a mistake, not a sin. "No, Sonya, I will not surrender to your sentimental mysticism. I will not destroy my life for the sake of your God." But the seed was planted. Sonya, in her pure, unshakable faith, had given him the moral imperative he lacked. She had replaced the empty, destructive pride of his theory with the difficult, painful path of atonement. She knelt before him, her eyes shining with tears and conviction. "I will follow you, Rhodia. I will follow you everywhere. If you go to prison, I will be there. We will bear this cross together." The chapter closed on this impossible, agonizing promise. The murderer and the saint, bound together by a monstrous crime, facing the terrifying prospect of public exposure and shared endless suffering. Part IV, Chapter 2, The New Shadow, Svidrigailov's Arrival and the Mother's Letter of Warning. Raskolnikov left Sonya's room in a terrifying state of liminality, neither free nor captured, neither absolved nor condemned. Though the confession had failed to bring the expected relief. Instead, It had merely transferred the intolerable burden of his secret to the one person in the world who could offer him spiritual escape. He walked away from her, the profound silence of his own mind deafened only by the echo of her tearful, unwavering call to suffering and public confession. He was consumed by the agonizing choice, pride, or redemption. He was so utterly absorbed in this internal battle that he barely noticed the figure waiting in his own small, cramped room when he finally returned. The man sat calmly on Raskolnikov's small chair, dominating the space with a quiet, menacing presence. Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov. Svidrigailov was Dunya's former employer, a man whose reputation was a tapestry woven with scandal, depravity, and dark, unverified rumors of murder. He was, in a horrifying way, a mirror to Raskolnikov's own theoretical criminal, a man who had successfully transcended morality, but for the basest, most self-serving reasons. His appearance was striking, meticulously dressed, handsome despite his age, with a deceptively open, even bland face that hid an abyss of cynicism and calculated amorality. Rodion Romanovich, Svidrigailov began, his voice smooth and unnervingly casual, as if they were discussing the weather. I apologize for the intrusion, but my business concerns your sister, and perhaps also your philosophical preoccupations. Raskolnikov stared at him, recognizing the immediate, profound danger Svidrigailov represented to Dunya and potentially to his own secret. Svidrigailov's cynical indifference was far more terrifying than Porfiry's calculated malice. "What do you want?" Raskolnikov demanded, his voice low and brittle. "Leave my sister alone. You have no right to approach her." Svidrigailov merely smiled, a slow, predatory expression. He revealed that he had been in St. Petersburg for several days, attending to the financial affairs resulting from the recent mysterious death of his wife, Marfa Petrovna, a death which he casually implied was more an inconvenience than a tragedy. He then cut directly to his purpose, Dunya. "I am still passionately in love with your sister," Svidrigailov confessed without a hint of shame. "And I have come to offer her a very generous settlement. Not marriage, which she so foolishly rejected, but a guaranteed financial future. I have access to funds, Rodion Romanovich, very large funds, which I wish to place in her name. I simply require your assistance in persuading her to accept." Raskolnikov felt a wave of icy revulsion. Svidrigailov was attempting to buy his sister, using Raskolnikov as the intermediary. The offer, however, was framed with a bizarre, unsettling frankness. Svidrigailov never pretended to be anything other than a self-serving rogue. The conversation rapidly spiraled into a strange philosophical duel. Svidrigailov, knowing Raskolnikov's intellectual pride, began to subtly praise Raskolnikov's actions, not the charity but the underlying defiance. You and I, my dear fellow, we are of the same temperament, wouldn't you say? Men who know the world is ultimately arbitrary, who recognize that morality is just a societal convention for the ordinary masses. The strong man acts. Svidrigailov's words, echoing the dark core of Raskolnikov's failed theory, were a form of profound psychological pollution. Raskolnikov saw his own monstrous potential reflected in Svidrigailov's chilling amorality. He was disgusted, but also strangely drawn to the man who lived the theory he had failed to execute. Raskolnikov fiercely rejected the offer and denounced Svidrigailov, warning him to stay away from Dunya. Svidrigailov, however, was unfazed, merely handing Raskolnikov a small sealed letter. "Read this, it is from your mother. It explains my financial position and perhaps gives you a clearer picture of the situation. I will return tomorrow for your answer." With that, Svidrigailov left, leaving behind the heavy scent of cologne and an even heavier pall of moral decay. Raskolnikov, shaken, immediately tore open the envelope. The letter was from Pulcheria Alexandrovna, his mother, written in a state of distress and confusion. The letter confirmed Svidrigailov's claims of wealth and his intention to help Dunya, attributing the change to a sudden, benevolent turn of heart. But the most crucial element was a subtle yet terrifying warning. His mother mentioned in passing that the investigating magistrate Porfiry Petrovich had begun to make vague, unsettling inquiries about Raskolnikov's health and whereabouts, displaying an unhealthy interest in his philosophical writings. The world had suddenly snapped back into sharp focus. Svidrigailov represented the moral danger to his sister. Porfiry represented the legal danger to his life. Both men were circling him, manipulating events, and using his family as leverage. The internal crisis intensified. Sonya had offered him the path of suffering. Svidrigailov offered the path of immunity and cynicism. He had to choose between his spiritual guide and his intellectual doppelganger. Part IV, Chapter 3, The Doppelganger's Lure, Raskolnikov's Agony and Dunya's Dilemma. The presence of Svidrigailov in St. Petersburg cast a chilling, inescapable shadow over Raskolnikov's already fractured existence. The man was a constant, living refutation of his entire philosophical defense. If Raskolnikov had killed out of intellectual pride and flawed theory, Svidrigailov had killed, or lived a life deserving of the accusation, purely out of unadulterated self-interest and boredom. Svidrigailov represented the terrifying conclusion of the extraordinary man theory applied to the lowest common denominator. amorality without pretense, depravity without remorse. Raskolnikov spent the day in a feverish, agonizing retreat, struggling to process the conflicting demands placed upon him. Sonya's command to confess and suffer versus Svidrigailov's dark invitation to embrace cynicism and impunity. The money Svidrigailov offered Dunya, a staggering sum that would ensure the family's security forever, was the cruelest temptation. Raskolnikov had committed murder to prevent Dunya's sacrifice to Luzhin's ambition. Now he was being offered a literal get-out-of-poverty-free card by a man far more dangerous than Luzhin. Though the irony was a suffocating torment, he knew he had to destroy Svidrigailov not just to protect Dunya, but to destroy the mirror reflecting his own crime. The mother and the magistrate. The letter from his mother, detailing Porfiry Petrovich's subtle inquiries, added a layer of acute external pressure. Raskolnikov realized that Porfiry was deliberately delaying the arrest, allowing Raskolnikov's own internal pressure, the guilt, the fear, the paranoia, to ripen the time for confession. The magistrate was playing a long, refined game of psychological entrapment. Raskolnikov's mind, cycling endlessly between these two looming threats, settled on a temporary strategy: confrontation and defense. He immediately sought out Dunya, finding her at their lodging house with Razumikhin and his mother. The atmosphere, strained by the recent events, tightened further upon Raskolnikov's arrival. He delivered the news of Svidrigailov's presence and his offer, recounting the man's cynical proposition without softening the edges of his depravity. Dunya, Svidrigailov is here. He has offered you a vast fortune. He claims his wife's death has made him solvent and that he wishes to atone for the past. It is a trap. Raskolnikov's voice was sharp, fueled by his desperate need to keep her morally unsullied. Dunya listened with a chilling calmness that unnerved Raskolnikov. She possessed the same iron will, but used it for self-preservation and calculation, not philosophical extremism. "I know the man is depraved, Rodion," Dunya replied, her eyes fixed on him. "But he is no longer my employer, and I am no longer engaged to Luzhin. This offer is tempting, given our mother's health and our utter destitution. Tell me what you know, Rodion, that makes you so certain of his malice now." Dunya's question went deeper than Svidrigailov. She was truly asking about Raskolnikov's own internal knowledge, the intuitive certainty that sprang from his recent confession and his proximity to true amorality. Raskolnikov could not tell her that he and Svidrigailov shared a bond of potential criminality. He could only appeal to her moral code. "He will seek to possess you, Dunya. He will destroy you. Do not touch his money. It is stained with the same corruption that stained Luzhin's ambition." Razumikhin, ever the loyal protector, burst in with fiery indignation, denouncing Svidrigailov and his corrupt wealth. His genuine, transparent anger contrasted sharply with Raskolnikov's tortured, complex rejection. The outcome of the conversation was an agonizing compromise. Dunya agreed to reject the money, but she insisted on hearing Svidrigailov's proposal one last time in a public setting and with Razumikhin as her chaperone. She needed to understand the limits of his cynicism and assess the true danger, the lingering paranoia. Raskolnikov left the family gathering in a state of agitated uncertainty. He had temporarily defended Dunya, but the threat remained. As he walked, his mind returned inexorably to the terrifying figure of the mysterious stranger, the man on the street who had seen him run from the pawnbroker's apartment. Raskolnikov realized that this man, the petty official, was the only living witness to his crime, a physical piece of evidence that Porfiry had not yet officially deployed. Raskolnikov was compelled by a self-destructive urge to confront the man one last time to fully confirm his own exposure. He sought out the spot where the man had accosted him. He searched the area, his heart pounding. He needed to see the man to solidify the reality of the noose tightening around his neck. He found the man standing humbly in the street corner. Raskolnikov approached him directly, his voice strained and quiet. Why are you following me? You know what I did. Why do you not go to the police and tell them?" Though the stranger, seeing Raskolnikov's renewed intensity, recoiled slightly, his face pale with fear and piety. "Go and confess, Rodion Romanovich," the man repeated, clutching a small cross hidden in his sleeve. "I have no need to report you. Your heart will report you. Your suffering is your prosecutor." The man's refusal to act as a physical informant, instead serving as a moral accuser, was a final blow to Raskolnikov's pride. The world was demanding his spiritual surrender, not his physical capture. Raskolnikov turned away, acknowledging the terrifying truth. The entire universe, from the magistrate to the lowest petty official, was now aligned against his secret, all pointing him toward the same single, agonizing act, confession. He was utterly alone, adrift between the cynical lure of Svidrigailov's impunity and the spiritual agony of Sonya's call to the cross. Part IV, Chapter 4, The Final Trap, the Ultimatum, and the Edge of Self-Surrender. The days following Raskolnikov's confession to Sonya and the unsettling appearance of Svidrigailov were a period of intense, agonizing stasis. He was a man suspended over an abyss. Sonya had given him the spiritual key, urging him toward public atonement. Svidrigailov offered him a dark, cynical escape hatch, and Porfiry Petrovich, the ultimate psychological predator, was merely waiting content to allow Raskolnikov's own guilt to finish the job. Raskolnikov knew the final confrontation with Porfiry was imminent. The air was thick with that certainty. He attempted to remain indoors, retreating into his shell of feverish introspection, but the world demanded his participation. He visited the Marmaladovs to assist with the funeral arrangements, a task that served as a necessary distraction from the overwhelming threat of the police. His involvement with the Marmaladovs, specifically Katerina Ivanovna's increasing hysteria and poverty-driven madness, forced Raskolnikov to confront the grotesque reality of poverty he had once sought to remedy through murder. Katerina Ivanovna's frantic, proud descent into delusion, planning a lavish, impossible funeral to maintain the illusion of her former noble status, was a devastating spectacle of uncompensated suffering. Raskolnikov found himself drawn into the chaos, his sanity contrasting sharply with Katerina Ivanovna's own mental unraveling. He saw the genuine, silent suffering of Sonya, forced to endure her stepmother's public humiliation and subsequent collapse, and felt a profound, renewed connection to her spiritual endurance. The uninvited guest. It was shortly after the disastrous, humiliating funeral banquet for Marmaladov, a public scene marked by Katerina Ivanovna's final, catastrophic public breakdown and subsequent fatal illness, that Porfiry Petrovich arrived at Raskolnikov's room. This time the magistrate came alone, without summons, without official pretense. He simply sat down, his familiar, unnerving smile in place, his eyes radiating a profound, absolute certainty. The atmosphere was electric. This was the final, unscheduled duel. Porfiry began not with an accusation, but with a deep, almost philosophical apology. He apologized for the psychological torture of their previous meetings, admitting his use of subterfuge and mind games. "I know you are the murderer, Rodion Romanovich," Porfiry stated, his voice quiet, almost compassionate. "There is no doubt. I know it entirely, but I confess I was wrong about the methods. I was looking for the criminal when I should have been looking for the man of theory." Raskolnikov sat rigid, his blood cold. The directness of the accusation, stripped of all ambiguity, was paradoxically less frightening than the magistrate's previous mind games. Porfiry then revealed the full extent of his knowledge. The article on crime, Raskolnikov's feverish collapse at the station, his reckless return to the scene of the crime and the knock on the door, all details Raskolnikov had believed were safely hidden within his own mind. He revealed his suspicion of the mysterious man on the staircase, the witness, but dismissed him as irrelevant, for the true prosecutor was Raskolnikov's conscience. The revelation was complete. Raskolnikov was exposed intellectually and factually. Porfiry then presented his ultimatum, the final subtle trap designed for Raskolnikov's peculiar psychological makeup. "I am giving you time, Rodion Romanovich," Porfiry continued, leaning forward, his voice hypnotic. "I know you are not a common villain. You are a man of honor, however misguided. I am asking you to go and confess, not for my sake, but for your own." He explained his reason. The false suspect, Nikolai the painter, had maintained his coerced confession, and the courts, content with an easy conviction, were proceeding with the case. If Raskolnikov allowed an innocent man to suffer in his stead, the guilt would utterly destroy his soul. "If you confess now, before the trial is too far along, you will receive leniency. You will be able to face your suffering with honor. But if you wait even 2 more days, I will be forced to arrest you officially, and your confession will be meaningless. And Nikolai will be irrevocably ruined." The ultimatum was brilliant. It bypassed Raskolnikov's ego and intellectual pride entirely, appealing only to the moral conscience, the one part of him that still fought against his theory. Porfiry was giving Raskolnikov the chance to fulfill his own moral code, to sacrifice himself to save an innocent. Raskolnikov stood up, overwhelmed, his mind screaming in defeat. "You know nothing," he shouted, the words weak and unconvincing. "You have no proof. This is all psychology speculation." Porfiry merely smiled, a profound, weary smile of absolute control. "I know enough. The proof is in the illness of your soul. But do not worry, I will wait 2 days, go home. I'll think of the innocent painter, think of your sister, think of Sonya. She is waiting for you to choose." Porfiry rose, bowed politely, and left Raskolnikov alone, victorious in spirit but utterly defeated by the power of the magistrate's psychological insight. The 2-day clock had begun ticking, and Raskolnikov was left with an agonizing, impossible choice: prison or the destruction of an innocent life. TUY letter 1EC7 TV letter 1EDDI. Sao L letter 1EDDI C letter 1EA3NH Bao CU letter 1ED1 I Kung T letter 1EB Porfiry Petrovich. Raskolnikov Roy Vao Tin TR letter 1EA1NG KH letter 1EA7NG HO letter 1EA3 NGT letter 1ED9 D stroke letter 1ED9 Chuang TI letter 1EBF P Theo S letter 1EBD T letter 1EADP Trung Vao S letter 1EF1 XU letter 1EA5 T H I letter 1EC7 NTR letter 1EDF L letter 1EA1 IC letter 1EA7 S Svidrigailov. ZNG letter 1B0 letter 1ADD ID stroke letter 1EC1 NGH letter 1ECB M letter 1ED9T GI letter 1EA3 IFOP TH letter 1EBF Stamti letter 1 I day 1 I cho L letter 1 I D I thuti letter 1 I D9 I. The letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I de la chuang 26 C letter 1 EA7 a K letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment D stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EA3 C Don S letter 1 ED1 La part IV chapter 5 BB Rewritten script, Chapter 26, Part IV, Chapter 5. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. And chapter title, Part IV, Chapter 5. Svidrigailov's Revelation, the Confession of the Cynic and the Temptation of Exile. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 65,000 words. Part IV, Chapter 5, The Final Trap, The Ultimatum and the Edge of Self-Surrender. Raskolnikov stood paralyzed in the center of his room, the shadow of Porfiry's ultimatum looming over him like the blade of a guillotine. 2 days. That was the time limit imposed upon his conscience. To either confess and seek an honorable, though terrible, punishment, or to condemn the innocent painter Nikolai and live forever with the moral ruin of that final, cowardly act. The intellectual battle was over, the ethical one raged in his soul. He was wrestling with this impossible choice when Svidrigailov returned, entering the room with a disconcerting air of polite, casual intrusion. He seemed entirely aware of the pressure Raskolnikov was under, sensing the desperate tension radiating from the younger man. Svidrigailov was the polar opposite of Porfiry. Where the magistrate appealed to conscience, Svidrigailov appealed to expediency and survival. You look distraught, Rodion Romanovich, Svidrigailov observed, taking a seat and crossing his legs. Perhaps your friend, the delightful magistrate, has paid you an unpleasant visit. I understand he possesses a rather irritating talent for psychological speculation. Raskolnikov, seeing in Svidrigailov a final, terrifying alternative to the path of suffering, was unable to dismiss him. He wanted to know how a man could live so comfortably with so much evil. He desperately needed the cynic's secret. Svidrigailov, sensing Raskolnikov's internal collapse, began to speak with an almost mesmerizing frankness about his own dark past. He spoke of his deceased wife, Marfa Petrovna, confessing with chilling detachment to the boredom, the infidelities, and the general moral drift that characterized his life. He revealed that he was haunted not by guilt but by phantoms. He spoke of the ghost of his wife and the phantom of a young servant girl he had corrupted and driven to suicide. He described these apparitions not with fear, but with a kind of weary resignation, accepting them as the natural, dull consequence of his empty existence. I am not mad, Rodion Romanovich, Svidrigailov stated, his eyes fixed on the distant wall. But I am bored. And boredom, my friend, is perhaps the true source of all human evil. Not grand theory or revolutionary thought, but simply the inability to endure the sheer tedium of existence. This was Svidrigailov's subtle, yet devastating confession, the anti-confession. He was demonstrating that one could commit heinous acts, and yet the only punishment was the tedious, repetitive visitation of one's past in the form of benign, annoying ghosts. He showed Raskolnikov a life without consequences, a life where the extraordinary man merely descends into comfortable, haunted mediocrity. Raskolnikov was repelled yet fascinated. He saw the potential future of his own theory, not a Napoleon ruling mankind, but a haunted recluse bored by his own transgression. Svidrigailov then returned to his practical purpose, Dunya. He reiterated his offer, framing it as a necessary evil. Your sister will not marry me. Very well, but she needs money. And you, my friend, you need an immediate escape. He unveiled his cynical solution to Raskolnikov's dilemma, exile and evasion. You are worried about the little painter, Nikolai? Nonsense. The man confessed. Porfiry is only playing with you. The real choice is this: do you want to go to Siberia or do you want to disappear? Svidrigailov proposed that Raskolnikov use the money intended for Dunya's security to flee St. Petersburg immediately, disappearing into Europe or the vast expanse of Russia. He offered to finance this escape, ensuring Raskolnikov's immunity from the law, provided Raskolnikov simply persuaded Dunya to accept his financial aid. We are partners now, Rodion Romanovich, Svidrigailov concluded, rising to leave. We both have our dark secrets, and we both have a mutual interest in securing your sister's happiness. Think of the freedom, forget the guilt, that is just neurosis, choose life. He left Raskolnikov with the ultimate existential choice: Sonya's suffering and moral rebirth, prison, or Svidrigailov's cynical immunity, escape. The clock was ticking down the remaining hours of Porfiry's ultimatum, and Raskolnikov was forced to choose between the path of the saint and the path of the cynic, the two extreme poles of his own failed experiment. He staggered out of his room, the image of Svidrigailov's bored, haunted face replacing the accusing certainty of Porfiry's smile. He knew he had to see Sonya immediately, to seek the clarity of her moral vision one last time, before the darkness of Svidrigailov's offer consumed him entirely. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 IDDI. Zasaukai Svidrigailov Duel Raw L letter 1 EDD ID stroke letter 1 EC1 NGH letter 1 ECB then T letter 1 ED1 IC letter 1 E7 Amin. Raskolnikov PH letter 1 EA3 ID stroke letter 1 ED1 I am letter 1 EB70 V letter 1 EDB I am letter 1 ED90 QUY letter 1 EBFT D stroke letter 1 ECBNH D stroke letter 1 ECBNH M letter 1 EC7NH Chuang T I letter 1 EBF P Theo S letter 1 EBD T letter 1 EADP Trung Vao Cao Trao C letter 1 EA3M Zuck G I letter 1 EEF Aran Vad Downia Kung N Hu L letter 1 IDD I Thu T letter 1 ED9 ITH letter 1 E9 High C letter 1 E7 Aran V letter 1 EDB I Sonya D letter 1 B0 letter 1 ADB I De La Chuang 27 C letter 1 EI7 A K letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N Crime and Punishment D stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EI3 C Don S letter 1 ED1 La Part IV Chapter 6 CC Rewritten Script, Chapter 27, Part IV, Chapter 6. Original Novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. And chapter title, Part IV, Chapter 6, The Final Choice, Dunya's Confrontation and the Call to the Crossroads. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 2,500 words. Total estimated words completed, 67,500 words. Part IV, Chapter 6, The Final Choice, Dunya's Confrontation and the Call to the Crossroads. The remaining hours of Porfiry's ultimatum dissolved into an agonizing blur for Raskolnikov. He was trapped between Svidrigailov's dark logic, the lure of self-preservation through moral compromise, and Sonya's pure faith, the painful path of public confession and suffering. His internal conflict was so fierce that he could no longer discern the boundaries between reality and the fevered distortions of his own mind. He knew he could not make this final, world-altering decision alone. He had to face his two greatest moral anchors, Dunya and Sonya. The confrontation with Dunya. Raskolnikov first sought out his sister. He found her alone, tense, her face reflecting the deep anxiety caused by Svidrigailov's continued presence and Raskolnikov's volatile state. Dunya, having heard the strange, insistent rumors surrounding her brother and the murder investigation, sensed the catastrophic truth that he had been concealing. Raskolnikov's purpose was not to confess the murder, but to ensure her absolute safety from Svidrigailov before he surrendered himself to the law or fled. He demanded with a desperate, terrifying intensity that she swear to sever all ties with the man and never accept his tainted money. Dunya, he pleaded, grabbing her hands, his voice trembling with a love that transcended his own guilt. I know things, terrible things. Svidrigailov is not merely depraved, he is destruction itself. You must promise me, swear to me, that you will choose Razumikhin's honorable poverty over his corrupt wealth. Dunya, witnessing her brother's raw, undeniable despair, finally understood that the stakes were far higher than money or reputation. She looked into his eyes not with fear, but with an intense, agonizing certainty of his guilt. "Rhodia," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "They tell me the truth. Are you the one? Did you have something to do with that woman's death?" The question, direct and unavoidable, ripped through Raskolnikov's final defense. He could not confess the full truth, but he could not sustain the lie. He looked away, his silence an answer more damning than any verbal confession. Dunya, a woman of powerful intellect and integrity, did not collapse. Instead, her recognition of his guilt became a source of immediate, fierce loyalty. She understood his intellectual arrogance and the torment it had caused. "If it is true, Rhodia," Dunya said, her voice filled with tears but firm, "then you must go and confess. You must choose atonement. Do not let that fiend Svidrigailov drag you into his abyss. I promise you I will never take his money. I will wait for you. We will survive this." Her loyalty, confirmed in the face of his suspected crime, was the final, devastating act of human love he needed. Dunya had affirmed the path of suffering and redemption, the path Sonya had commanded, the final confession to Sonya. Raskolnikov left Dunya, the ghost of Svidrigailov's temptation finally vanquished by his sister's purity. The clock was running out and he had only one destination left, Sonya's small room. He found her waiting, calm, her eyes red from weeping, but filled with the fierce, quiet resolve of her faith. She had prepared for this moment, the moment of his final surrender. Raskolnikov, no longer fighting his internal guilt, walked straight to her and knelt before her, his head bowed. "I am going, Sonya," he whispered. "I am going to surrender myself. I am going to confess the murder. I have lost. My theory was a failure. I am not an extraordinary man. I am a murderer." He confessed again, focusing this time not on the philosophical motivation, but on the practical, devastating failure of his life and his idea. Sonya did not praise him for his decision. She merely took his hands, her own hands trembling with relief and profound shared sorrow. She gave him the final, sacred instructions for his penance. She produced a large wooden cross, a symbol of the suffering and acceptance of fate. "Take this, Rodion Romanovich," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "It is the cross I wore when I first began my life of sorrow. Wear it now. Wear it when you go to the police and wear it when you go to the crossroads. This is the first step." Raskolnikov, the atheist, the intellectual, accepted the cross without resistance. He put it around his neck, the heavy wood a physical manifestation of the burden of his accepted guilt. His spiritual guide then laid out the final path of his surrender, repeating the ancient call to public penance. "Go now, Rhodia, go to the public square, the crossroads, the place where all humanity meets. Kneel down, kiss the earth you have defiled, and tell the world, I am a murderer. Then go to the police office. I will wait for you. Raskolnikov nodded, his face pale but resolute. He embraced her fiercely, a final act of human connection before his public spiritual execution. He was ready. He left Sonya's room wearing the cross, no longer an isolated philosopher, but a man accepting his shared humanity and his final terrible fate. He headed toward the bright sunlight of the public square, determined to fulfill the agonizing requirement of his final true human act. The Epilogue, Chapter 1, the public penance, the confession at the crossroads, and the inevitable surrender. Raskolnikov left Sonya's room, the heavy wooden cross resting against his chest, a physical, undeniable symbol of his spiritual submission. He was no longer the arrogant, isolated philosopher. He was a penitent walking toward his fate. The street outside was bathed in the harsh, indifferent light of the St. Petersburg afternoon. The path he chose was the one Sonya had commanded, the path of public humiliation and moral acknowledgement. His first destination was the crossroads, the bustling public square where all segments of humanity met, where his shame would be witnessed by the world he had sought to transcend. He walked with a strange, unnatural calm, his mind having achieved a terrifying clarity that transcended the fever and the guilt. He was performing the final act of his life's experiment, a self-imposed spiritual execution designed to kill the pride that had driven him to murder. He reached the square, the center of the hay market, the very place where he had witnessed the despair of the Marmaladovs. The market was a chaotic tableau of vendors, drunken laborers, and indifferent citizens. Raskolnikov stopped at the center, drawing deep, ragged breaths. For a moment his old, cold pride surged back, threatening to paralyze him. Was this absurdity necessary? Was he truly surrendering his magnificent intellect to this ridiculous medieval ritual? But the weight of the cross and the image of the innocent painter, Nikolai, suffering in his stead, anchored him to the moral truth. He knelt down slowly, painfully, his hands touching the cold, dirty cobblestones of the street. He bent his head and pressed his lips to the earth he had defiled with the blood of his theory. The act was profoundly symbolic, a kiss of acceptance, a humble submission to the human soil he had thought himself above. A small crowd immediately gathered, muttering, pointing, intrigued by the sight of the well-dressed student performing such a bizarre act of public penance. Raskolnikov stood up, his face pale, his eyes blazing with the final defiant act of his will. He faced the four corners of the world, bowing low to the confused onlookers. Then, drawing every ounce of air into his lungs, he delivered his final public confession, the words tearing from his throat, raw and agonizing. I am a murderer. The shout was loud, ringing out over the market noise, instantly silencing the surrounding crowd. He repeated it, his voice cracking with the strain, the entire square now staring at the mad, desperate figure. He had fulfilled the agonizing command of the church and the command of his conscience. He was publicly acknowledged, and the intellectual torment of his secret vanished, replaced by the profound, absolute certainty of his external doom. The final walk. He turned and began walking directly towards the police station, his final destination. As he walked, he noticed a familiar figure standing near the edge of the crowd, watching him with quiet, desperate anxiety. Sonya. She had kept her promise, following him, standing witness to his agonizing moment of public surrender. She had not come to offer comfort, but to stand as the embodiment of the suffering he must now accept. Raskolnikov walked past her, their eyes meeting in a long, silent gaze of understanding. He saw the tears streaming down her face, tears not of condemnation, but of shared sorrow and acceptance. He continued toward the police station. He was still free. He could still turn back, flee the city, accept Svidrigailov's dark proposal. But the possibility no longer held any temptation. The only remaining path was the one of consequences. He entered the station. The atmosphere was one of dull, bureaucratic routine. He found the familiar office and asked for the superintendent. He was met not by Porfiry, but by an indifferent, tired-looking official. Raskolnikov tried to speak the words of his legal confession, but his voice failed, reduced to a dry, choking whisper. He stumbled out of the office and walked down the hall, intending to return later, perhaps tomorrow, to make the formal statement. But as he reached the foot of the stairs, a figure stepped out of the shadows, blocking his way, Porfiry Petrovich. The magistrate was not smiling. He looked grave, his eyes filled with a weary professional sadness. He did not speak of the murder. He simply looked at Raskolnikov with the profound, ultimate understanding that had governed their entire duel. Raskolnikov, realizing the futility of any further resistance, raised his hands in a gesture of final, utter defeat. I, Raskolnikov choked out, finally forcing the words past his lips. I killed them. The pawnbroker and her sister, Lizaveta, it was I. The confession was made. The long psychological nightmare was over. Porfiry nodded slowly, his face reflecting neither triumph nor surprise, only the quiet, inevitable conclusion of the human drama. As the doors of the station closed behind him, Raskolnikov felt the crushing weight of society's law descend upon him, but beneath it he felt the first, fragile stirring of spiritual relief. The relief of a soul finally freed from the terrible, isolating prison of its own theory. In Epilogue Chapter 2, The aftermath, legal proceedings, and the fate of the supporting cast. Raskolnikov's formal confession, though delayed, proved sufficient. The legal machinery, once set in motion, worked with cold, bureaucratic efficiency. The investigation found numerous mitigating circumstances. Raskolnikov's feverish state, his mental delirium, the immediate genuine remorse shown by his public penance, and most importantly, his subsequent act of self-surrender despite the lack of irrefutable evidence against him. Porfiry Petrovich emerged as the silent victor. His psychological strategy, the calculated delay and the appeal to Raskolnikov's conscience, was vindicated. He secured the confession without resorting to brute force or legal trickery, demonstrating his mastery over the criminal mind. He personally ensured the court understood Raskolnikov's crime as an act of temporary madness driven by philosophical delusion rather than simple greed. The fate of the others. While Raskolnikov awaited his sentencing, the narrative turned to the immediate fates of those he left behind, their lives forever altered by his crime and confession. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, his mother, the strain of the past year, Luzhin's betrayal, Raskolnikov's illness, and the subsequent psychological warfare proved too much for her fragile health. She never fully grasped the true nature of her son's confession, clinging fiercely to the notion that he was merely being punished for some abstract student offense and his inability to pay debts. This deliberate ignorance protected her from the full, devastating horror of the truth. However, her decline was swift and merciful. She died soon after Raskolnikov's trial, her last moments spent speaking wistfully of her brilliant Rodion and his coming return. Her passing, a tragic consequence of his actions, freed Dunya from her final domestic obligation. Dunya and Razumikhin. The most joyous consequence of Raskolnikov's confession was the clear, unimpeded path it created for this couple. Dunya, now free from both Luzhin and her mother's care, found her strength and resilience amplified by Razumikhin's unwavering loyalty and robust common sense. They married swiftly. Razumikhin, energized by his new family responsibilities, threw himself into his business and studies with newfound success. He and Dunya settled into a life of honorable, contented poverty, dedicating themselves to a single overriding goal: supporting Raskolnikov during his penal servitude in Siberia. Their life became a beacon of simple, practical love, a stark contrast to the complex, destructive theory Raskolnikov had chased. Svidrigailov, the cynical antagonist, the living proof of Raskolnikov's theory twisted into depravity, met his end with characteristic, utter nihilism. Before Raskolnikov's confession, Svidrigailov made one last desperate attempt to win Dunya's affection, cornering her and proposing to save Raskolnikov if she would marry him. Dunya fiercely rejected him, even firing a pistol at him in a moment of extreme defiance. Rejected, exposed, and ultimately bored with the repetition of his own evil, Svidrigailov committed suicide. His death was calculated, unemotional, and final, the ultimate act of a man who believed in nothing, demonstrating the profound emptiness that awaits a soul that rejects all moral anchors. The sentence, given the mitigating circumstances and Raskolnikov's unstable mental state at the time of the crime, the court showed leniency. He was not sentenced to death or the maximum term. Instead, Rodion Raskolnikov was condemned to 8 years of penal servitude in Siberia. The sentence was harsh, but it offered a definite, clear ending to his moral and legal agony and a tangible timeline for his potential return. The judgment was pronounced. The law had spoken. Raskolnikov, devoid of the emotional chaos that had consumed him, accepted his fate with a strange, detached calm. The physical journey to his place of punishment was about to begin, but the true journey, the spiritual one, had just been affirmed by the presence of his one true guide. Epilogue Chapter 3. The Spiritual Rebirth in Siberia, Sonya, and the Acceptance of Life. Raskolnikov arrived at the prison fortress in Siberia, a stark, desolate landscape that perfectly mirrored the emptiness left by the collapse of his theory. The reality of his punishment was dull labor, coldness, and the rough, constant proximity of common criminals, men who cared nothing for his transcendence or his philosophy of the extraordinary man. Strangely, this proximity to shared misery became a new form of torture. Raskolnikov, who had expected cathartic suffering, felt more isolated than ever. He clung to his intellectual pride, looking down upon his fellow prisoners for their crudeness and lack of philosophical depth. In their eyes, Raskolnikov was not a romantic rebel, but a weak and peculiar murderer. His arrogance earned him contempt. His displays of regret were viewed as feebleness. He still could not grasp that his crime was not a philosophical error, but a simple moral sin. Sonya, the silent martyr. But Raskolnikov was not truly alone. Sonya Marmeladova had kept her vow. Aided financially by Dunya and Razumikhin, she followed him to Siberia. Sonya did not live inside the prison, but in a humble hut nearby, devoting her days to odd jobs and attending to the prisoners' infirmary. She became the silent guardian angel of the entire camp. The other convicts, those who despised Raskolnikov, revered Sonya. They called her their little mother, humbled by her unjudgmental sanctity. Every day Sonya would approach the prison fence, patiently waiting for Raskolnikov. He often ignored her, feeling shame and irritation at her constant, unwavering presence. Although he had confessed because of her, he had not yet loved her as a man loves a woman. He had merely needed her pity. For months, Raskolnikov continued his internal struggle. He still rationalized, still believed his crime was justified, only executed at the wrong time. He had yet to accept that the very nature of the act was wrong. The moment of transformation. Though the change, when it came, was sudden, simple, and occurred the following spring. Raskolnikov fell seriously ill and was admitted to the prison infirmary. He lay delirious, sinking into a terrifying dream of a plague that swept the world. A plague of individual will, where every man believed his opinion was the only truth, turning against his neighbor, killing one another in intellectual pride. The dream was a haunting reflection of his own extraordinary man philosophy. Upon his recovery, Raskolnikov realized Sonya had visited him daily, sitting silently by his bedside. One day he left the infirmary and walked to the river bank where the convicts often worked. Sonya was waiting for him there. There were no words, no philosophy, no reasoning. They simply sat beside each other on a log, two outcasts of society. Sonya noticed his hand resting near hers. For the first time she quietly reached out and touched his hand. In that instant something broke within Raskolnikov. The wall of intellectual pride and self-isolation crumbled. He no longer saw her as a symbol or a recipient of his confession. He saw her as a woman. Raskolnikov, who had suppressed every genuine emotion since before the crime, was suddenly overcome with an intense, undeniable love for her. He looked into her eyes and understood that she had followed him to the ends of the earth not out of duty, but out of simple, genuine, unrewarded affection. He fell to his knees at her feet, clutched her knees, and wept. The first true tears that finally washed away his arrogance and his murderous philosophy. Sonya said nothing. She knew that this moment was the rebirth she had waited for. She recognized that his soul had passed into her, and she responded with love, the new dawn. The death of the old man, the philosophical murderer, was complete. In that moment, Raskolnikov no longer cared about the remaining years of his sentence. He had received his salvation. He looked at Sonya and realized that his new life lay not in recovering his pride or his freedom, but in her love and acceptance. Raskolnikov, for the first time, opened the New Testament Sonya had given him. He had not read it, but he knew it was the beginning of a new story. He did not know what the new life would hold, but he knew that he was now following compassion and love, not reason and pride. The remaining 8 years of penal servitude now seemed like merely a small beginning to a life newly found. Love had saved him and pride was conquered. Epilogue, Chapter 4, The Promise of Renewal, 7 Years, New Life, and the Great Future. 7 years passed since Raskolnikov's confession and exile to Siberia. Life in the penal colony remained harsh, yet for Raskolnikov it was now transformed by a profound awareness. Though the change hadn't been instantaneous. In the early years, Raskolnikov remained stubborn and haughty. He still attempted to rationalize his crime, looking down upon those around him. He hadn't yet achieved genuine moral repentance. He was merely repentant for his failure. However, the persistent, silent presence of Sonya exerted a slow, continuous effect, like water wearing away stone. She continued to be the sole beacon of compassion and faith in the harsh world of the prison camp. He watched her aid the other convicts, extending to them the comfort he still refused to accept for himself: the contempt of his peers. One of the greatest challenges to Raskolnikov's pride was the contempt of his own fellow prisoners. The most hardened murderers and robbers ostracized him. They found him alien, unable to belong, and they viewed his mental torment as an unnecessary weakness. "You are a gentleman, you killed with theory, not with heart," one convict declared. This isolation, this disdain from the men he thought he would join, forced Raskolnikov into deep self-reflection. He had killed out of pride, but these men had killed out of need, rage, or simple brutality. He realized that their crimes, physically worse, were less contemptible than his, which was born of self-deception. The spiritual resurrection. The great shift, as previously described, occurred after his illness and the moment of holding hands with Sonya. Following that event, their relationship changed. Raskolnikov no longer shunned Sonya. When they met, few words were needed. He simply had to look into her eyes to feel an unconditional love and a promise of a future devoid of the isolation of theory. He began to read the New Testament. He read it not as a scholar, but as a man seeking guidance. He didn't fully understand or believe yet, but he wanted to believe. It was easier to learn to love than it was to learn to believe, and his love for Sonya taught him how to begin believing in something outside himself. He realized that the new life was not a reward for the suffering he had endured, but a gift granted through Sonya's love. The promise and the end. The remaining 5 years of his sentence took on meaning. He began to enjoy manual labor, viewing the world with new eyes. The pride was dead. Life had returned. Dunya and Razumikhin kept their word, writing frequently and sending money. They had found success in their own new life and awaited the day of her brother's return. Raskolnikov knew that when he was freed, he would have 7 more years. He had already served a portion of the original 8-year sentence to atone and to live a true life. But more importantly, he had Sonya. They sat together on the river bank, bathed in the Siberian morning sun. Raskolnikov looked at her and smiled. It was the first genuine and unmad smile she had ever seen on his face. He placed the New Testament beside him and took her hand. The remaining years were no longer a period of hopeless waiting, but a brief interlude before their great future, a future built on compassion, sacrifice, and love. They had much to talk about, to do, and to heal. But their story, the story of the gradual conversion of a murderer into a genuine and loving human being, was complete. The Epilogue, Chapter 5, Svidrigailov's Abyss, the final hours and the suicide of the nihilist. Raskolnikov's confession, though a relief for his soul, had a brutal, immediate consequence for the man who represented his darkest philosophical possibility, Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov. Svidrigailov, who had been listening near the police station after his failed final attempt to blackmail Dunya, witnessed Raskolnikov's surrender. The sight of the younger man choosing suffering and moral truth over cynical escape struck Svidrigailov not with admiration, but with a profound, terrifying boredom and finality. Raskolnikov's choice eliminated Svidrigailov's last remaining purpose, the twisted, obsessive pursuit of Dunya. Without her as a target, and with the full, bleak certainty of his own moral stagnation, Svidrigailov decided to conclude his existence with the same cold, calculated indifference with which he had lived it. The Night of Phantoms. Svidrigailov spent his final night wandering the rain-swept, desolate streets of St. Petersburg. His internal landscape was one of absolute houveau nihilism, amplified by the visitations of the ghosts he had earlier mentioned to Raskolnikov. He checked into a cheap, miserable lodging house, a stark contrast to his usual lavish accommodations, a place that seemed perfectly suited for an act of final, utter despair. That night, his mental deterioration accelerated. He was visited by a series of phantoms that embodied the triviality and banality of his evil. Though the ghost of Marfa Petrovna, his recently deceased wife, appeared, not to accuse him of murder, but to complain about the weather and the poor arrangement of her funeral, reflecting the tedious domestic nature of his crimes. The ghost of the corrupted servant girl, the young girl he had driven to suicide, appeared briefly, but even her appearance was flat, devoid of the expected theatrical horror. She was simply a reminder of his capacity for casual, destructive cruelty. The final and most devastating vision was a 5-year-old child, freezing and shivering in the corner of his room. Svidrigailov approached the child with a fleeting moment of genuine, unprecedented pity, covering her with a blanket. Yet as he watched, the child's face twisted into an expression of wicked, knowing lewdness, a horrifying symbol that even the purest innocence was, in his mind, already tainted. This final vision destroyed the last vestige of his hope for redemption or even a moment of authentic feeling. Svidrigailov realized that even the potential for good had been corrupted by his cynical mind. There was no escape from his own banality. The final, calculated act. He woke before dawn utterly calm. His decision was made, not with passion or remorse, but with the cool logic of a man finishing a tedious calculation. He wrote a short note, leaving most of his considerable fortune to his young fiancée, a final, meaningless act of generosity, and allocating a substantial sum to Sonya Marmeladova, a cynical acknowledgment of the good he was incapable of performing himself. He dressed carefully and left the lodging house. The city was still shrouded in a cold gray mist. He walked until he reached the corner of a street near the Bolshoi Prospect, a place selected only because a tall official building stood nearby and a sentry was posted outside. Svidrigailov wanted his end to be witnessed, but only by a simple, indifferent functionary of the state. He approached the sentry, a timid Jewish soldier with a dull, vacant expression. "Good morning, my friend," Svidrigailov said pleasantly, pulling a loaded revolver from his pocket. The sentry, shocked, demanded, "This is not the place for that. What are you doing?" Svidrigailov smiled, a final hollow expression of his profound emptiness. "I am going to America." He knew that for a common, unthinking mind, America was the ultimate, distant metaphor for escape and oblivion. He wanted his final words to be a cynical lie, a final reflection of his own rejection of reality. Without another word, Svidrigailov put the muzzle of the revolver to his temple and pulled the trigger. The shot cracked sharply in the deserted morning air, the sound the only authentic thing left in his life. The soldier stood frozen in disbelief. Svidrigailov's death was the ultimate conclusion of the nihilistic experiment. A bleak, final punctuation mark on the failure of Raskolnikov's theory to lead anywhere but to spiritual void. While Raskolnikov chose life through suffering, Svidrigailov chose nothingness through absolute cynicism. TUY letter 1EC7 TV letter 1EDDI. Tasaukai Han Than VI letter 1EC7 CM letter 1EDF R letter 1ED9 NG V letter 1EC1 S letter 1ED1 PH letter 1EADN C letter 1EI7 Svidrigailov. Chungta S letter 1EBD CHUY letter 1EC3 NS letter 1EF1 Chu Y acute TR letter 1EDF L letter 1EA1 Icent Petersburg D stroke letter 1EC3 C letter 1E7 NG C letter 1ED1 Cow CHUY letter 1EC7 N Tin Yeru letter 1ED5 N D stroke letter 1ECBNH Vachan th letter 1 eadt c letter 1 e7 Adaunia va Razumikhin. Sem letter 1 ed9 d stroke letter 1 ed1 itr letter 1 ecdng han h letter 1 ea3 ov letter 1 edb is letter 1 ef1 h letter 1 ed7 n lo letter 1 ea1 n va by k letter 1 ecbch c letter 1 e7 a Raskolnikov. The letter 1b0 letter 1 edb I de la chuang 33 c letter 1 ea7 a k letter 1 ecbch b letter 1 ea3n crime and punishment. D stroke letter 1b0 letter 1 ea3 c don s letter 1 ed1 la Epilogue chapter 6. JJ rewritten script chapter 33 Epilogue chapter 6. A original novel Crime and Punishment. An original author Fyodor Dostoevsky. And chapter title Epilogue chapter 6 The Unshakable Foundation Dunya Razumikhin and the Strength of Practical Love. Estimated word count for this section approximately 2,500 words. Total estimated words completed 82,500 words. Epilogue chapter 6 The Unshakable Foundation Dunya Razumikhin and the Strength of Practical Love. While Raskolnikov languished in the psychological isolation of the penal colony, and Svidrigailov chose the ultimate escape of the nihilist, a foundation of stability and pure affection was being built back in St. Petersburg by Dunya and Razumikhin. Their story served as the novel's quiet, practical affirmation of life, the antithesis to Raskolnikov's destructive theory. Dunya, freed from the moral compromises of Luzhin and the dark pursuit of Svidrigailov, found her true strength in Razumikhin's unwavering loyalty. They were married in a quiet ceremony, choosing a life built on honorable poverty and shared labor, a life that perfectly matched Dunya's own deep-seated integrity. A partnership of equals. Their marriage was not a passionate, volatile romance, but a strong, rational partnership founded on mutual respect and practical purpose. Razumikhin, with Dunya's keen intellect guiding his raw entrepreneurial spirit, thrived. He successfully launched his publishing venture, securing contracts and demonstrating a business acumen that surprised even his professors. Dunya became his quiet, formidable partner, handling the accounts, managing correspondence, and lending her critical eye to his projects. Their relationship was devoid of the feverish intensity that characterized Raskolnikov's existence. Instead, it was marked by simple, reliable happiness. They lived in modest, cheerful surroundings, their home radiating the warmth of hard work and unpretentious affection. This domestic stability was crucial, for it gave them the necessary resources, both financial and emotional, to take on their most important task, the support of Raskolnikov. The burden of support. The confession had devastated their lives, especially after the passing of their mother, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, whose final weeks were spent in a fog of denial regarding her son's true crime. Dunya dealt with her grief and the shame of the public scandal with unshakable dignity. She never once expressed regret over Raskolnikov's confession. She understood that his surrender, agonizing as it was the only thing that saved his soul. She and Razumikhin immediately pooled their resources to begin their support efforts. Their letters to Raskolnikov were a lifeline. Razumikhin's letters were boisterous and practical, full of news of their business success, designed to keep Raskolnikov connected to the tangible reality of the free world. Dunya's letters were quieter, carrying the weight of familial love and a subtle, unstated moral encouragement. They never spoke directly of the murder, focusing instead on his well-being and their belief in his eventual return. They made regular, substantial financial contributions to Sonya, ensuring she had the means to live near the penal colony and act as Raskolnikov's immediate emotional anchor. They recognized Sonya's profound importance in his spiritual life and treated her with the deepest respect and gratitude. The contrast to theoretical love. The story of Dunya and Razumikhin served as a powerful counterargument to Raskolnikov's dead philosophy. Raskolnikov had sought to achieve great things through abstract violence and intellectual pride, only to cause ruin. Dunya and Razumikhin, conversely, achieved genuine, lasting good through humble diligence and practical compassion. Their love was neither sacrificial like Sonya's nor self-serving like Luzhin's or Svidrigailov's. It was real and sustaining. Their stable life was the ultimate goal Raskolnikov had failed to achieve through his crime, security and dignity for his loved ones. Knowing that his sister was happy, well protected and financially secure, was a crucial element in Raskolnikov's own slow process of spiritual recovery in Siberia. He realized that the happiness of others did not require the transgression of a superior man, but simply the reliable goodness of ordinary ones. Their commitment provided the external structure that allowed Raskolnikov to focus on the necessary internal deconstruction of his pride, knowing that a safe, loving future was waiting for him. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 ADDI. Chungta S letter 1 EBD I letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5C Dao Sao Vao CU letter 1 ED9 CD stroke letter 1 EA5 Utran N letter 1 ED9 Item KO Dai C letter 1 EI7 A Raskolnikov Trong TR letter 1 EA1 IGM T letter 1 EADP Trung Vao S letter 1 EF1 Co L letter 1 EADP Kieru NG letter 1 EA1 OC letter 1 EI7 A antava s letter 1 ef1 kin mi letter 1 ec7 t. Ma anta nh letter 1 eadn d stroke letter 1 b0 letter 1 ea3 ct letter 1 eb cock 2 n Hancock. The letter 1 b0 letter 1 edb I de la chuang 34 c letter 1 ea7 a K letter 1 ECBCH, B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment. D stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EA3 C Don S letter 1 ED1 La Epilogue, Chapter 7. KK rewritten script, Chapter 34 Epilogue, Chapter 7. A original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title, Epilogue Chapter 7, The Unyielding Pride, Raskolnikov's Isolation and the Contempt of the Convicts. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 85,000 words. Epilogue Chapter 7, The Unyielding Pride, Raskolnikov's Isolation and the Contempt of the Convicts. The early months of Raskolnikov's penal servitude were marked by a chilling psychological paradox. He had confessed to the world, yet he remained more isolated than he had ever been in his Petersburg garret. The intellectual fortress of his pride had survived the public penance. It had simply relocated to the confines of the Siberian barracks. He did not endure his punishment with the expected remorse of a common man. Instead, he saw his sentence as the unjust outcome of a failed philosophical experiment. He repented only for his incompetence, for failing to be the extraordinary man who could successfully transcend the law, not for the moral act of murder itself. The new torture, intellectual isolation. His greatest torment was not the hard labor or the meager rations, but the absolute banality of his fellow prisoners. They were a motley collection of thieves, robbers, and murderers driven by simple passions, rage, greed, or despair. They were concerned with food, drink, and immediate physical comforts. Raskolnikov found their minds impenetrable, their suffering uninteresting, and their motivations utterly beneath his contemplation. He would sit alone, aloof, lost in internal arguments, contemptuous of their lack of intellectual struggle. He had come seeking a brotherhood of suffering and found only coarse, ordinary humanity. This profound intellectual isolation fueled the contempt of the convicts. They sensed his arrogance, his unspoken judgment, and his persistent detachment. They viewed his aristocratic manners, his sensitivity, and his quiet despair not as signs of deep conscience, but as evidence of alien weakness and spoiled privilege. You are a soft gentleman, you should have killed her and then laughed. Why confess? They taunted him. You are just a weakling, not a true criminal. The moral disconnect. Though the convicts, many of whom had committed far more brutal crimes, felt morally superior to Raskolnikov. Their logic, brutal in its simplicity, was devastating to his intellectual pride. They had killed for real reasons: money, revenge, passion. He had killed for abstract, bookish vanity. They were particularly incensed by his attachment to Sonya. They revered her as a pure, suffering saint, a source of light in their darkness. But Raskolnikov's cold, reserved treatment of her, his failure to show the emotional gratitude they felt she deserved, only amplified their dislike. "Why do you torture her, scholar?" an old robber once spat at him. "She came here for you, yet you look at her like she is dirt. You don't know how to love." This accusation, "you don't know how to love," was the deepest wound, for it struck at the core of his human failure. He had intellectualized everything, even his own family affections, and was now incapable of simple human warmth. Sonya's quiet endurance. Sonya witnessed this slow, agonizing process with the quiet fortitude of a martyr. She never complained about his coldness, never demanded affection, and never judged his lingering pride. Her daily presence was a quiet, living testament to unconditional love and the spiritual path he still refused to fully embrace. She continued her work in the prison infirmary and among the laborers. Her acceptance and unwavering faith were the sole reasons the convicts did not turn their collective hostility into violence against Raskolnikov. They tolerated him only because they loved her. Raskolnikov often observed her from a distance, watching her interact with the very men who despised him. He saw the profound, simple humanity she shared with them, and slowly, reluctantly, began to grasp that her path of humble suffering held a wisdom far deeper than his own arrogant theories. His spiritual recovery would be slow, grueling, and forced upon him not by the power of law or philosophy, but by the relentless, quiet pressure of human kindness that he continued to resist. His pride was still firmly entrenched, but the foundations were beginning to crack under the weight of his profound loneliness. Toi chan than zin l letter 1 ni d7 I. B letter 1 ni a1 n han tan dung. Toi da vi I letter 1 ni bf t. B letter 1 ni a3 n hop. B letter 1 ni b1 ng t I letter 1 ni bf. NGV I letter 1 ni c7 t kai B letter 1 ni a1 n. Yeru C letter 1 ni A7 UT I letter 1 ni BF PT letter 1 E5C. Tantoy S letter 1 E BD and gay L letter 1 ni ADP T letter 1 E9C S letter 1 ni ED L letter 1 ED7 I nai vakung C letter 1 EA5P Chuang 35 Epilogue. Chapter 8, B letter 1 EB1 NGT I letter 1 EBF NG and N Hudakam K letter 1 EBFT. LL. Rewritten script, Chapter 35, Epilogue, Chapter 8. The original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. And chapter title, Epilogue Chapter 8, The Petersburg Lifeline, Letters of Love, Business, and Unacknowledged Guilt. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 87,500 words. The Epilogue Chapter 8, The Petersburg Lifeline, Letters of Love, Business, and Unacknowledged Guilt. In Raskolnikov's initial months of penal servitude, the letters from St. Petersburg were the only events that broke the monotonous routine of hard labor. He received them via Sonya, who would quietly pass them to him during their brief encounters. He read them greedily, quickly, but always with a characteristic air of arrogance. These letters, primarily from Razumikhin, were crudely written, optimistic, and full of details about his new life with Dunya. Razumikhin's letters, simple reality. Razumikhin wrote about practical matters, how the publishing business was thriving, how he was learning to balance the books under Dunya's severe supervision, and how they had moved into a small but cozy apartment. Each letter was a quiet celebration of simple labor and love. Razumikhin never directly mentioned the crime, nor did he preach. He merely described the life he and Dunya were building through honesty and diligence. The very life Raskolnikov had disastrously tried to attain through crime and theory. For Raskolnikov, these letters inflicted a complex torment. A stupid contentment. He couldn't help but feel disdain for Razumikhin's naivety and shallow happiness compared to the tragic depth he had experienced. Subtle envy, yet beneath the disdain was a burning envy. Razumikhin had achieved effortlessly through humility what Raskolnikov had failed to achieve through pride. Regret of necessity. The letters constantly reminded him that Dunya's stability was secured by an ordinary man, not by an extraordinary man like himself. Dunya's inserts, the moral check. The short editions from Dunya were rare but crucial. They contained deep familial love but encased in an unspoken moral examination. Dunya avoided the topic of the murder, but she wrote about Sonya. She wrote of her and Razumikhin's deep reverence for Sonya, emphasizing the girl's nobility and sacrifice. We know Sonya is there for you. We pray for her strength and hope you recognize the gift that God and she have given you. And cherish her, Rodion, she is your salvation. Dunya's letters were a persistent reminder that he was still wasting the gift of unconditional love Sonya had brought to Siberia. She was implicitly asking, do you recognize Sonya's sacrifice, or are you still arrogantly rejecting it? Raskolnikov's reaction, anguish and resistance. Raskolnikov often reacted to these letters with quiet fury. He would isolate himself after reading them, trying to deny the warmth and truth they contained. He admitted the logical necessity of Sonya. She was the witness to his repentance, but he refused to accept her emotionally. He still attempted to cling to his last shred of dignity, the pride of his suffering. He wanted to believe that his suffering was unique and grander than anyone else's. But the letters arriving from the real world, the world of simple happiness and honest labor, slowly eroded his stubbornness. They were constant reminders that life didn't need to be justified by theory. It merely needed to be lived with love and kindness. His inability to write a truthful reply was the greatest indicator that his pride still reigned supreme. He couldn't write of true remorse, and he couldn't write of love. He could only send back short, cold notes until that pride finally gave way. TUY letter 1EC7 TV letter 1EDDI. Chung Ta S letter 1EBDT I letter 1EBF PT letter 1E5C Dao Sao Vao NH letter 1EFNG Ngai D stroke letter 1EA7 UTRN C letter 1EI7 a Raskolnikov Trong TR letter 1EA1 IGM. T letter 1EADP Trung Vao Kai TI letter 1EBF TCU letter 1ED9 CS letter 1ED1NG Lao D stroke letter 1ED9NG KH letter 1ED5 Saiva S letter 1EF1 Co L letter 1EADP Dao D stroke letter 1EDBN C letter 1E7 Aranta KH letter 1ECF INH letter 1EFNG2 N Hancock. The D letter 1B0 letter 1EDB I De La Chuang 36 C letter 1EA7 A K letter 1ECBCH B letter 1EA3N Crime and Punishment D stroke letter 1B0 letter 1EA3 C Don S letter 1ED1 La Epilogue Chapter 9 Rewritten Script Chapter 36 Epilogue Chapter 9 Original Novel Crime and Punishment. An original author Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title Epilogue Chapter 9 The Daily Grind, the Harsh Reality of the Labor Camp and the Unbearable Alienation. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. A total estimated words completed, 90,000 words. Epilogue Chapter 9 The Daily Grind, the Harsh Reality of the Labor Camp and the Unbearable Alienation. The reality of the penal servitude was not the grand philosophical suffering Raskolnikov had imagined. It was a monotonous, brutal existence defined by cold, hard labor and the stench of unwashed bodies. His days were spent breaking up frozen earth, clearing wood, or working in the prison's workshops. Though the physical hardship was intense, yet it was the psychological alienation that proved to be his most profound torment. Raskolnikov, despite his self-sacrifice in confessing, still viewed himself as intellectually superior to his companions. He carried his pride like a shield, isolating him more effectively than any prison wall. Life in the barracks. The common barracks were a microcosm of raw, unrefined humanity, filled with the sounds of drunken arguments, coarse humor, and the dull, rhythmic snoring of exhausted men. The barracks were an assault on Raskolnikov's refined sensibilities. He longed for the silence of his lonely garret, finding the forced proximity suffocating. He ate his meager rations in silence, avoided the communal games, and never participated in the long, rambling stories the convicts told of their former lives, stories of simple theft, revenge, and violence, utterly devoid of the abstract reasoning that had driven his own crime. His withdrawal was interpreted by the other prisoners not as intellectual depth, but as contemptible arrogance. They were criminals, but they possessed a shared humanity, a rough camaraderie forged in shared misery. Raskolnikov's continued detachment was seen as a deliberate rejection of their brotherhood, the unspoken hostility. The convicts' hostility was palpable, though rarely physical. It manifested as sneers, whispered insults, and deliberate social exclusion. They were perplexed by his lack of remorse for the crime and his profound grief over the abstract failure of his theory. "Why is he so sad?" a heavy-set robber who had killed 3 men once asked. "He confessed. He should be done with it. He suffers like a child, not a man." They mocked his bookishness, his delicate hands, and his occasional intense feverish outbursts. His former philosophical life, which he had considered his source of strength, was now the source of his profound vulnerability and shame. The deepest source of their contempt, however, remained his relationship with Sonya. The other prisoners viewed her with religious devotion, recognizing her sacrifice as a miracle of human goodness. Raskolnikov's continued coldness towards her, his refusal to let her affection warm him, was seen as the ultimate sign of his moral corruption. "He doesn't appreciate the gift of her love," they would mutter. "He is sick with pride and he will die alone." This collective, unyielding judgment from the common man, the very masses he had sought to elevate or ignore with his theory, was the most effective force in eroding Raskolnikov's final defenses. He could withstand the law, the magistrate, and his own guilt, but he could not withstand the moral rejection of humanity itself. He was forced, day by day, to see that his theory had led him not to superiority, but to a terrifying alienation that separated him from the very essence of human connection. The hard labor only fatigued his body. The unrelenting social contempt slowly, painfully began to break his will. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 IDDI. D stroke letter 1 EC3 T I letter 1 IBF PT letter 1 E5C M letter 1 EDF R letter 1 ED9NG K letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N VA D stroke letter 1 EA1T M letter 1 E5C Tieru 100,000 T letter 1 IB. Chung ta es letter 1 EBD di sao vao kia si letter 1 EA1 NH, quan tr letter 1 ECDNG NH letter 1 EA5 T. Trong S letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ED1 I H letter 1 EADN C letter 1 E7 a Raskolnikov. N letter 1 ED7 I Dao KH letter 1 ED5 C letter 1 EA7 a Anta Vi Kai CH letter 1 EBFT C letter 1 EA7 Elizaveta Vo T letter 1 AD9 I Zenji letter 1 B0 letter 1 IDD I Ma Anta Da G I letter 1 EBFT Kong PH letter 1 EA3 I Vi Li THUY letter 1 EBFT Ma Vi S letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ED7N LO letter 1 EA1 NC letter 1 EI7 a KHO letter 1 EA3 NHKH letter 1 EAFC. The D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I De La Chuang 37 C letter 1 EA7 a K letter 1 ECBCH B letter 1 EA3N crime and punishment. D stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EA3 C Don S letter 1 ED1 La Epilogue chapter 10 NN Rewritten script chapter 37 Epilogue chapter 10 A original novel Crime and Punishment. An original author Fyodor Dostoevsky. A chapter title Epilogue chapter 10 The Weight of the Innocent Raskolnikov's Lingering Guilt for Lizaveta. The estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 92,500 words. Epilogue Chapter 10 The Weight of the Innocent Raskolnikov's Lingering Guilt for Lizaveta. In the long, monotonous stretches of hard labor, Raskolnikov's mind often retreated into the past, not to the triumphant moment of his transgression, but to the instant of its catastrophic failure. The guilt that gnawed at him was complex, rooted in the very intellectual distinction he had tried to draw. He had murdered Alina Ivanovna, the pawnbroker, under the guise of philosophy, a wicked, useless louse whose life was deemed expendable for the greater good. Even now, in the cold of Siberia, his initial act rarely brought true moral remorse. He still sometimes thought with chilling clarity that if he had only succeeded and secured the money, his theory might have been proven right. His guilt was primarily for failing to be Napoleon. But there was another death, a second brutal act committed in a panicked frenzy that offered no such intellectual comfort, the murder of Lizaveta. Lizaveta, the unintended victim. Lizaveta, the meek, perpetually pregnant half-sister of the pawnbroker, had been the unexpected victim. She was simple, kindly, and often abused. She was in every sense one of the trembling creatures he had sworn his extraordinary class could step over. Raskolnikov found that his conscience offered no defense, no rationalization for her death. During his darkest hours in the barracks, the image of Lizaveta would appear. her wide, fearful eyes as she stumbled upon him, the axe descending in a wild, unthinking arc, and the blood pooling on the floor. This image was his true prosecutor, far more effective than Porfiry Petrovich. His theory had allowed for the cold, calculated sacrifice of Alina. It had no provision for the panicked slaughter of the innocent and defenseless. The contrast in suffering. This distinction became the crucible of his spiritual agony. He felt shame for the murder of Alina, the shame of a failure. But he felt true, piercing guilt and moral horror for the murder of Lizaveta, the horror of a man who had not only failed his grand theory, but had also trampled over the very humanity he claimed to serve. It was Lizaveta's memory that slowly began to dissolve the intellectual barrier that separated Raskolnikov from true remorse. Her death was the ultimate proof that the distinction between extraordinary and ordinary men was a murderous lie. The compassion that his theory had suppressed finally focused on her defenseless life. The Sonya connection. Raskolnikov realized slowly that there was a powerful, unspoken bond between the two women who defined his moral poles. Lizaveta had been a friend to Sonya, the one person who had given Sonya the New Testament, the same book that now lay beneath Raskolnikov's own prison pillow. Though the New Testament Raskolnikov held was a gift passed from a murdered innocent Lizaveta to a living saint Sonya, and finally to a seeking soul himself. Lizaveta's quiet, tragic life and death were inextricably linked to the pure, suffering faith of Sonya. This realization that the life he had extinguished was connected to the life that was saving him forced Raskolnikov to accept the sacredness of all life, even the life of the trembling creature. His repentance, when it finally blossomed, would be a recognition not of his failure to be great, but of his failure to be simply good, a failure crystallized by the memory of Lizaveta, the woman his theory had never intended to kill, but whose death proved the theory wrong entirely. The suffering was no longer abstract. It was personal, tragic, and utterly undeserved by his victim. TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 EDDI. Chungta S letter 1 EBDT I letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5C Dao Sao Vao KHO letter 1 EA3 NHKH letter 1 EAFC S letter 1 E5P D stroke letter 1 ED5 Tri TU letter 1 EC7 CU letter 1 ED1 Ikung C letter 1 E7 a Raskolnikov letter 1 IDF Siberia. Noi Antas CU letter 1 ED1 Ikung CH letter 1 EA5P NH letter 1 EADN, R letter 1 EB1NG, Li THUY, letter 1 EBF, TC letter 1 AI7, a min la M letter 1 ED90, can be letter 1 EC7NH. The letter 1B0, letter 1EDB, I de la Chuang 38C, letter 1EA7, a K letter 1ECBCH, B letter 1EA3N, crime and punishment. D stroke letter 1B0, letter 1EA3, C Don S letter 1ED1, La Epilogue, chapter 11. Oh. Rewritten script, Chapter 38, Epilogue, Chapter 11. An original novel, Crime and Punishment. An original author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. And chapter title, Epilogue, Chapter 11, The Death of the Idea, the Plague Dream, and the Final Intellectual Surrender. Estimated word count for this section, approximately 500 words. Total estimated words completed, 95,000 words. The Epilogue, Chapter 11, The Death of the Idea, the Plague Dream, and the Final Intellectual Surrender. Raskolnikov's long, agonizing battle against the moral truth finally reached its climax not in a courtroom or a confrontation, but in the delirium of fever. During his second year in the penal colony, Raskolnikov fell desperately ill. He was admitted to the dreary prison infirmary, where the combination of high fever and psychological exhaustion plunged him into a terrifying, prophetic dream. A vision that finally destroyed the intellectual foundation of his crime. The dream of the spiritual plague. In his dream, the world was ravaged by a mysterious, microscopic plague, a disease born in the depths of Asia that attacked the mind, not the body. Those infected were seized by a terrifying, absolute certainty in their own personal truth. The plague's victims became utterly convinced that only their ideas, their judgments, and their moral frameworks were correct. They could not tolerate differing opinions and saw everyone else as flawed and needing correction. The plague spread rapidly. Cities descended into chaos. People abandoned their trades, believing their own method of running the world was superior. Scientists and scholars found their research contradicted by every other colleague. No one could agree on right and wrong. The dream became a terrifying visualization of absolute individualism run rampant. The destruction of society, families turned against one another, armies slaughtered each other over meaningless philosophical differences. Absence of common good. The concepts of shared humanity, compassion, and shared suffering vanished. As everyone believed they possessed the ultimate truth and felt justified in killing anyone who disagreed. The world on fire, the entire globe was consumed by a self-righteous war, with no one capable of stopping the madness because everyone was equally right in their own minds. Raskolnikov witnessed this apocalyptic scenario with growing horror, recognizing it as the logical final conclusion of his own extraordinary man theory. The awakening, the end of pride. He woke from the dream shaken to his core, sweating profusely, but with a clarity he hadn't experienced since before the murder. The dream was an undeniable, vivid realization that his theory, the belief in the right to step over others in the name of a superior idea, was not a path to greatness, but a virus that led to global, total destruction. His philosophy was a plague of the spirit. In the following days, lying weak in the infirmary, Raskolnikov ceased his internal rationalizations. The intellectual battle was finally, irrevocably lost. He no longer cared about why he had failed. He only cared that his theory had been fundamentally, morally wrong. He was no longer the arrogant student trying to prove himself a genius. He was simply a human being, humbled by the terrible knowledge of his error. The role of the New Testament. Sonya, as was her daily routine, came to visit him. She sat quietly by his cot, offering silent support. Raskolnikov looked at the little worn New Testament she had given him, which lay on the bedside table. For the first time, he did not see it as a symbol of an oppressive external morality, but as a manual for surviving the plague of pride. In the simple act of suffering and love exemplified by Christ and by Sonya, he saw the only antidote to the nihilistic certainty that had nearly destroyed the world in his dream. He did not immediately open the book or kneel. His acceptance was internal, a quiet, profound surrender of his intellect to his long-dormant heart. He realized that the greatest freedom was not the right to transgress, but the freedom to love and accept his place as an ordinary man. This was the death of Raskolnikov the theorist, and the true beginning of Raskolnikov the man. The physical recovery from the fever mirrored the spiritual recovery from his crime. Epilogue Chapters 12, The New Day, Final Acceptance and the Promise of the Great Future. Emerging from the prison infirmary, still weak but free from the intellectual plague, Raskolnikov was a changed man. His spiritual rebirth was confirmed not by any grand declaration, but by the smallest acts of humility. He no longer shunned Sonya. Their daily meetings transformed from a silent struggle into a deep solace. The proud distance he maintained finally collapsed under the simple weight of her presence, the necessity of human kindness. Raskolnikov began to participate in small acts of compassion that his former self would have scorned. In the prison, a sick convict named Mikhailov, shunned by his peers, was patiently tended to by Sonya. Raskolnikov, strangely drawn by her silent sacrifice, began to help. He fetched water, changed bandages, and even spoke to the dying man, an act that 6 months prior he would have deemed beneath his dignity. In Mikhailov's simple physical suffering, Raskolnikov found a genuine connection to humanity. He realized that compassion required no philosophical justification, it was simply action. The other convicts witnessing this change, a final surrender of the gentleman's pride began to soften their hostility. Their scorn was replaced by a cautious curiosity. They had been waiting for him to accept the simplicity of life, and at last he had. The final surrender and the future. With the inner transformation complete, the remaining time of his sentence ceased to be a punishment. It became a necessary transitional phase for purification and learning. The 8-year sentence now felt like a sanctuary, a chance to rebuild himself. He wrote a letter to Razumikhin, the first in months, in a tone that was genuine and warm. I am recovering, Dmitri. Thank you for looking after Dunya. You are both my life and my strength. And tell Sonya she is everything. This was the first time he had openly acknowledged Sonya's centrality in his correspondence. Dunya replied instantly, with unmasked joy and relief. She knew her brother was finally saved, not legally but spiritually. The dawn on the riverbank. Finally, the moment Sonya had long awaited arrived. It was an early spring morning, the Siberian riverbank bathed in fresh sunlight and clean air. Raskolnikov and Sonya sat together on the familiar log. Raskolnikov did not speak a single word of philosophy, guilt, or salvation. He simply smiled, a broad, unconstrained smile free of madness or arrogance. He took her hand and held it tight. In that moment he realized that love was not just an idea or a reward, it was life itself. A force so great and simple it required no evidence or justification. He loved her, and that truth swept everything else away. Sonya wept silently, tears of joy and completion. She had waited for his return, not his physical return, but the return of his soul. He placed his hand on the New Testament and looked at her. They spoke no words of the future. They knew it would begin immediately in their simple companionship. The remaining years of his sentence were merely a brief interval before they could begin their great future together. The journey from crime to punishment and from punishment to rebirth was complete. The ultimate reward was not freedom, but the freedom to love. A truth simple enough for any common man to grasp and profound enough to redeem an extraordinary one.